I'm going to switch over my computer screen, just one moment. Okay, good morning, commissioners and members of the public. Welcome to the September 2021 Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the Commission Assistant. I will be going over meeting expectations. This meeting is being recorded and is live streaming through Granicus. The recording will be made available to the public by early next week. If you intend to testify, please sign up using our sign up form so that I have your name in the queue. Participants will be in listen-only mode until called on to testify. If you are on the phone and would like to testify, please press *9 and that will notify me and add you to the queue. It is my honor to introduce Chair Robin MacArthur.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and thank you to all the DLCD staff for making this meeting happen. I appreciate everything you do. So welcome everybody, happy September, and today I'm gaveling in today's September 2021 meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. I will note that yesterday was the autumnal equinox, where the sun shines on Earth's equator and casts the same number of rays, both north and south hemispheres. And it also happens to be the saddest day of the year for Jim Rue, our director. I know he likes long days and warmth, and our condolences go to Jim for having to experience that. But, you know, hope is coming, because 6 months from now, we'll be experiencing something completely different. So with that, would you like to call the roll, Esther?
Yes, Vice Chair Halova.
Here.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Here.
Commissioner Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Lilac.
Here.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Here.
And Chair MacArthur.
Here.
Commissioner Gerard Sandoval will be unavailable to join us today.
And thank you, Esther. And I might want to mention that various commissioners have other commitments they need to attend to. I believe that Commissioner Sandoval will be out today and tomorrow. And I know that Commissioner Lilac will be out for a few hours this morning between 9 and 11. I think that Commissioner Warren will have to pop in and out. He's starting his graduate program this week in Eugene, so we're excited for him for that as an urban and regional planning. So it's very exciting, but that means he has to attend to classes and things like that. So I think you will be in and out. And Vice Chair Halova will not be here tomorrow. So that what that means is we have 2 agenda items tomorrow that require a quorum, the wildfire rulemaking effort, which shouldn't take very long. It's a quick kind of update relative to the number of the rule filed with Secretary of State. But late in the day at 3:45, we have deliberation on an appeal request from the department. So we're hoping that if I read this correctly, we'll only have 4 of us available for tomorrow afternoon, Friday afternoon, between 3:45 and hopefully end by 4:30. So I'm hoping that the 4 remaining of us can be there. Otherwise, we would not have a quorum to make a decision. So if that's not going to work for the folks that are here today and haven't told me they can't be here tomorrow, let me know as soon as possible so we can see if we can change that effort. So with that, I think we want to do the land acknowledgement. Is that correct, Esther?
Yes.
And I would like to call on Commissioner Pearmine, if you are so inclined, to read the land acknowledgement, because I believe you were the one that suggested early on in your tenure on the commission that we think about doing that. And I'm really excited about this effort. I'm sad this is your last commission meeting. We'll appropriately roast and toast you this afternoon, but if you would be so kind as to do the honors of reading the land acknowledgement.
It would be my joy. Thank you. So I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to teach us how we might all be here together.
Thank you, Commissioner Permine, much appreciated. So Esther, do we do another roll call or adoption for the agenda itself? Is that, or did we already do that with the roll call? I'm a little confused.
Oh, to approve the agenda, yes, we do need a roll call.
Great. I probably should have done that before the land acknowledgement. My apologies for that. So if you would ask commissioners if they approve the agenda for today and tomorrow.
Yes. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Permine.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova.
Aye.
Thank you. The agenda is approved. Thank you very much. And I think I guess I have a couple announcements. One is the scorecard, the ever-present scorecard that really is a very useful tool for commissioners to give feedback to staff on the various agenda items. And I know that that scorecard is really used. It's an interactive tool now. It's not just copy it, fill it out, and send it in. So if you would be so kind as to fill that out, even if you're not going to be here for some of the agenda items, skip those and then give feedback to staff on the other ones. That would be appreciated. I think with that, we can go on to agenda item number 2, and that is our sad director.
Well, thank you so much, Chair, for that introduction. I'm in Salem, Oregon. Yesterday at 12:21 was the midpoint of the autumnal equinox in the Northern Hemisphere. And it was raining here. It was gray and raining. The sun came out for about an hour yesterday. And this morning, once again, it is gray and about to rain. And so I do think of this as the season of darkness, decay, and death. But you're right, spring is coming, but it strikes me that it's a little bit like hitting yourself over the head with a hammer because it feels so good when you stop.
Wow.
I feel like I just need to counter that and say us on the call, we see fall as the time that salmon come up the river and you catch them, and mushrooms pop up, and so anyways, maybe you need to come out here, Jim. I'm happy to take you mushroom picking or something.
Oh, pumpkin spice latte, something.
I'm actually thinking of Costa Rica, Commissioner Jacobson.
Not a bad choice, but Newport's great too, just so you know.
Okay, thank you all. I want to be very aware of the time so that we give plenty of time to our guests this morning from the city of Aurora who have public comment, and also a guest from Beyond Toxics, because they have a couple of important things to talk about. So I've asked Chair MacArthur to hit the mute button when she thinks that I've gone on too long. But I do want to go through really just one part this morning of the director's report. You all were up late last night reading every last page in this, in these briefing materials. So I'm not going to go over it in great detail, other than the first item, item A, which is progress on greenhouse gas reduction. And I'm going to start, I think, with a little bit of history about why some of these things are so important and so critical. As you all know, in about a year and a half, we're going to be coming up on the 50th anniversary of the passage of SB 100. And when the bill was first, or when the law was first crafted, it required a couple of things. And my shorthand for this is not DLCD's land use system. This is the state of Oregon's planning and land use system. And we need to work with our partner agencies, and we need to work with local governments in order to get the job done. And there are a couple of failings that we have experienced over the greater part of those 50 years. And that is, one, the mechanism for coordination among state agencies was something called state agency coordination agreements. I just mentioned that a week from Monday is my 12th anniversary. I think we've done one in those 12 years, maybe two. I know we did one with the Department of Aviation, and that was not, I mean, I don't mean to be dismissive, but I think they have maybe a staff of 10 and a fairly focused mandate. And it took us well over a year to do it, which may explain why we haven't updated with ag and forestry and DEQ and ODOT and housing, and the list goes on and on and on. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is we can make rules, and you are in the middle of a very complex rulemaking right now around transportation and housing and climate and equity. And it's great for this agency to pass rules, but if we don't get money and technical assistance to local governments to do the actual on-the-ground planning and begin implementation, then we're setting ourselves up for failure. And frankly, we're setting ourselves up for conflict between state and local government. If all we do is sit here in Salem and issue edicts and don't support local governments in turning our rules into guidance for cities, then we've got a problem. And frankly, I think you're going to hear some of that this afternoon. And I'm particular, and I want to point your attention to what you may hear, what I think you're likely to hear, particularly from the city of Springfield. They want to do this work. They believe that this is the right work to do. But right now they're overwhelmed by the volume of pages of text in the draft rule language. They're concerned about some timelines. They really need some conversations about the concept, the thinking, the sort of the underlying philosophy of why we're doing these things and what it potentially means for them. I think you'll hear maybe from them and maybe from others that they're still working on 2001 and 2003. We heard that. There's a letter from the city of Bend, and they are concerned about that. So I'm not going to suggest any solutions to you, but I am going to suggest that you listen carefully to the message that you'll likely hear this afternoon from several of our local government partners. They want to do the right thing, but we need to help them to do it beyond just giving them rule language. So how do we do that? Well, Our friends in the legislature have not been generous with giving us general fund grant money that goes to local governments, is intended to support local governments in doing the planning required by the state. And it was embarrassing a few years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, because our general fund grant dollars were going down instead of up. We made something of a recovery with 2001 and 2003 because the legislature, and I really have to credit the speaker, for making sure that we had $3.5 million to get to local governments to help them with the planning. And so I think we need to be a little creative about how we do that with climate-friendly and equitable communities. Because we do need to get planning money to local governments. The other thing, I'm not sure we're ever going to be very good at state agency coordination agreements. They take a really long time. They require a willing partner. It just, because of the crush of other work that we and partner agencies are doing, we're just not going to get there. So the important part, and I'm sorry for the long-winded introduction to this, but the important part is to focus on what is in item A of the director's report, and that is working very closely with our sister agencies when it comes to implementation. And so the first place I'm going to start is with something that you all know called Every Mile Counts. It is the statewide transportation strategy to reduce greenhouse gases from transportation. And we're working very closely with Department of Energy, DEQ, and ODOT. The directors are still meeting monthly. Staff is meeting virtually on a daily basis at this point to implement this rule. But we also need their money because we don't have it. And fortunately, ODOT has committed to make certain state monies, recognizing that ODOT, yes, they get a gas tax money, but it is constitutionally limited to maintaining roads. They get lots of federal money, but that comes with its own directives and requirements. And so there's a fair bit of state money that ODOT has offered through the help of our chair, Chair MacArthur, and the chair of the Transportation Commission, and the two directors work together, largely at the initiative of one of our favorite people, Amanda Peets, from ODOT, who has now made a chunk of that state money contingent upon cities within MPOs defining and implementing a climate friendly area. So think about that today when you hear about CFAs. There is a little bit of money, and a little bit in our terms, it's a lot. In ODOT's terms, it's walking around money, but we're talking about scores of millions of dollars to help communities do this work. But a bigger opportunity may exist with our friends at DEQ. DEQ and the Environmental Quality Commission are expected in December to pass something called a climate protection plan. And it has a couple of really critical elements. They are putting a price on carbon for all imported fuels into Oregon. And for those of you who know how many refineries we have, that means virtually every gallon of gasoline and natural gas that comes to the state is imported. And they're charging for carbon emissions for a certain class of relatively and large emitters of carbon dioxide. One of the really critical elements of this is that they have adopted the so-called social cost of carbon as the price per ton for carbon emitted. The social cost of carbon will, I think what the rule will say is that it will be set at $80 a ton. The current market rate for carbon is somewhere less than $20 a ton. So it's a very big deal because it incorporates the so-called externalities, all of the effects on health, all of the effects on the environment, all of the effects that carbon pollution has on our world are now incorporated into the price. So at $80 a ton, they are projecting that they will generate in the second year out somewhere between $200 and $300 million a year. That starts to rival the amount of money that would have come out of cap and trade. And that money, according to the rule, can only be spent on removing carbon from the atmosphere on a ton for ton basis at a minimum. They would like to get 2 or 3 tons reduction for every ton's worth of money that they spend. They will not, and I believe this is still in the rule, they will not consider sequestration as a way of removing carbon because the mechanics and the accounting are kind of squishy. But this gets me to my second point. There's somewhere between $200 and $300 million per year available if we can figure out how many tons of carbon we remove from the atmosphere with every mile of sidewalks, every mile of bike lanes, every mile of transportation, every mile that we don't have people getting in their car and spewing carbon pollution out of those little pipes coming out of the back end. Same goes for housing and how we think about saving energy through housing, how we think about enhancing and constructing complete communities where people can live and work and go to school and have a park and all of those other things that they need without getting into a car. And that's the core of the concept of climate-friendly areas. And so while we're constructing them in rule, we need to be thinking about how we're going to help to pay for them get built. And I think trying to come up with a metric of tons of CO2 reduced by this good planning and implementation is the key to some of that money. DEQ is inclined, they like the idea, they're just afraid of the accounting. And so we've started a conversation and it's a great one. The other thing to think about is with the Department of Housing and Community Services. In the last session of the legislature, they got $500 million to support affordable housing in Oregon. And we're concerned, and this is primarily from Commissioner Sandoval, who sits on the Housing Stability Council, essentially the commission for Department of Housing and Community Services. His concern is that while they're doing a great job on equity, they're doing a less good job when it comes to climate and GHG reduction. And so he has taken it on himself as a member of both of these groups to bring the issue to a retreat that the Housing Stability Council is going to be holding in October to help them think about and then ask the department to please consider climate in how they think about where and how and who builds some of this affordable housing. Just to state the obvious, the cost to a home, to a household is not just your rent, but what you pay on transportation. It's H plus T. And having an affordable unit on the edge of the metropolitan area doesn't reduce costs to the household to the degree that it could and should. And so we need a locational analysis. We need locational criteria in where and how housing department invests in affordable projects. And Gerard is really keen to have that conversation. I've talked to Margaret Salazar, the director. She is equally keen that we work with them, because this is another case of misalignment. They have to spend those $500 million during this biennium. At our most aggressive, our rules will likely not be even available or required for implementation, rather, excuse me, by March of 23. So if we get done by March of 22, the current proposal is that we would give communities a year to get ready to start defining CFAs and adopting other provisions of the rule. That means they would really only have from April through June to apply the criteria. And obviously that's not going to work, because getting $500 million out the door means you have to start sooner than the last 3 months of the biennium. So Margaret has agreed to work on locational criteria. But again, the point here is that in order to get this stuff done in a way that truly reduces climate pollution and increases equity, I think our two driving forces, we need our partner agencies to do it. Thank you, Chair MacArthur, for so aggressively working to get ourselves and ODOT aligned. Robin is also had her first meeting yesterday with a policy advisory group to the OTC. So Robin is telling the OTC what they have to do in order not just to move us around from where we are to where we want to be, but to do it in a way that reduces GHG into the atmosphere. The last thing, I'm sorry.
Oh, Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Director.
I'm not the chair.
Is it okay if I make a comment?
Please.
Okay. Yes, you're saying a lot of things and I have a lot of comments, but just one specific one I wanted to make. What would be great in thinking about the conversation with OHCS is not just locational criteria, but density criteria, because from my experience, at least in Portland, there's a lot of affordable housing projects that occur within, I would call, climate friendly areas in general, with access to transportation, and folks don't have to provide parking as a result of that, right? So it's sort of built in climate friendly development.
Yep.
What doesn't happen is the size of the development is usually not dictated by the zoning. It's dictated by how much subsidy that particular project gets. And so there's a lot of projects that could be a lot bigger than they are, but they're limited by that. And so it's like, you can put a locational criteria on there, but if we don't also give a dense, if you max out your density or you get close, to your highest and best use, that there would be a criteria around that also. So I'm just advocating for a locational one to be paired with a density one with regard to funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Two really critical points in what Vice Chair Holova just said. The first one, you're going to hear, I think, from some people this afternoon, that we're being too specific in our density requirements. And so that's something, again, that you have to spend some time thinking about, because what Vice Chair Holova has said is critically important about density. In order for transportation lines, bus companies, to commit the money to either building or enhancing transit routes, They need to know that they're going to have customers standing at the sidewalk in the morning, and density is key and critical to that. You got to have lots of people to pay for whatever it costs, or it's going to require a public subsidy again. And then the second point of which Vice Chair Holova is exactly on target is, and let me just break it down a little bit. Affordable housing does not pay for itself. It costs more to build than you get from the rents to pay down the loan. And so affordable housing doesn't much get built, particularly where it needs to be in city cores, if there isn't a significant amount of public money put into that process to make it work. And so once again, the scale of the investment yields the scale of the product. And we just need to be thinking about these things as we go through the conversation this afternoon. I'm going to stop because I think you all get it. And it really is important, I think, that as you consider this really important rule language this afternoon, you figure out or think about how we're going to get local governments to work with us instead of being antagonistic. And that's probably too strong a word. But if they want to do it and they don't have the means to do it, then we have a problem. And then the second issue is how we celebrate the nearly 50 years of this planning system by making sure that we think of it as Oregon's planning system and not just DLCD's. The end.
Thank you, Jim. And I know I've said this privately to you at many times. I really want to thank you publicly, though, for everything you're doing to work with your colleagues, the fellow directors whose work and programs really affect the way communities happen and the way they're developed. And so thank you. You've just done a really super job on that. And this was a great thumbnail description of the specific agency initiatives. I'm just wondering if we could, if it would be useful, it would be useful. I wonder if we could make this happen. Invite the directors of DEQ, Sir Richard Whitman, and ODOT Director Chris Strickler, and then Margaret Salazar, the directors of those three agencies, to a November meeting to have a panel discussion on these. By then, at that time, DEQ's rulemaking is kind of moving along with their December adoption. It might be a really good time for us to have some input if that seems appropriate. And then by the November meeting, Margaret Salazar and group will have had their October retreat. So there might be some more concrete things that come out of that. And it would be really useful, I think, for the public and our stakeholders specifically to understand how state agencies can align both to help fund the planning work, probably more so in the case of ODOT, as well as aligning their programs and funding priorities to make things, to really help local jurisdictions accomplish what they want to on the ground.
I think it's a great idea, and they would be happy to comply. They'll be here.
Great, super, that'd be wonderful.
You just noticed that I was speaking for three fellow directors, but
yeah, well, you know that power, the coordinating.
Probably not the first time, won't be the last.
Great, well, I would be excited about that conversation. Any sort of final questions for Jim?
Stuart has his hand up.
Commissioner Warren, thank you. Yeah, I think you're on mute. There we go.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Rue. I've been kind of wrestling with this concept for a little while in connection with the climate-friendly and equitable communities, and I really appreciate what you had to say this morning. It gave me chills even. I think this is the only way we will accomplish what we all know needs to be accomplished, and it's going to take this broader effort. And I'm excited by the fact that now we have to figure out how to take the money and make it work. I think that's been for me like really the stick in the mud. Is we can come up with these rules all we want, but unless we have a way to make them happen for these communities, they won't. So thank you for that. It means a lot to me. So, and I have to go, but I'll be back later.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Those are really kind words, and I'm grateful to you for all you're doing. Go to class, have a wonderful time, and learn lots of stuff. But thanks.
And yeah, thanks, Commissioner Warren. I just want to note something. I'm glad you focused on what you did, Jim, but I want to note for commissioners that on the bottom of page 7 of your report and top of page 8, it's really exciting to me that we have a lot of grant money that is going out the door, that will go out the door, and that in fact DLCD staff is making sure that there will be equitable outcomes that are required as part of that. And the neat thing is on page 8, there's been some additional outreach done by your economic development specialist to conduct webinars to help local jurisdictions understand how to do that. I guess it's exciting that we're doing that, but the really cool thing is that it wasn't like a major announcement. What it's telling me is that DLCD is incorporating equitable outcomes in everything they do. So it just was kind of, this is what we're going to be doing and everything. So it wasn't like, hey, look at us. It was like, we've already operationalized this. So I want to thank you and staff for making that happen. And I think that Commissioner...
yeah, if I may just quickly respond. So again, just asking you to sort of bookmark something. I think that this agency is in the middle of a very intentional transition, and Stuart raised it. Historically, I think we've been content to do the planning and then just kind of wipe our hands and say, okay, we're done. Now you all go make it happen. And I think that has not happened. And so we are in this transition to trying to be a key partner when it comes to implementation. So again, thanks to all of you for your help and guidance in making that intentional move. I'm sorry, Commissioner Piermine.
Yes.
I stepped all over your time.
That's okay.
Not at all, Director. I appreciate every word every time, so thank you. Are we still on? Are we ready? Are we commenting on the director's report more broadly? Because I would love to acknowledge the brilliant work of the state and our chief culture officer, and kind of take this moment as an agency to talk about the diversity, equity, and inclusion action plan that we received. And, just, I could not be more thrilled as an Oregonian to see something like this and in all things, it's a start. This is an evolution, these concepts, the language, but I just would say this is a meaningful moment for the state and for the agency. So thank you for including this in our package. As you said, Chair MacArthur, we're seeing what it means to actually live the values of this document. But I do think, digging into this together and having kind of a internal processing and assignment as we navigate the work. Just wanted to make sure to thank you for including it. Thank you for being a staff and department so committed to living these values, and just wanted to acknowledge the exciting materials.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, if I may respond just very quickly. I think that our two driving forces going forward need to be an increase in equitable outcomes and a decrease in greenhouse gas pollution. And if I were to suggest any one thing to celebrate the 50th anniversary of this agency, it would be changes to our goals that would demand of local governments, along obviously with the ability to implement, but would require that every major project, define it any way you want, needs to demonstrate both things, that it has increased equity and that it has decreased climate pollution. And to do that, we need analytics. And we don't have them right now. But I do think that you're going to hear a little bit later in the meeting about a policy agenda. And again, I'm just asking you to think about how you measure those two things, because I think they are going to be the core of what this agency and the state needs to do.
Great. Thank you, Jim. And I don't see anyone else's hand up, and I do want to leave plenty of time for the public comment period, since several folks, as Jim mentioned, have signed up. So if there aren't any parting shots, I guess I heard from Commissioner Piermine that perhaps the commission, and I know you won't be here in November, perhaps we do a little deeper dive on that along with the strategic plan effort at our November meeting. And Deputy Director Green, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I just wanted to sort of unpack a bit one thing that Director Rue just mentioned, if I could, for Commission. This afternoon's policy agenda is sort of, the Commission's work plan, and you'll hear about that. We are just initiating under the hood the development of the policy option packages and legislative concepts for 2023. So when Jim mentions things like data analytics and that this sort of legislative concept he just mentioned, those will probably be a bit more forthcoming and aren't necessarily reflected in the policy agenda quite yet today. But thank you. And Director Rue, thanks for your leadership as always. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's a really good point, and we should have a conversation at that time about the importance of the metrics that Director Rose talked about, and see where that might fit in.
Sure.
Yes.
I was just going to add to that, when I think of the metrics associated with this, I think of accountability. Because I think, with a lot of things, we've been, especially, we've been talking about sustainability for a long time, and now there's metrics along with it, and now we're trying to have this kind of accountability. We're going to need the same rigor when it comes to equity, specifically racial equity, and I think that's the problem that we see continually, is that the metrics are shown and everyone sees that nothing's changed or things have gotten worse, and then there's no accountability to the next round when we discover the same exact thing. So I think that's going to be an important focus, the accountability part.
Great, thank you. Yes, agreed. Okay, I think we'll end this agenda item. Thank you, Jim and others, for a great conversation and great work on the part of staff. Now it's time for public comment, and I believe that Esther will put the list of folks that have signed up to testify. We're giving everyone, just for your information, 3 minutes. And I don't know if I have to wait for a moment for a timestamp or something like that. Esther, give me a signal when I can start public comment.
Okay, I will be switching over City of Aurora in just one moment.
Great, thank you.
Chair MacArthur, if I could ask a question.
Yes.
Kirsten, staff are wondering if you wish to invite City of Aurora to use 9 minutes in total, or if they wanted to go 3-3-3, but obviously it's sort of Chair's discretion, and wanted to just posit that for you and for them if you'd like.
Thank you. I know that there's 3 of you, perhaps some kind of hybrid of that. We definitely want to hear and especially with the mayor here and staff, it's really important for us to hear. So let's start off with the mayor, obviously, and then if there are additional items that City of Aurora staff want to bring up, then we'd like to hear them add to that. But if you don't take the full 9 minutes, that would be lovely, because we want to make sure we hear the point. This is public comment. We're not going to be able to deliberate or really do much with this agenda item now, but you're planting a seed in our heads about some future work potentially. So maybe we start with the mayor. Welcome.
Okay. I got that. Okay. Well, good morning. I'm Mayor Brian Asher from the City of Aurora. Commissioners, thank you very much for all your time and efforts that you put into your work there, and Gordon for listening to us yesterday and getting us going, and Rue for that great introduction for the 50 years of Oregon. I'd like to comment more on that, but the hammer is still hitting at Aurora and has for 20 years on this airport issue. So the airport in Marion County have ignored the intergovernmental agreement with Aurora regarding additional development at the Aurora Airport. With the recent Court of Appeals decision, the City of Aurora and and its partners in the case are finally being heard. The staff report for today's focus on the 3N rule, but there are greater goal 11 and goal 14 issues at stake, which our Planning Commissioner Chair will address in a moment. From my perspective, the DLCD and the LCDC are responsible for ensuring the state agencies comply with the state's land use goals. When you review airport master plans from around the state, it's clear that the Department of Aviation routinely and casually approves expansion of urban airports onto farm and forest land without addressing the goals. The Department of Aviation has been an independent state agency for over 20 years, but the LCDC has never certified its land use coordination program. We ask the LCDC to promptly initiate a certification procedure. Gordon informs us that we'll have a new North Willamette Valley representative area. Bringing the airport into Aurora is our very top priority for that new representative. Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your being here. Any questions at this point from commissioners, or would you like to hear from the other two folks from Aurora? Seeing no hands, why don't we continue?
Good morning. I'm Joseph Schaefer, the Planning Commission Chair. Renata Wakely is our city planner who is just attending today to observe. So I'll be your last speaker and we'll stick to 3 minutes. Although ostensibly about land use, this is really about avoiding property taxes and the cost of public utilities. The Aurora State Airport and private through-the-fence properties comprise a 300-acre island of urban land uses surrounded by high-value farmland, approximately 1,400 feet from the city of Aurora. The director of the Department of Aviation testified to the 2018 legislature. Quote, "We have also had several meetings with the city of Aurora that has offered to bring the airport into the UGB and could annex the airport. I know there is concern about that because of tax complications and that expensive sewage treatment plants would be made to comply with city code and brought into the city's water system, not in the interest of the companies owning the treatment plants. The foundation of Oregon's land use system is that urban land uses are located within urban growth boundaries pursuant to Goal 14, where they pay urban property taxes and are connected to public water and sewer services pursuant to Goal 11. The airport control tower is not even connected to a septic system, and its raw sewage is hauled away by diesel pumper trucks. I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you of Director Rue's comment about the last mile issue, okay? Again, the state's airport control tower is not connected to a septic system and hauls its raw sewage away in trucks. And it's more than a mile because I know they don't use our sewer system. Marion County informed the legislature about the water and sewer deficiencies. Quote, "Wells at the airport have at times been insufficient to provide the water necessary for businesses located at the airport. Also, septic systems are difficult to locate at the airport due to soil conditions. The provision of water and sewer service from the city of Aurora would address these deficiencies," close quote. Despite these well-documented deficiencies, the airport is determined that annexation and connection to public water and sewer is not in its interest. New urban development is supposed to pay a proportional share for the public infrastructure to serve it by building public improvements and paying system development charges. But the developers at the Aurora Airport have not provided public improvements, nor paid any system development charges for water or sewer. They have successfully gamed the land use system to avoid these taxes and utility costs that are routinely paid at every other airport in Oregon that serves private jets. Salem's mayor rightfully complained to the legislature that this was unfair competition with its own airport. Today's staff report focuses on the administrative rule, but there are more fundamental Goal 11 and Goal 14 issues involved. We ask the commission to step in and actively help us to fix this problem. Thank you for your consideration, and copies of the legislative testimony that I referred to were emailed to Ms. Johnson about a half an hour ago. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer and Mayor Asher. Very much appreciate you bringing this to our attention. And just for background for commissioners, well, there's been a long history of the Aurora Airport, I think, on a number of things. But in Jim's director's report, there is a description of a recent Court of Appeals case that prompted this discussion. I don't want to get too deeply into this, but that is one reason why the city folks decided to come today to make us aware of the broader issues relative to Goal 14 and Goal 11. So we appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else sort of signed up for this particular topic before I ask commissioners for questions? I think the other people signed up are for different topics. So questions from commissioners.
If there are no questions from commissioners, I just want to issue a thank you to the two of you. Great presentation. I don't have to tell you because you live in Aurora, but it has been difficult through the last several administrations to get such a clear statement of desire and intent. And so thank you to both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would echo that, definitely. And there's much more that the commission will need to learn about these issues at a future date, but thank you for coming and testifying today.
Thank you for having us.
The next person signed up is, thank you, Anna Molina from Toxics.
Hey, you just beat the road, man.
Good morning, dear Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Melina. I'm the statewide Environmental Justice Projects Manager for Beyond Toxics. During the 2021 legislative session, Beyond Toxics, the NAACPs of Oregon and other organizations across the state led a campaign for equity and land use called HB 488. While the bill ultimately did not pass this legislative session, it did shed light on the need for equity in our land use decision-making process. And in light of the strong support for the outcomes that HB 2488 would have accomplished, it is encouraging to see that DLCD is pursuing various avenues to ensure equity, including the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking and the Every Mile Counts process. We are particularly supportive of plans to update Goal 1 relating to public engagement with input from the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee. Again, Oregon is starting from a point of historical inequities and systemic practices that have impacted both people and land. Land use decisions are being made every day that fail to consider climate hazards, while some actually increase the vulnerability of Oregon communities to fire, smoke, landslides, erosion, pollution, and other climate hazards. This vulnerability is borne disproportionately by communities of color, very low-income communities, and other historically marginalized communities. These vulnerabilities compound the burdens communities across Oregon are already facing as a result of land use decisions that put their homes and schools where the air and water is more polluted. These communities often lack amenities that privileged communities often take for granted, are inaccessible, including open space, bike trails, and safe sidewalks. We want to applaud the Commission's commitment to increasing equity and urge DLCD to continue to meaningfully prioritize equity in climate and land use planning. We specifically recommend that the Commission actively support the urgent and necessary work needed to amend Goal 1 to secure equitable outcomes for impacted communities. We also ask for transparency and ample engagement opportunities as the agency develops its plans to support equity, including from cities and counties in both urban and rural areas, to ensure that they can be successful in achieving equity and climate resiliency. So again, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the department's efforts to increase equity.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. I really appreciate you being here today. Questions from commissioners? Don't see any hands up. Oh, Commissioner Pearmine.
Not a question, but just extending gratitude for taking the time with us to share this important message. And so just really want to thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And then we have an additional person that signed up just recently. Oh, Mr. Paz, Mr. Paz Jr., please go for discussion.
Mr. Paz, could you unmute, please?
Okay. Am I heard now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chairman MacArthur, commissioners, my name is Artemio Paz Jr. I've lived at 86950 Cedar Flat Road in Springfield on a 40-acre woodland lot in the Western Cascades of the Lower Mackenzie Valley for 53 years. Our property is a ridgetop piece with an elevation of anywhere from 1,500 to 1,740 foot elevation, with a mixed age and mixed species forest dominated by Doug fir, western red cedar, hemlocks, and 9 other conifers and hardwood species within a unique chemical-free FSC certified biodiverse landscape. While I believe our woodland and its goal for forestry category has been an appropriate land use designation, I now feel that climate change requires that the Commission further articulate Goal 4 aims and purposes. At a time of climate crisis and biodiversity endangerment, Oregon's rich biomass landscapes in the Western Cascades and coastal mountains are essential to address the governor's Executive Order 20-04. Goal 4 needs to reassess its conceptual framework to encourage a carbon-focused forestry management approach to mitigate atmospheric CO2, enhance forest biodiversity, and ecosystem benefits. The Commission currently has 3 active pilot projects for the exploration of low-cost housing. I suggest that community socioeconomic well-being be advanced through pilot projects focused on plans for balanced climate, carbon-focused forest management, and biodiversity. Oregon's historic extractive timber policies in many watersheds continue to this day to compromise and greatly diminish the CO2 carbon sink potential of Oregon forestry. Consequently, I recommend that the Commission designate forestry biomass pilot projects to explore policies that advance and elevate carbon sink structures in the Western Cascades forests of Lane and Douglas counties on privately owned woodlots. Thank you very much, and that's the extent of my comment. And I felt that the Goal 4 needed that climate adjustment so that its relevance to the people of Oregon is current. Thank you very much for your patience and your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paz. That was really interesting. I hadn't thought about that perspective. And for the audience out there, Goal 4 is the forestry goal, just so folks know that. And I'm assuming you're also connecting with the forestry department because some of it is management practice, some of it is designation. So, and I'm assuming given how articulate you are on the issues, you're pursuing all your options on that or avenues. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Paz? Don't see any.
Again, great thanks, sir.
Yes. Great, seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Paz. And I think that is the end of our public comment. Thanks to everyone who was here. I learned a lot from each of you. Appreciate that. We will take a moment to set up for agenda item number 4, which is implementation of House Bill 2001 and 2003. And as part of that, we are going to welcome folks from the city of Bend. We're going to first hear from Ethan, but welcome folks from the city of Bend. We're very excited to hear about what Bend is doing. And I understand from staff that Bend is the first city in the state to adopt their rules to implement House Bill 2001. So congratulations is in order. Take it away, Ethan.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. Welcome, commissioners. Thanks for having me today. Good morning. Yeah, just like Chair MacArthur mentioned, I will be talking through some of the information related to the implementation of House Bill 2001. We'll talk just briefly about House Bill 2003, but then I will wrap this up in probably about 15 minutes, and I really want to get to the City of Bend and their presentation and the folks there. So if you do have questions, please let me know. We'll take a moment to pause for questions of DLCD staff just before we go into the City of Bend's presentation. And so here we go. So the desired outcome of this is really just an update. There's no action that we're requesting of the commission as part of this agenda item today. This is an agenda item that commission had asked for when we were working through the House Bill 2001 and 2003 rulemaking process, just wanting to hear about how it's going. What are the issues, what are the successes, and what are the challenges? So we will talk through all of those today. Here's a quick look at the overview of the agenda. We'll just talk through some of the technical support and resources that we as DLCD staff are providing to cities as they embark upon implementing House Bill 2001 and House Bill 2003. We'll talk some about the grant funding and the incredible amount of funding that we were allocated to relay to cities so they can continue this work. I want to tease out an important piece of the rules for a conversation that we'll have at the next meeting in November related to master plan communities. And of course, we'll hear from the City of Bend. So this slide, I debated whether I should even include it because I hope and I think that we're all kind of familiar with the requirements of House Bill 2001 at this point. For medium cities, the deadline has come and gone. We had a conversation at our last meeting in July about some of the statistics and how those medium cities have adopted middle housing compliant codes. And for large cities, that deadline is still not until June 30th of 2022, which is honestly right around the corner for those cities. So they are in the thick of it in terms of working through code adoptions and drafts and amendments and so on and so forth. And then in the City of Bend's case, we'll see that they are kind of coming to an end as well. So we are in kind of a wide range of spectrum in terms of where cities are in the process. We'll also talk a little bit about the infrastructure-based time extension request. For those medium cities, that deadline obviously has come and gone, and we've approved one of those for the City of Newburgh. For large cities, we got an application from the City of Forest Grove, and we'll talk a little bit about that. All right, so in terms of technical support, we have been working with cities on a regular basis, on a continual basis, to ensure that they feel like they have the information and the access to guidance documents and resources so that they can actually take that information and make good on the compliance with House Bill 2001. So we've got a series of kind of guidance documents that we've been publishing and updating along the way. and those are included on the DLCD website. Here's some of the highlights. We've got some siting and design standards. The functionality of the siting and design standard processes in the OARs is can be a little complex and confusing at times. So we've created this kind of flow chart so cities can kind of look and see where they need to go in terms of how they can apply particular siting and design standards. One big topic of conversation nowadays is House Bill 2001 interacting with Senate Bill 458. And you might remember Senate Bill 458 is a middle housing land division bill that requires cities to allow property owners to subdivide land into smaller units of land to accommodate middle housing development. There's also lots of interaction with the different various statewide planning goals and how middle housing works within those contexts. So there's a guidance document about Goal 5 historic districts, about Goal 15 Willamette Greenway, about Goal 10 housing and the findings related to housing affordability. So all of those are provided on the DLCD website. We've been sending them out to local governments through the regional representatives and in individual conversations. And of course, we'll be continuing to update these guidance documents as we learn more from cities and the issues and the questions that they have related to implementation. The other piece of one of the primary ways that we are supporting local governments in this time of implementation is these open forums. And really this is, it goes a little bit beyond just these open forums that we host every first Monday of the month. And we have, we're continually getting questions or requests of cities to come and talk to city councils or planning commissions or planning directors meetings for particular counties. And so the housing team has really been focusing in on having those conversations because we really feel that they are a really valuable way for us to interact with cities and answer their questions and help city planners in those local governments wrestle with some of those tough issues that they've been running up against. So these open forums are a just kind of standing meeting that we host each month to kind of collect those questions and then have the chance to respond to some of those questions either during that meeting or in a written form after the meeting. They're 90 minutes long. We have them, they sometimes don't last all 90 minutes, just depending on the questions. We really, of late, have been noticing that these meetings are more, have been switching a little bit. The conversation has been switching a little bit from rule interpretations and kind of understanding what the rules mean, and more about change management at the local government in terms of how city planners have conversations with city councilors and planning commissioners and members of the public who are questioning how the city is going about implementation of House Bill 2001. So I think that just relates to the, just the point we are in the process in terms of we're going from drafting rules to having conversations about the drafted rules and tweaking those to fit our community needs the best. So that's been a really interesting thing to notice and as part of those meetings, just the change in topic. So I'm going to move into the infrastructure-based time extension request. You might remember this is the extension or the request for an extension of time to apply middle housing provisions in a particular area of a city due solely on infrastructure deficiencies in that area. We received one application from the city of Forest Grove for that kind of large cities cohort. That application for Forest Grove was actually initially deemed incomplete. We had a couple of questions about the area of the IBTR that they were requesting, wanted more information about the transportation impacts and some of the stormwater impacts in a particular portion of Forest Grove. And we've had conversations with the planner at Forest Grove just about, what more information we do need to make a determination on that. We've submitted that incomplete letter and they have until next week to provide additional information to DLCD for us to make that decision. All right. So the next piece is really kind of taking the lion's share, I think, of the housing team's time at this point. And that is getting the grant funding that we were allocated from the legislature as part of the 2021 session out the door and into the hands of the local governments to do the work that we've requested of them and the legislature has required of them. And so you might remember the legislature initially allocated $2.5 million to the LCD to provide technical assistance for both House Bill 2001 and 2003. And then towards the end of session, House Bill 5006 allocated an additional $2 million for technical support and capacity building to increase housing choice and housing affordability. So packaged together, that is exactly $4.5 million. We are working our way through getting that money in the hands of the local governments. So at this point in time, and at the end of September 2021, we have been able to provide notice to award letters to all the cities who have requested House Bill 2001 funding. We prioritize that funding because there's a timeline associated, there's a deadline associated with House Bill 2001 implementation. We really wanted to front load that work and get that in the hands of the city so they could begin those processes. For House Bill 2003 and other housing planning work, we are in the process of reviewing those applications now. We've received 66 requests for that funding, which has taken us some time to review and make sure that we're able to fund all of those projects and working with cities to refine budgets and scopes. But we anticipate that the first batch of the notice to award letters will go out to those cities requesting House Bill 2003 funding as early as next week, potentially around Tuesday. So we're excited to kind of clear that hurdle, finish reviewing those applications, and begin kind of the scope refining and getting those projects kicked off. So on this item, this is a big item that we will be talking about in the November meeting, but I kind of wanted to tease it a little bit and tee it up for the commission. So you might remember, if we take a step back into 2020, at the end of 2020, when the commission was adopting all of the House Bill 2001 rules, we had one of the major conversations we had as part of those rule adoption meetings was related to how middle housing should be treated in kind of greenfield, newly developing areas of cities, particularly in master plan communities, and how cities should be allowing middle housing in those areas. And then in conjunction with that, how cities should be planning for the infrastructure to accommodate that middle housing development in those areas that do not have existing infrastructure systems already in place. And so you might remember, as part of the rule adoption, we asked LCD to redirect staff to study the viability, the feasibility, and the functionality of that particular section of the rules. And that is OAR 660 Division 46-205. And so we have been having some conversation, increasingly have been having conversations with cities about how this is working, what are the issues they're experiencing with these master plan community rules, and how they're doing infrastructure planning. And really what it boils down to is the rules establish a process where we use unit density as a proxy for infrastructure planning, which really creates some major issues for local governments in terms of how they finance the infrastructure that needs to be in place for middle housing in these new greenfield areas, and how we can make sure that we're not overbuilding infrastructure for the neighborhood that's going to result, that's going to grow over time. So we will have much more detail about that, but I just wanted to kind of point it out that this will be kind of where this presentation goes at our November meeting, really focused in on our efforts to try to remedy some of those issues that cities are experiencing. So that's the extent of my quick overview. I wanted to pause there and see if there's any questions from commissioners before we jump into the folks at the City of Bend.
Thank you, Ethan, and to you and the entire housing staff. It's pretty exciting that you folks have moved from just a year ago, I think it was a year ago, October 2020, that the commission adopted the rules. And it feels to me like staff at the department as well as the local level has moved very quickly into moving from planning, rulemaking to implementation. And I think a lot of the things you're describing are really aids to implementation and getting housing on the ground. So thank you so much for everything you're doing, and so quickly. It's very exciting. Commissioners, any questions for Ethan before we ask the City of Bend to talk to us. I'm not seeing any, but I can't see hands, and but I haven't gotten a text from Casaria or from Esther. So why don't we invite City of Bend to? Oops, yes. Oh, never mind. Sorry, something else happened. Great. Okay,
Right.
so City of Bend, thank you. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'll introduce the folks that we'll be hearing from today. And while I do that, I'll ask somebody from the City of Bend to kind of get ready with their presentation so that they can share that with you. But the reason why we have asked the City of Bend to come and present to you today about their process with House Bill 2001 is because the process is happening very quickly in terms of the timeline. The City of Bend has been, I think, even before the rules were adopted, kind of already laying the groundwork for some of the things that they were going to be doing to comply with House Bill 2001. So I know that Pauline has been, continually involved and really striving to comply with House Bill 2001 in a timely manner, because we all know that the City of Bend is experiencing quite a housing crisis at the moment. So, and I did want to kind of highlight that the City of Bend and congratulate them that the City Council has preliminarily adopted House Bill 2001 compliant codes, and that was last week. And to our understanding, that is the first large city. City of Bend is the first large city in the state to make that adoption. So congratulations to them, and I'm sure they'll talk all about that in their presentation. And we have 4 folks from the City of Bend. We have City Councilor Melanie Keebler, we have Planning Commission Chairperson Scott Winters, we have Housing Director Lynn McConnell, and Senior Planner Pauline Hardy to talk with you all today. So without further ado, I will hand it over to those folks.
Hi everyone, I'm Lynn McConnell, the Housing Director for City of Bend. And Ethan, if it's okay for you to stop, oh, there we go. I'm gonna start sharing. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So thanks so much for having us, Chair, Commissioners, and Director Rue, and wanted to particularly send a call out to Ethan and staff at DLCD, who has been just so tremendously helpful to us throughout this process. So I thought that what we would do is talk about our perspective from a city who was supportive of House Bill 2001 and had begun some of this work prior to House Bill 2001 introduction. So wanted to start with our sort of middle housing timeline. We really began work in earnest in 2014 with the introduction of the Cottage Code, which was adopted in 2015. Our style in Bend is to implement and then to revisit, which is what happened with nearly every housing type that we'll mention today. We're on our second or third or more iteration of cottages and certain types of plexes. What's made us successful, in my opinion, is to use our industry experts to help us shape a code that works. So that's what we did. We convened a technical advisory group in 2019 to help us figure out how best to refine our code to comply and to introduce 4 plexes to our RS zone, which was a goal of council even before House Bill 2001. Pauline will talk a little bit more about that stakeholder group as we move through this presentation. The first year or so, that stakeholder group was pretty quiet. And then at some point it became clear that our representatives from neighborhoods were not effectively working with their constituents to keep them apprised and get feedback. And things began to blow up a little bit. There was lots of misinformation, a lack of understanding of what was or was not in our control, frustration that Goal 1 says we get a say, and a perception that we, City of Bend, weren't aligning with Goal 1 since we were still talking about introducing these housing types, and while we were getting feedback from folks who did not believe that these housing types should be part of our residential standard zone. So we retooled. And we began doing a lot more outreach, and I was tasked with providing the context and the framework under which we were operating. So we started with a discussion of the problem we're trying to solve. What is affordable housing, and what community members is a House Bill 2001 trying to help, which we frame that really as the group that's above the qualifying ranges for affordable housing. And this group really relies on the market, not subsidy, to get to affordability. We also talked extensively about supply challenges, both in Oregon and nationally, had a lot of graphics having to do with this. Many of you have probably seen this. It's from an Eco Northwest report to the legislature a number of years ago, showing how few household or housing starts there were per new household formations in Oregon during a certain time frame. We also talked extensively about the history of redlining and the FHA and how exclusionary zoning was based in all the same principles. So we looked at info on how redlined areas perform currently in metrics such as life expectancy, health, social vulnerability, et cetera, in part because of exclusionary zoning and how the same principles of exclusion have continued even though redlining has been outlawed for a number of years. We also talked a lot about how scholars and academics across the country really identified exclusionary zoning as one of the greatest civil rights issues of our time. This was largely before the George Floyd incident happened and before sort of some of the more recent civil unrest, but a very good indication that this is a critical issue in achieving equity in our communities. And before handing it over to Pauline, I wanted to comment that it's my belief that those writing the code, really all of planning, should have a neutral perception in the community. I think that that's really important to make sure that the code does not feel like it's biased in some way. And so we really changed sort of or adjusted the roles of staff within the city to try to ensure that I kind of came in with a little more of an advocacy approach and could provide some more of that context and take a little bit of the burden maybe from Pauline, who it was so important to remain neutral in the public's eyes. And so I feel like that's a really effective approach to take for cities, is to kind of divide and conquer those roles. And the folks who need to sort of speak up for why this code is important may not be the right folks to also be writing the code. And so for what that's worth, that's one of the small learnings from City of Bend that I thought was worth passing along. So wanted to end before I hand over with this slide. This is actually a historic building, or a building in our historic district. What you're looking at is a duplex, but there's actually a third unit on the site. I have no idea how it was originally permitted, but part of why I love this is because this development really doesn't fit into any of the boxes that we have sort of arbitrarily, created for what housing should look like. I have no idea how it was permitted, but it's cute and attractive. And I think that that really represents well kind of what the spirit of House Bill 2001 is about. Let's see what we can get done on our lots and move forward from there. So with that, thank you so much. And I'll hand it over to Pauline.
Thank you, Lynn. Good morning, everybody. That is Lynn's favorite duplex or triplex. She has it in every presentation. And I agree, Lynn, it's really cute. So as Lynn mentioned, when we went through our process to implement House Bill 2001, we were asked by City Council and worked with our Planning Commission on creating a stakeholder advisory group. Their role was to help go through the requirements and advise staff on what amendments they felt were appropriate based on their expertise, or several of them are just representing neighborhoods. And so we worked with them. We created the committee in 2019 through our Planning Commission, who acted as our committee for citizen involvement. And because the rulemaking wasn't quite done, we took our time and implemented some other council goals, which were to look at small dwelling unit type developments and micro units. They were calling them single room occupancy at the time. And so we worked with this advisory group and drafted amendments which were adopted in October. For micro units, those are units that are like apartments, but they don't have full kitchens, they have shared kitchens, and they're restricted to 400 square feet or smaller. And we do actually have an application in for our first large micro unit development in Bend. And the other one is called small dwelling units. And that is to allow small houses, and they can only be up to 800 square feet. You can also have an accessory dwelling unit, but the caveat is that you have to, or the incentive, I guess, is that you get to build these on very small lots, so 1,500 square feet. And since this has been adopted, we've had several partitions and land divisions come in. So there's definitely a lot of interest in this small dwelling unit type development, which tells me there is interest in smaller homes. Once those were adopted, we started working with our stakeholder advisory group. And even though the rulemaking wasn't done, we definitely had some drafts that we could start educating the stakeholder advisory group on. So we started meeting in September of last year with the group looking at middle housing. So we're looking at obviously duplexes, triplexes, quads, townhomes, and cottage clusters. Our code prior to the adoption of these new middle housings already addressed some amendments for duplexes. We did already allow triplexes in several of our zoning districts as well as townhomes. And we already had a cottage cluster or a cottage development, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about that. Next slide. So the makeup of the stakeholder advisory group shifted a little bit. So with the first phase, when we looked at the micro units and the small dwelling unit developments, we really had a number of architects and developers on our committee and one representative from the neighborhood associations, which was a little bit overwhelming for her because, you know, it's very technical to go through these type of amendments. And so once those were adopted, it was apparent we needed to involve more neighborhood associations on the stakeholder advisory committee. So we came up with 15 members for the second phase. And we wanted representation from not only the development community and neighborhoods, but also from our committees that the city uses so that they could provide feedback to their boards and get the word out that we're working on these amendments. So we had a council member, planning commission member. We have a member that was from our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee for the city of Bend, and she also happens to be an architect. We have small designers and large. So we had representation from like Polish and Hayden, but we also had Jesse Russell, who's done cottages and small dwelling unit developments. We had representation from Central Oregon Builders Association, Central Oregon Land Watch, and 1,000 Friends. And then we wanted to make sure again that we had plenty of representation for the neighborhood. So we have a Neighborhood Leadership Alliance committee. And so 2 of the members from that committee who are also on boards for neighborhood associations were representing. And then we had 3 additional neighborhood associations represented from the city of Bend. So really it was a total of 5 people, 6 actually, that were representing neighborhood associations. So a much better group to work through the House Bill 2001 amendments. Next. So we as a group met 11 times. Each meeting was about 2 hours. And in the very beginning, it was very technical. We went through what you see on the screen is just a snap of what we worked on. I created an Excel chart for every single OAR or model code requirement, and then compared it to what the city of Bend today requires. So for example, on the screen, you see quadplexes, and we went through line by line, and we would look at what's required today for a quadplex, what is required or allowed, I should say, in the Oregon administrative rules, and what's allowed in the model code. And then we would have a big discussion about each item. And if there wasn't consensus on which one to use, either the OARs or the model code, then we did go to a vote. And that didn't happen very often. But when it did, it gave direction on which of the amendments we would move forward with. Next. So once we went through the Excel chart, I was tasked with drafting the actual amendments based on the Stakeholder Advisory Group's recommendations. And we did not use the alternative siting and design. The Stakeholder Advisory Group did discuss that, but we were more in favor of what was already allowed under the OARs and the model code versus going through what felt almost like an unknown process because the time involved to draft those findings and analysis and not knowing whether or not they would even be approved when you do propose something that is alternative just made it seem like it was a simpler process just to use what's already allowed in the code. And we did have a lot of support for what's already allowed. So for density, we followed the Oregon administrative rules in the model code and eliminated density for all the uses. The one was the townhomes where it had some different ways of calculating density, but for ease of calculation for the planners as well as developers when they're proposing a mix of uses. So it might be single family duplexes and townhomes. We want to make sure it was easy to calculate density. So we just eliminated it for all types of uses. The lot sizes, we went with the Oregon administrative rules and the model code and reduced the lot sizes basically to match what's allowed for a single family home. And a majority of our zoning is standard density residential. So in that case, which a single family home is allowed on a 4,000 square foot lot, we are now going to allow duplexes, triplexes, and quads on 4,000 square foot lots. The parking, we went with the Oregon administrative rules for the most part in the model code. However, for triplexes, the stakeholder advisory group and council supported reducing or eliminating minimum parking requirements for the triplexes, which is still in compliance with House Bill 2001, but wasn't necessarily an option. So for duplexes, triplexes, and cottage clusters, the council moved for the first reading not to have any parking minimums for those uses. And then for townhomes, it will be 1 space per unit. The floor area ratio we revised, but it's very minimal, which is much more flexible than what we require today. We didn't make any changes to lot coverage or setbacks. We're going to use those to help control the massing and scales of our buildings versus the floor area ratio. The council at the first hearing last week did recommend and support approval of increasing the height for each district by an additional 5 feet to help with articulation of roof lines. We did adopt the design standards that were provided in the model code or very closely for the garage door widths, the front door orientation, as well as a new one for us will be the percentage of window coverage. We deleted some barriers known as residential compatibility standards that probably had good intentions years ago to provide a transition between new and old neighborhoods, but with the need for housing, that was actually a huge barrier. And then accessory dwelling units was part of the House Bill 2001. We have eliminated the parking requirements. And it is a good example, as Lynn said, when we do amendments for certain types of uses, we always come back and do more amendments when needed to encourage more types of housing to be built. Next. So for our cottage clusters, City of Bend actually already had a cottage development, and it's a little bit more flexible than what was allowed in the House Bill 2001 requirements. So we actually now will have 2 cottage developments that a developer can choose to build. One is our current one, cottage developments, and then we did adopt the cottage clusters in compliance with the model code. We are very flexible with this one. We are, like I said, there's not going to be any parking requirements. Then if a developer would like to put parking in, we made it clear to the community that they can still put in as much parking as they want. We're just not going to tell them how much they need. And then the next slide, please, Lynn. So this is an example of accessory dwelling units. And I imagine, we'll probably go through this exercise again in a couple of years for the plexes to make them even more flexible. So in 2016, you can see our ADU count doubled. And that is because we did a code amendment to remove a conditional use permit. We still weren't seeing as many accessory dwelling units as we wanted to. So we did another amendment in 2019 and removed the parking requirements, which was required by the bill. And then you could see the jump. We went from 92 ADUs to 124. And then this year, we already have 47 that are approved and 34 that are under review. So I imagine we'll be over 100 again this year when it comes to our accessory dwelling units. And the point of this, again, is just to show that, we constantly are revisiting things when we hear from developers that this isn't working or those setbacks are restrictive or maybe the height's restrictive. That we need to revisit and make it more flexible so we get these types of units that we want in the city of Bend. Next. On the public outreach, I know there's a lot on this slide. I just wanted to highlight what the city of Bend chose to do, which is different than what I've heard the city of Eugene did, where they did a lot of public outreach before drafting the code. Our intention was to work with the experts and with neighborhood associations on drafting a code, then do the public outreach. That way the public has something to review and understand what is being proposed. So we held our 11 stakeholder meetings. Once that was done, the draft was available and I emailed it to hundreds of people that were interested in the project. We created a web page in May with all the documents, all the meetings on it so people can educate themselves. We did a lot of social media, so it was on Nextdoor and Facebook. We did lots of presentations before, like the American Institute of Architects, to our own city committees, as well as in July, we did an informational session. Of course, it was on Zoom, but the entire city was invited to join and listen to presentations and get educated on what the proposed amendments were. We held work sessions with the Planning Commission and City Council. And then in July, the Planning Commission had their public hearing and recommended support of the entire draft unanimously to the City Council. And then last week, the City Council conducted their first reading and recommended approval of the amendments. They did do a couple of their own amendments, which was to eliminate the parking for cottage clusters. They proposed to increase the height by 5 feet for each residential district, as I mentioned. And then we also had a concern about short-term rentals with this project, because we know the intent is to provide more housing for people who live and work in Bend, not necessarily provide an opportunity for someone to build more short-term rentals. So we put a restriction on these types of uses in the city of Bend. So basically, if you have more than one dwelling unit on a property, only one of those can be a short-term rental, not all of them. So if you build a fourplex, only one can be a short-term rental, not all 4 of the units. And that's if they meet all the other requirements, including our spacing standards. And I think that is all I had to offer. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our story with you.
Thank you. And do we have your counselor that's going to, Counselor Keebler, that's going to speak as well, or is that it?
Yeah, I think I would have our Planning Commissioner Chair Scott Winters kind of go first and talk about his experience and any feedback he has, and then I'll finish it up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, hello and good morning. Thanks for having us. Again, my name is Scott Winters, and I'm the chair of the City of Bend's Planning Commission. And I was also a part of the Stakeholder Advisory Group that worked with the city staff to craft the changes of our development code as related to House Bill 2001. So I'm here today to provide you with a little insight into the implementation of House Bill 2001 at the Planning Commission level. And so when working on the code update through the advisory group, we knew this was going to be a significant deviation from the traditional method of development Bend has experienced in the past. And it was going to be something that would generate a lot of interest. And it did. Leading up to our public hearing, the Planning Commission received more emails of public testimony regarding this development code update than all of our other agenda items in the last few years combined. And the comments represented a wide range of opinions, from strong support to strong opposition. In the testimonies that expressed opposition, I wanted to focus on these for a moment. There were some reoccurring themes that stood out. The first was a misinterpretation of what it was that the state was mandating as a result of HB 2001. Some people were under the impression that the city was the driving force behind a lot of these major code changes, instead of the city working to comply with a mandate from the state. Another reoccurring theme was a misunderstanding of what exactly was in the development code update that came out of the advisory committee. Unfortunately, there was some misinformation that made its way out, and that ended up causing some frustration. The final theme, and this is not so much a response to this particular issue as much as it is a persistent discussion item whenever development code is being discussed, was parking. And a lot of that was because the stakeholder advisory group did propose to have less parking requirements for some of these building types than the minimums proposed by the state. And this triggered some fear and uncertainty with what that would end up looking like. And at the end of most of the statements in opposition, there was commonly a plea for the city to hold off, to slow down, to wait for more public engagement. So about a week before the Planning Commission had a public hearing on the subject, our city staff held a public informational Zoom session with the community in hopes of clarifying some of these misunderstandings that were surrounding this. And there, Lynn McConnell and Pauline Hardy gave a presentation outlining the why we were updating our code and the what was being proposed. And there was a significantly high turnout of attendees at that informational session. So when it came time for the Planning Commission's public hearing, we planned for having to extend our meeting into the next day, and with the possibility of even doing a third day if needed, to provide ample opportunity for the massive amount of public testimony we were expecting. As it turns out, during our public session, we only had a dozen or so people who gave a verbal testimony, and around half of those were voices of support. And I would credit that informational session that the city put on before our public hearing and the clarification it brought as one of the driving factors for why there wasn't as much opposition as might be expected. The deliberation portion of the Planning Commission was fairly light. A few hot local topics were brought up. However, the Planning Commission knew that this was something that had been thoroughly worked through by the city staff with the advisory committee. And also, as Lynn and Pauline mentioned, and Ben, we have a pretty good track record of revisiting code changes after a period of time to see, what's worked, what hasn't, and then make the necessary adjustments. So in the end, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended the code update as proposed to the City Council. In retrospect, if we had to do it all over again, and thinking about the necessary changes that might come down the road, I believe the best strategy for future bills with substantial statewide changes to the development code would be most effective if the state were to take the lead in terms of that higher level of outreach and education and really addressing kind of the broad strokes of what the bill is intending. In this instance, it seemed that each of the cities was having to explain both why this change was needed, as well as adopting it to their local community. Often in discussions dealing with development code, we talk in terms of setbacks, square footages, parking, and we're using a language that is steeped in technical nuances to solve complex problems. And the dilemma that often arises when talking with the general public who isn't as fluent in the language of code is that they hear something very different. When we talk about needed changes to code, they're hearing changes to their memories at a very visceral level. So whether it's the emotions they feel about their sleepy mountain town from their childhood, or the retirement community they've decided to settle down in, or the vibrant little city they've chosen to raise their family, there's always a fear that these changes will take that away from them. So having a unified statewide voice really explaining what challenges we are facing and how these changes are the best to provide that emotional security and meet those challenges would go a long way in alleviating many of those fears. And then cities can focus more on further crafting that message and those changes at a local community-based level. Thank you, and that is a little snippet of what the Planning Commission experienced with this endeavor. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. And I'll just talk briefly, and then I wanted to leave some time in case there were some questions or discussion. But so my name is Melanie Keebler. I'm a Bend City Councilor. I was elected in the fall of 2020 in the November election. So I'm coming into this process after a previous council already kicked it off and initiated it. I do want to talk a little bit about why I think Bend was able to get to this point where we did this first as the first large city. And I want to say there were 4 new councilors elected in this cycle. And almost all of us, I think all of us ran with mention of HB 2001, with mention of housing as a top campaign issue, as a top issue for the city and everyone in it. And understanding this process was coming, and it was something, frankly, that we campaigned on. And I also say that I specifically talked about parking and regulations and all of that as well when running for office, as the topic I got really interested in as something that I think we can reform. So when we were voted in, there was this sense of political will that we wanted to move very quickly on the housing issue and use every tool that we could to look at it. I initiated just a conversation to start to talk about, can the city work on our parking minimum requirements, separately outside of HB 2001. But I think it was that environment that the stakeholder group was operating, understanding that a majority of council was interested in that topic and seeing what we could do to reduce barriers to housing, that I think helped result in some of the resulting code language that we are going to be adopting. Just also talking about some of the feedback and the groups that were involved with giving us feedback. Ben does have, it's newish, but a YIMBY group, a Yes in My Backyard group that was very interested in this topic. We also saw people from neighborhood associations, especially the folks that were sitting on boards or were part of the kind of higher up part of the neighborhood associations, giving feedback, and then on the side organizing themselves to oppose or to ask for a slowdown of this process. They created a website. Somebody bought a full page ad in the local paper, so there was definitely that voice as well. And I think it was interesting because the conversation from a lot of people and some of the feedback we got was at that policy level of like, I don't think we should do this. I don't think we should have these housing types in these places in our city. And we were a lot of times having to redirect and saying that conversation has sort of happened at the legislature and at the state level. Now we are here in this guardrails. Here's what we need to do. Here's what we have to do. And here's what the state has told us to do. And sort of, I still don't think many people in the public fully understand that. So I think I would echo what Scott said about early outreach in the rulemaking process, and maybe even some unified talking points or resources similar to what Lynn showed, as to give that high level like policy background, like why is the state asking cities and requiring cities to do this, and that can help us then message that out to the community to give them the why, so they can understand when we say no, this is something we have to do, we can only do this and this, but to connect it to that policy objective, because many people were not paying attention when the bill passed. They were not part of that conversation. And so I think that's important for all the reasons Scott said, to connect the dots there. Luckily, we had staff and resources and the availability to do that. But, thinking of other cities, smaller cities, do they have those resources? Do they have a LIN? Probably not. So what can be done from the state level to trickle down those resources and say, here's the talking points about why this bill was passed in the first place. So I think that's probably all I want to say at this point. I do think this feedback can hopefully be helpful in informing, connecting the dots to your climate friendly rules. And I was encouraged by that discussion earlier about thinking about these same things. How do you message out to the community? Because it is very difficult in this day and age of social media, email campaigns, all of that, for the city to just try to correct misinformation. It felt like that was what we were doing a lot of, not necessarily that we were putting out information and asking questions, but that we were getting people writing to us and saying, well, what about this? And what about this? And we had to correct it. And that's just harder to do. So the more we can get in front of it, up front in the process, and say, hey, public, we want you to be involved, even in the rulemaking, so you understand what's coming down to your city and why, would be great. And I think I'll just end by just mentioning there just is a tension in Oregon land use where we have this goal of public involvement, but we don't give the public the right to stop specific projects, to stop specific land use decisions, or to stop progress. And so that people feel that tension. They said, well, I was able to speak, but did it really do anything? And so we did try to highlight at our meeting when we did our first adoption of this code, there were amendments that we made that were based on public feedback, a big one being the short-term rental one. And so there were things that changed, small things, I think, for some people in their mind, but it did make a difference to have that public input and to have people writing into us. And that's something I think we just need to keep talking about and emphasizing, where they can have that influence and how it can change how the code is written and approved. So I'll stop there and see if we have questions.
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you for the other folks and the commissioner from the Planning Commission and staff. I'm sort of blown away. This is so helpful to have each of your perspectives take us through how to get something like this done and the challenges and opportunities thereof. And you're right, Counselor, there's a lot of parallels between this work and the climate friendly work, and we'll talk about that later on today. I have a couple of questions relative to that, but first of all, I just really thank you for the work, the leadership you provided, and the wherewithal to get this done. So it's very, very exciting to me. I'd like to open it up to fellow commissioners to ask questions, and then I will have a few questions toward the end. So, commissioners.
Commissioner Jacobson has her hand up.
Commissioner Jacobson and then Commissioner Piermine. Thank you. Now I see the hands. Why don't I see them before? Thank you.
Esther always has your back.
Chair. I'm just blind. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Not so much a question, but I just wanted to say that you have turned me on to a new term. I've, of course, heard of NIMBYs, not in my backyard, but I have never heard of what you call YIMBY, which is yes in my backyard. So thank you for that. We call it NIMO, not in my ocean. So I guess I need to make a yes in my ocean category as well. But anyway, thank you for sharing that.
And just for the Bend folks, Commissioner Jacobson is from the coastal area. So that's why the ocean perspective. Commissioner Piermine.
I'm just going to jump on echo the thanks for your leadership on a local level. It is extraordinary to see you rolling out this work and to do it so thoughtfully, community-minded, and I'm just finding it really inspiring. And I especially appreciate the calls for more communication. I think that is, and we're in a time that we've never been in before related to information and polarization. So I think that just we're in accepting where we are while also really being clear on what specifically would be helpful from a communication. I think having those streamlined talking points that I'm sort of more of the layperson on this commission from the perspective, I'm not a planner, but so I hear loud and clear that how technical planning language can be and how to create more accessibility, how to make sure it is bilingual, multilingual, that there's really this need for, public engagement being kind of transformed. And so I think hearing from you and hearing how that is coming through on a local level is really helpful to us. So thank you.
Thanks, commissioners. Other commissioners have comments, questions? I might jump in then. And again, I'm just so excited that you're here. Thank you. I have a question specifically about Bend, and then I want to ask a question about the climate-friendly rulemaking that we're doing, kind of related to what you're doing here. What is your sense of that? I know the real estate market in Bend is really hot, and I think I've read somewhere it's one of the hottest in the market, in the country, excuse me. So what is your sense of how that aided or how did that influence your process in terms of involvement, in terms of what you were able to do, that sort of thing?
I can maybe give it a start if that's okay, and then offer it up to the other folks from Bend to jump in. Sorry about the light here. I hope I'm not too blinded. It's an awkward time of day in my office. I think that with the crazy growth that we've had and the challenges that presents, there are also opportunities. And I'd like to talk a lot about silver linings. Sometimes we need to do that. As a former affordable housing manager and now housing director for one of the fastest growing cities in the country, I look for those silver linings all day long. It has brought a different spectrum of folks to the table. And what we saw in this particular code package was a lot of folks saying, we know we need housing that's affordable, and we'd like to do it this way instead. So just that acknowledgement of we know we need this on some level was kind of a new step, I'd say. I mean, we've been feeling that way in Bend a lot more recently than I think a lot of other places, and that's part of why we were able, I think we were the only city to sort of unequivocally endorse House Bill 2001 when it was in the legislature. All of our delegation, who at the time were 3 Republicans, were in support of the bill as well and voted in support. And so I think that there is a great awareness of the needs in Bend and how we need to really think outside of the box. And I think that that has allowed us to be maybe a little bit less risk averse than some other cities. Let's give it a go, and then let's come back and revisit and see what didn't work or what did work and make it better next time. That's how we've gotten to that process, in my opinion. That said, I mean, it's all the same challenges, people asking the same questions. Is this even gonna work? Why aren't we doing all the public outreach that Eugene is doing? That was a big one. Why aren't we doing this, that, and the other? And so I think all of that sort of shaped how we will do future code writing when it comes to sort of state dictated mandates like this one. Even when we're in full support, this has really helped shape how we'll go forward.
Yeah, and I would say, Chair, the housing crunch, you know, the pandemic and everything, it just skyrocketed and it was unavoidable. You could not ignore it. And when we came into office, we do a survey every 2 years, and housing and affordability was top topic for people and top concern, which we knew from the campaign as well. So, and then, you know, I think also that kind of pressure lends itself to create these advocacy groups that are like, we need to have a voice for all of us that are renting, trying to buy a home and can't do it. We're young professionals, we're, you know, older folks, we're people with kids, and we might not be able to live here anymore. And so that voice getting elevated in the conversation, I think, was sort of a consequence of the fact of what's going on with our housing market. And I will say, you know, I think there's kind of this yes in my backyard housing advocacy movement sweeping. A lot of it's coming out of California just because of their policies and how that's affected their housing stock. But, you know, it's kind of more than just here. And I think it's bleeding into places that are experiencing that kind of crunch and providing that, like, yeah, this is something that is a nationwide problem. We even have the president, you know, issuing thoughts and ideas about parking minimums and affordable housing and all of that. So I think we're just at a moment here where it can't be ignored anymore. And there was, like Lynn said, at least that basic understanding that people have to concede that, you know, a young family is, or a nurse or a police officer, they can't even afford to buy a home here right now. And that's something that we have to tackle.
I could add to, so Melanie speaking to the yes in my backyard. I heard a lot of from the people not in my backyard. They were not convinced that the proposed amendments would actually be affordable because land prices are so high. So they almost used it against the project as a reason to stall, because they wanted us to perform analysis and data showing how the proposed amendments would actually make the development affordable. And that's where it came down to communication again, reminding them that we are proposing these amendments in compliance with the requirements in the Oregon Administrative Rules and Model Code, that we do have to look at the reduced parking requirements. We do have to look at the higher floor area ratios. And we were only working within what was allowed. And it wasn't a reason to stop the amendments that we were proposing based on not doing these analysis that they wanted.
Thank you very much appreciate that. And I could use another hour talking to you. We don't have another hour. Apologize for that, because you have so many wonderful things to impart on us. I do have we also have some public testimony, I think. The City of Bend sent us a letter on agenda item number 6 in our agenda today, and that is on the climate friendly rulemaking. I think it was your mayor that sent the letter. And I won't ask you to comment on that. That would be unfair. But some of the issues that are raised both in that letter as well as others is the approach that we have taken in rulemaking for climate friendly. But I think it has parallels to the approach we took with the housing work. There's the outcomes-based approach versus prescriptive, and it's probably on some kind of continuum. It sounds like from reading some of this work that we might not have gotten to the sweet spot on that. But I'm curious to bring this back to the housing work that you did. Do you feel like the housing rules we adopted gave you sufficient flexibility to tailor your rulemaking in the City of Bend?
That's a really good question. I think I'm the only one unmuted, so I think that means everybody else is waiting for somebody to go first. I think we were believers in House Bill 2001. And so it was a matter, and we had a lot of participation on the RAC and on the tax. We had representation from the City of Bend staff on each of those groups throughout the process. So we sort of knew what was coming. We had the ability to weigh in as we saw fit throughout that process. And we had started so much of the work that this wasn't unfamiliar to our community, despite some of the pushback at the very end. So I think it worked for us. I think the principles of the law, to me, are right on. And I think our council was right there the whole time. In terms of the parallel to the climate rules, I would just say now is the time. I would strongly encourage this group to get going on statewide outreach to the best possible you can. And so, what we've seen locally is actually today and yesterday, some editorials from our newspaper who I'd say our newspaper is largely YIMBY. We've done a lot of work with them, making sure that they understand sort of the economic dynamics of housing development and why this work is important, really, long before 2001. And there have been editorials saying, remember how angry you were that you didn't get a say about 2001? Well, you better pay attention to what's going on at the state level. And people have been shocked. Nobody knows this is happening in Bend. I mean, very few people. That's not fair to say nobody. Very few people have been aware. And so I think my perception is you will be helping also the electeds who are supportive of this work retain their seats if you get the word out early, because I think our community still, even after all the work we've done, doesn't 100% understand that this was not, the House Bill 2001 was not driven by our council and the process they're in. So coming from the housing world, I will give some credit to Oregon Housing and Community Services who, during the last downturn, when they were trying to get the word out about resources that were available, they were buying billboards in town, they were taking out newspaper ads in each of the communities that had these services and really, really going big. And whether billboards are the right idea, I don't know. But go early and go big now is my advice to you as a city who I think will be in alignment with the climate rules, whatever they end up being, as well as with 2001.
Thank you, Ms. McConnell. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to go to public, well, not unfortunately public testimony, that's going to be great, but I'm going to have to close this portion of it. But again, thank you so much for being here. Again, I learned a lot. I think my colleagues in the commission did and staff did too. So very, very much appreciate that. With that, I would like to ask Susan Crowley, who is signed up to testify on this item. Thank you for being here, Ms. Crowley, and we're going to give you 3 minutes to testify on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. My town is Hood River, and it's a town of 8,500 people, and it's a small city by any definition. And these kinds of small cities have minimal public transportation, if any. Their infrastructure can be minimal. In this age of concern over the impacts of global warming, they don't have affluent economies that can provide and protect parks and open space like Hood River and its metro. My town is built on steep hills overlooking the Columbia, and much of the older part of town has very potholey streets on steep hillsides. And some are so narrow they can only accommodate one car at a time. And yet our town recently, at the urging and encouragement of DLCD staff, enacted by right residential density provisions under the label of middle housing. Most people don't know what that means, by the way, that actually exceed levels recently enacted by Portland. That's exceed levels. And all types of middle housing are now allowed in Hood River by right, without hearing, in any residential or C1 zone. In the process, our town is negating important goals of our local comp plan. 4 to 8 times more density can occur regardless of whether nearby streets and sidewalks are capable of handling more traffic. There's no provision for more parks or open space, and we're effectively handing over to developers important decisions about the future of our small town. And we have only 8,500 people. This was done voluntarily since we don't even meet the definition of middle city, and we already allowed duplexes. Our city staff was actively encouraged and urged to adopt these Portland level standards by DLCD staff. You may think this is a good thing, but think about this. It will ultimately impact the very agricultural lands you've been created to protect. It's common sense that if you build it, they will come, and this is primarily a population explosion problem. Many refugees who are contributing to Oregon's population explosion now are refugees from California. Let me just skip down to my last paragraph since I see my time is limited. What can LCDC do to help avoid this? The full brunt of House Bill 2001 was never meant to apply to small cities like ours. The LCD can abstain from encouraging density standards incompatible with what small towns can handle in terms of infrastructure and topography. The LCD rules should explicitly indicate that small towns are exempt and are not expected to meet this level of what to them can ultimately be damaging and dysfunctional overreach. Thanks for your attention and time. I'll submit the complete comment in writing.
Thank you, Ms. Crowley. That'll be useful to have it in writing as well. Any questions for Ms. Crowley? Seeing none, I will turn it over for just one moment to Ethan to wrap it up if you need that time. Thanks again to you and the housing staff, and really just great presentation by the City of Bend. Very much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Chair and Commissioners, for the questions and commentary and discussion with the City of Bend. Ms. Crowley, I'll be very interested to see your written comments. So Esther, if I could get a copy of that when it is submitted. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan.
If I might just, forgive me, Chair, just comment, none of this was intended in any way to be personal. I recognize people are only doing what they're required to do by the state law. I do understand that.
Appreciate that point. That is true. Okay, we are going to end this agenda item and take a 15-minute break. I've kind of taken about 5 minutes of that. So the new time would be 15 minutes from now, and I think that's 10:50. Is that correct, Esther? Great, let's come back at 10:50. Thanks, everyone.
And we will continue.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We will continue with agenda item 5, DLCD 2021-23 policy agenda.
Thank you, Esther. Actually, just a quick clarification. It's I think it's the 2020. Oh, you said 2021 and 23. I'm sorry, I was confused. Okay, Sadie, welcome. Nice to see you. You have a very large topic in front of us to cover.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Indeed, I do. Thankfully, I have Emma Land at my side to help me through this large policy agenda. So good morning, commissioners, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova. It's great to be joining you. And while I have the floor, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to Commissioner Piermine for her service. I've been so inspired by your contributions, but really by the spirit and attitude of generosity that you bring to everything you do, and the open-hearted learning that just kind of shapes your comments and your attention to the things that you give it to. Your work with the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee has been very, very helpful, and I think it has helped shape our current committee, and I know it's going to carry us in our work ahead. And I'm looking forward to seeing your leadership shape the world around you wherever you go, but I want you to know that you will be missed here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sadie.
And with that, I am here today to talk with you for the second to last time. So the next time will be in November about the 2021-23 policy agenda for DLCD. Emma is here to help me, and we have Palmer waiting in the wings if we really find ourselves in a bind. So to remind you, we have presented and the Commission has approved prior to this meeting our conforming rulemaking and our legislatively directed portions of the DLCD policy agenda. So that was in July. At this meeting, we're going to present the agency's ongoing work, new policy ideas from the agency, and our long-term projects and other agency work. So I'm going to try to share my screen here. It looks like, so I think you can see this here. Let me just adjust over here so I can see a few more people. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. All right. So I think you're looking at my title slide here. So I'm going to just advance to our next slide because I've introduced the item. Did that work? There we go. So to locate you in time, here we are in September. This is the timeline from today and moving ahead through January 2022 for our policy agenda. Oops, sorry about that. Move that back over there. I have so many screens open right now. I apologize for my so after this meeting, the public comment period will begin on Monday, September 27th, so this coming Monday, and that will run through the 14th of October. Comments that we receive between the 27th of September and the 14th of October will be considered internally. We'll review them with our rural and urban teams, our natural hazards work group, when and as appropriate. With our policy team and then with DLCD leadership. And if we see that there are necessary changes based on the comments that we receive, which sometimes there are, we'll incorporate those changes into the policy agenda based on those comments, and we'll point out those differences to commissioners in November when we bring the next version. But every comment we receive in that period will appear in your packet. There may be additional comments that come in outside those times, but if it comes after the 14th, we don't have the chance to address it in the same way. So you'll still receive them, but just know that we won't be able to sort of thoroughly consider them for inclusion. And that October 14th deadline is based on the timing for commission reports in our November meeting. In addition to our public outreach, we're conducting a tribal consultation with Oregon's recognized tribes. And in specific, we have directed their attention to the policy item related to Goal 5 that's in our long-term policy projects. Though the invitation or the consultation letter offers the opportunity to comment anywhere in the policy agenda that they have interest in providing comment, it is kind of specific to that one piece and calls their attention to that. So in November, here on our timeline, you'll see that we will present the revised policy agenda for commission approval. And after that, as you will see in our next slides, the work really begins. So can I move forward this way? Yeah, buckle up. Wow. Take a minute to just appreciate this slide. The next two slides are a little bit of a wild ride, so I apologize in advance. This is a lot to kind of visually take in, so I'm just going to talk through what is on each slide. So there's two slides. This slide, as you can see on the left-hand side, represents 2022. And the slide after this is for the year 2023. I can't quite see the whole thing because of the way my share document is showing up. But you can see the blue arrows are agency directed work. The yellow arrows are legislatively directed or legislatively funded work. We've got one little sign for public hearings. We've got another for commission presentations. And then we have a star whenever we cross the finish line and finish something, complete a project, or adopt a rule. So at the top, we have our rulemaking efforts. So this is kind of all, this is Casaria's whole, well, this is one part of Casaria's whole world as our rules coordinator. So this is everything that has official public hearings and that is filed with the Secretary of State and ends up in a policy change that is based on a rule adoption. Then our policy projects underneath that don't necessarily lead to rules adoption, though they may at some point in the future. And it's a mix both of agency directed work and the legislatively funded or directed work. And we've got one up here at the top. You can see surplus lands database, which is in your policy agenda, but that is due on January 1. So all of the work will have been completed in 2021, but I wanted to represent it there just so that it kind of wasn't lost in the shuffle. And then last, we have other work at the bottom. So here is 2022. We've got our short legislative session that will come up in February. And then for the year 2023, I've blocked out in the rulemaking session just because it's typical, not because it is 100% guaranteed. the rulemaking part of the calendar for that session. It's difficult for us to engage stakeholders and the general public in a rulemaking exercise while the legislative session is going on, because there's so much to pay attention to legislatively. We've got a couple crazy pattern placeholders here. I did those in 2 colors because it could be agency directed work, it could be legislatively directed work. But we know that our calendar is likely to be full if 2022 is any representation. I also included the policy agenda for development because that is another policy project that we take on. But you can see some of these projects carry over our longer term projects. Down here at the bottom of policy projects, goal 5 and goal 1 are anticipated to take the full biennium. Could that change? Could we move them up to a rulemaking space? Absolutely, but that is contingent upon available resources, so funding, staffing, etc. So you'll get an update in a year and we'll see how things have gone since then. So I'm going to move on to our next slide. We'll just take a moment to recover from the Gantt charts. And this is the portion of the policy agenda that the Commission has already approved. So our conforming rulemaking and legislatively directed work, we brought that to the Commission early and as a separate piece in the policy agenda for a couple of reasons, but primary among them is the need to get our conforming rulemaking adopted by the end of the year, because much of it becomes effective on January 1 of the year following a long session. And that just helps local governments not to have to interpret things directly from statute, but can instead refer to the rules that are part of DLCD's sort of provenance and have that consistency between what is adopted in statute and what is represented in rule. And the legislatively directed work, some of that was time sensitive, and we really wanted to get Commission's approval and comment on it moving forward before we kind of got your approval, but we did need to initiate it. Senate Bill 762, I think, is an example of that. And I will say, while the Commission has already had the opportunity to comment on this, and to some extent the public has as well, this is all available as a full policy agenda package for the public to comment on, and I've unified it into a single document for that purpose so that people aren't referencing 3 different staff reports as they do it. But the commissioners should also feel welcome to provide comment on this today or in the future between now and the November meeting if there's anything on this legislatively directed work specifically that you think needs your comment or would benefit from your comment. Now I'm going to move on to kind of, I think it's the main event here, and I'm going to turn it over to Emma to take this on. This is our ongoing and agency directed policy work, and this is the first time we're presenting this information to you today, and it's really what the staff report that was in your packet is all about. So I will turn it over to Emma.
Thank you, Sadie. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and Commission members. For the record, my name is Emma Land, and I'm the Legislative Coordinator here with DLCD. Like Sadie said, this is kind of the bulk of what we're going to be talking about today. Our plan is to break these out by the categories that you see and just try to do a high-level overview of each. I think Sadie did a great job of explaining that lovely kaleidoscope of Gantt chart that we've got going on. But just as a reminder, in the staff report, each of these items are kind of broken up a little bit more with details so you can see what we're anticipating, what the agency impact might be, if rulemakings, the kind of details. Sadie, let's go to the next one. So this is for climate and equity category. We've filled in a couple items. Honestly, most of these items I'm pretty familiar with at this point, and I won't spend too much time on them. I will just note that these 4 items all fall under the ongoing section of our policy agenda. So for the climate-friendly equitable communities rulemaking, staff are going to be providing you with an update this I think later today, actually. So again, won't spend too much time, but this is a rulemaking that's centered around climate pollution reduction and improving equity in land use and the transportation planning. So this very robust rulemaking is currently underway. For Every Mile Counts, Director Rue mentioned this program earlier. So this is a multi-agency effort to implement the statewide transportation strategy across agencies. And this is on the policy agenda because the group of agencies involved, they use a work plan that spans a 2-year time period. And so our staff will be meeting with the other agencies who work on the next 2-year work plan. For the climate change adaptation vulnerability assessment, I'm pretty sure that Christine Shirley presented on this at the July meeting. So just to recap, DLCD received money from the legislature this session in our policy option package related to climate change adaptation. And the work here is to conduct a comprehensive vulnerability assessment. As part of a multi-agency effort, basically to result in action items that can prepare agencies with tools and plans to adapt to the changing climate that we are experiencing. So kind of related, the DLCD Climate Action Plan, the 2021 Climate Change Adaptation Framework, which is the framework that DLCD worked with 20 plus agencies on. It looks at the impacts of climate change in our state and identifies ways that we can respond to them. It calls out state agencies to create agency-specific climate action plans. So our staff will examine our current policies, the work we're doing, and identify places in our planning program where we can address climate change through the various means of automation, mitigation, and sequestration. So that's all I'm going to say for those. I'm going to turn it back over to Sadie, and she's going to touch on the housing.
Thanks, Emma. Do we want to pause? I mean, if commissioners have questions, please speak up as we're going through this, because it is kind of a lengthy presentation, and I just want to make sure we don't lose any thoughts that we might want to capture. But if there are no questions, I will move on to housing. First, whoa, congratulations, Ben. Thank you for such a great presentation on housing. Having been with the department for over 6 years now, it's so exciting to see things moving from the legislature to the policy agenda to rulemaking, and now actually seeing on the ground improvements that improve the quality of life and opportunities for Oregonians. And it's just, I think it's such a great example of the work we do at DLCD and how it has statewide benefits. And that's one of the reasons I'm so happy that I work here. So the housing items on our policy agenda for 2021-23 include the study of infrastructure to support middle housing in master plan communities. I'm so glad that Ethan gave his presentation just prior to this. It's really fresh in your mind, and he said it much better than I would be able to. So I won't go into detail because it would pale in comparison. But for those that perhaps have just joined us, this policy item is an outcome that comes from the House Bill 2001 rulemaking. At the Commission's direction, the department is working with local governments to understand how the increased density standards might affect the infrastructure requirements for a master planned community. This is the term that I only recently learned, a master plan community. And if there's anybody else watching or listening that doesn't know what that is, sort of the greenfield development where we imagine housing will take place in the future, because that's the way the land is zoned and planned. But it's an area that has yet to be built out. So kind of important follow-on work to our housing efforts with 2001 and 2003. As is the updated resources for housing production strategies. So this is a rulemaking that will sort of be annually presented to the department. We are keeping a menu of resources and updated list to help cities with the implementation of House Bills 2001 and 2003. And this is us making reference to the specific set of tools in rule. So if we don't update that every year, then we're referencing outdated resources for local communities. And this helps us stay current with the tools and possibilities and resources for local governments and make those available sort of formally through our rules. And now I'm going to turn it back to Emma to talk about the administrative policy items that we have.
Thanks. Okay, also, thank you very much, Esther. I put my headphones in. Can you all hear me better now? Is it less echoey? My little office area here doesn't have anything but plants in it. So. Okay, administrative. These items that fall under what we are calling administrative work. The two of these first items are in the agency-directed policy work, and I'll start with public records request fee updates. So basically, when people request public records from DLCD, we then request reimbursement for those fees. And as the years have progressed, the department's current reimbursement request doesn't reflect the actual costs, the process that it takes to fulfill those public records requests. And so this rulemaking would amend those associated administrative rules so that we can more accurately reflect those current costs. The next one, amendment of Division 1, update to the Department of Justice model rules. So that's a mouthful of a policy item. And well, you might look at it and kind of feel like you're trying to do math in your head and figure out what's the square root of pi. It's actually a really fairly simple item. It has to do with the Oregon administrative rules. So the department's Division 1 rule, which is procedural rules, currently references Department of Justice model rules under the Administrative Procedures Act from 2008. And it's simply outdated. So we need to undergo a rulemaking so that we can reference the current model rules from 2019, and that will bring us into compliance with the Department of Justice's requirements. And then finally, the last one, the update of employment tables. So this item is listed under ongoing work because it should actually be an annual rulemaking. It's also fairly simple. The update of employment tables is related to the simplified urban growth boundary process that's laid out in administrative rule. And the employment tables are used to determine employment land need. So when the employment department updates these tables, we then need to update them in our rule. And we're just a little bit behind on this effort. We basically need to update the tables to reflect the most recent numbers. That's hopefully fairly straightforward. So pass it back over to Sadie.
All right. This slide we're calling partnerships. Jim mentioned our state agency coordination programs in his director's report, and here you're hearing about them and seeing them again. I do think they have great potential as coordination tools. And one place we think their specific utility is in the networked partnerships that create the Oregon Coastal Management Program. I forget how many agencies, but it's somewhere in the space of like maybe 24, 25. I thought Patty was on here. She can drop me a chat or something if I've got the number far off.
Chair MacArthur, yeah. I think it's more like in 11 or 14. So we need to hone that number down. But we had 25 for the climate adaptation. But
there's
get that number committed to memory. Thank you.
Thank you. So we think there could be specific utility in that networked arrangement that makes up the OCMP and having an updated state agency coordination agreement. And for that reason, we're proposing to conduct a pilot project on updating one state agency coordination program within that network to help coordinate the work with land use generally, but with the coastal program specifically. And then part of the effort will also include an internal work group that will review how the administrative rules operate and how they should or could be updated for changes that can help support our state agency coordination programs and further advance coordination efforts across the enterprise. And so next, we will move into coastal policy items. The first of which is our Rocky Habitat Territorial Sea Plan Part 3. This work is scheduled for completion in the first part of the biennium, which is incredible because I can't remember when it wasn't on the policy agenda. It has been a very complex multi-year project. And the result will be a complete rewrite of Chapter 3, changing it from Rocky Shores to Rocky Habitat in the Territorial Sea Plan. My understanding is that OPAC, our Ocean Policy Advisory Council, is expected to recommend final language at their fall meeting. And the commission will hear about the results at a public hearing in January and then adopt the language to the Territorial Sea Plan in March of 2022. And then the next item is our telecommunications cables, pipelines, and other utilities, Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. And Emma is able to speak to this much more knowledgeably, so I'll let you handle this one.
Sure, yeah. So this item, you sort of already heard about it during our presentations earlier for the legislative updates, since it's connected to House Bill 2603. So an amendment to the Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 was already originally recommended by OPAC, the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, in May of 2020. But like David just mentioned, there was already the ongoing Part 3 amendment, and DLCD didn't necessarily have the capacity to go ahead and take up Part 4 also. So then during session, House Bill 2603 passed, and that bill directs DLCD to conduct a study and review on the placement of undersea cables, aka Part 4. So that review is going to be used to inform the upcoming Part 4 amendment. And so the idea is that we'll wait for the study to be completed and then take up the amendment.
Thank you. And finally, in our coastal suite of items, we have Goal 18, which is public ocean fronting road protection. Again, this is a policy item that falls early in the biennium. And really, if we had to kind of paraphrase this, we would say we're protecting 101 through shoreline armoring. This is an effort to provide a clear path for that protection effort. Currently, public roads are not included in the definition of development that is eligible for shoreline armoring under Goal 18. And the outcome of this rulemaking will allow for shoreline armoring to protect this existing infrastructure and critical lifeline for coastal communities. And if there's anyone that is listening or commissioners that are not familiar with what shoreline armoring is, it's the placement of structural material on the ocean front with the intention of minimizing coastal erosion for that area. So riprap or seawalls are examples of ways that we would protect homes, buildings, and in this case, transportation infrastructure. And then we will move on to our long-term and additional agency work. So Emma, I'll let you talk about inclusive planning.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this work on this side, it's what we're kind of considering work that might take multiple biennium to complete or could come up as agency capacities identified. So starting off with what we're calling inclusive planning, we have two items that are related to the 19 statewide planning goals. This first one, Goal 5. Goal 5 is natural resources, scenic and historic areas, and open spaces. There was a brief mention to this earlier in think it was Director Rue that mentioned it, but so this item would entail amendments to the Oregon administrative rule that implements Goal 5 to include cultural resource identification and protection, essentially providing a new administrative rule that would include protections for areas and items that are considered sacred to one or more of Oregon's tribes. And DLCD, with representatives and or members of Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribes, have recently begun this discussion around what this would look like. And Sadie mentioned we've reached out to the tribal representatives to provide notice of this item on our draft policy agenda here today, with the intent to seek comments from tribal members. For the next item, Goal 1, revisions to improve public engagement. So y'all are very familiar with this item. It was a significant topic during the legislative session. What I will say for this one is that with no legislation passed or funding approved to address this topic, either this session or budget cycle, basically the department is currently in the what's next brainstorming process, because we really don't want this issue to fall off our radar. And right now, there's some early considerations of how we could take this up via a policy option package for a budget cycle for the 2023-25. So lots more discussions on these items, but those are brief explanations. I'll quickly touch on the strategic planning.
All right, thanks, Emma. So our DLCD strategic plan or strategic framework, as we're calling it, the strategic plan that we currently have was written in 2014 to guide and prioritize agency action and policy development and program work. And it has served us well. It was written to serve the agency for an 8-year span, so it expires in 2022. So beginning soon now, we're starting to have internal conversations right now. We will be developing an equity-based strategic framework to help guide our agency work over the next 8 years, perhaps with some revision efforts on a shorter term. You're going to hear more about this item later in the meeting from Deputy Director Green in our strategic plan presentation. And I know we're excited to involve commissioners in the discussions as we work through this process. That's why it's on your policy agenda. So the policy agenda is intended to sort of tell you, we're going to be talking about this. And that's really the reason for putting the items on the policy agenda that we do and including them where we do. So I know we're excited to involve you in those conversations. And I just want to say personally how excited I am to have Deputy Director Green's leadership on this project. She brings a lot of professional experience and expertise in this area that I think is going to be a huge asset to our agency, but ultimately to all of Oregon in helping focus our work and align our work with priorities that are both internal and statewide. So really looking forward to the process. The next item is the Oregon Coastal Management Program Strategic Plan. Similar, but a little bit different. This is actually work that is underway right now. This is anticipated to be adopted by January 1 of 2022. And the plan that they have right now is more than 5 years old, and their updates will reflect diversity, equity, and inclusion, better address climate change, and identify funding priorities if increased federal funding becomes available. So it becomes a tool to help direct both their energy, but also to justify funding requests and applications. And last but not least, work that's core to kind of the long-term work of the agency in preserving our state's resource lands is covenants for structures located on farmland. And I wish Hillary Foote was here to speak to this. I am basically going to quote from your staff report, which you can easily read on your own. But covenants for structures located on farmland is something that would help us preserve the intended use on parcels at a point of transfer. So when something is sold or transferred from one owner to another, it's not always obvious to the new owner what are suitable uses in the different structures and buildings on that property. And ultimately, this can lead to conflicts with farm activities, so conversion of a building to a short-term rental. And one way future compliance has been addressed in some places is by requiring the use of covenants that acknowledge the conditions of approval to be recorded on the subject property. So at that point, in that way, future property owners would be made aware of the permitted uses on the property, and would just, hopefully that would dissuade them, that acknowledgement would dissuade them from exploring other uses. So DLCD staff would propose updates to the rule to require recording of a covenant for all dwellings established in conjunction with farm use and health hardship dwellings on resource lands. And the covenants would acknowledge the permitted conditions and restrict occupancy moving forward. And that is all I have on that slide, which brings us to questions and feedback from commissioners. And I'm going to get to a place where I can capture your thoughts, though I almost generally have to go back and listen to the meeting again to adequately record them. So I'll stop sharing my screen so that I can see you a little better and ask if there's any questions.
Thank you, Sadie and Emma and Palmer. I know you want to not share your screen, but I was wondering, because really the comments from commissioners are focused on the one section of the policy agenda. We've already approved what we have to do legislatively and all that kind of stuff. So if you could put that nice little slide up there by category of all the topics you and Emma just covered, I believe that might be useful, and we should ask for questions about to understand those various initiatives. And then I think we're not deliberating today, we're just getting input on these, but commissioners might have some thoughts about what they think might be a priority or not. And then we also have one person signed up for public comment, but we have plenty of time right now for commissioner input on any questions for Emma or Sadie on these topics, and then what you're thinking at this point about some priority items. Commissioner.
And is this the slide you were hoping I would share, Chair MacArthur?
Well, that's work we're already doing, right?
Well, this is ongoing and new.
Okay, yes. Then this was the right one then. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, where is the goal 1 though? Is that on this slide? Maybe I don't have it.
That is on the long term. I wish there was an easier way for me to navigate between these slides. I apologize. That is the long term and additional. So I'm not sure what the best way to visualize them all at once is. It was hard to organize this presentation. I apologize. But I do think, while we don't have a detailed slide for goal 5 or goal 1, I do think that those are some of our highest priority and most attention grabbing policy items from my perspective. And so I would anticipate that we get significant public comment on these items. So if commissioners do have ideas or direction to offer staff, either in the outreach process or in our approach to this work, I would be happy to hear it. And I see Deputy Director Green has her hand raised. So
great. Yeah. And I think we should probably end up toggling between these 2 slides, but let's keep this on the screen at the moment. And then Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Lova, Commissioners, and Sadie. Emma, thank you for your just such great work on this. The goal 1 is included in your staff report on page 10. So there's a narrative description there. It's in, as Sadie says, it's in the long-term policy projects. I don't know if that's on your Gantt chart, Sadie, just because there's already so much on your Gantt chart. If it is, you might flip to that one just to give folks the reassurance that it's on there. I can't recall if you were able to squeeze that on there or not.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the wild ride. Yes, here it
Yeah.
is for
Yeah, thank you.
2022. And as I mentioned in my presentation,
Sadie, if you can help navigate us as to where is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right here at the bottom
Okay.
of the policy project.
Got you. So it's in the policy, it's above the line, it's in the policy projects as long-term projects. Thank you so much.
And as I mentioned in my presentation of this slide, and I completely understand if the comment got lost, both Goal 5 and Goal 1 are listed here as projects that are anticipated at this point, at the time of publishing and the time of this conversation, to last the entire biennium. And that is because we don't have resources identified to do that work at this time. That said, it could change. If we identify funding or funding becomes available for both or one or the other of these projects, then that would move them up either sort of kind of higher on the list of policy projects or into the rulemaking space itself, where we would work with commission to initiate a rulemaking advisory committee and kind of formalize the process moving forward. Palmer, did you have a comment?
I did, but I'll defer to Kirsten. She just raised her hand, so she may want to respond to what was just said. But if there's time, I'm happy to share some thoughts.
Thank you, Palmer. Just real quick, Sadie, I apologize, I didn't see this to edit it, but Goal 5 is, we are recommending that initiates in 2022. So that would be up in Castaria's realm, under rulemaking. So perhaps, I'm glad you have a giant draft watermark on this. So we, Amanda Punton, DLC's longstanding and expert natural resource specialist, is able to devote some time to this project this biennium. And Ms. Taylor, our rulemaking coordinator, is also aware. But again, it would probably initiate in 2022. And then, as Sadie said, because of the need to consult and engage with all 9 federally recognized tribes on this and local governments, we don't expect that it would conclude this biennium. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deputy Director Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur, and good morning, Commissioners. Palmer Mason with DLCD. I just want to reiterate what Sadie was saying and maybe try to make it really clear, not so much to the commission, but to those who might be watching. I think at the department, there's no question we are committed to trying to, in some form or fashion, update Goal 1. And I just want to reiterate that, and also second a point that Sadie made, the real issue for doing the work around Goal 1, in whatever form that is one of resources. So I think there'll be a very robust conversation within the department and ultimately the commission and the governor's office about funding the updating of Goal 1 through the governor's recommended budget and going back to the legislature in 2023. So it may seem to stakeholders out there that because it's quote unquote below the line, the department isn't committed to this work, this very necessary work, but that's not the case. We absolutely are. The question is trying to obtain the resources to do it. So it may not make it on the policy agenda per se in this biennium, but there will be work by the department to try, at least again, subject to your approval and the approval of the governor's office, to try to find the resources to do this work. But it's really a resource question at the end of the day.
Yeah, I like the way you phrased that, Palmer. And Sadie, I wonder if you can go back to that slide that talks about sort of the new work with the Goal 5, the Goal 1 and everything on there. Because it seems to me, and we can get to it first before I make my comments. Yeah, that's the one. So these all represent, well, we talk about them as sort of being below the line, but I think really it's, maybe we should reframe that. It's really, in terms of our work program, these are understaffed and under-resourced initiatives. I suspect, and we can do a whole conversation on this with commissioners, I suspect there's interest on the part of commission in pursuing each and every one of these. The point, as well as the other agenda that we have funded and resourced. So really, I'll just throw an idea out, and this may or may not work, but I'm wondering when you come back in November, if there is a way to describe a strategy for each of these of how we might proceed with obtaining funding and resources for these initiatives. So they still remain very important to us, but because they currently aren't staffed and they currently aren't resourced, going to the legislature for POPs or whatever. I mean, I don't know if that's getting too much in the weeds at this juncture, but I'm trying to figure out how to give you the feedback that staff would need to make sure they can prioritize these things. So what do you need from us is the question.
Palmer, I'll let you.
Yeah, I would, if we could, Chair MacArthur, I'd turn it to Palmer. I think we are, Palmer has an answer for goal 1 for sure. I think we're adequately staffed on goal 5. I don't think we're seeking additional resources or funding on that, but TBD, because we haven't completely scoped that project. So we will come back on that, but goal 1, I know Palmer has that. So Palmer, if you would, please.
Yeah, thank you, Kirsten. And thank you, Chair MacArthur. I think you absolutely put your finger on the issue there. There's the policy agenda and the work that we try to fund within the biennium, within the resources we have. And then separately, there's a conversation, which in and of itself is a strategy, a conversation about getting resources to do other work. And so you're right. I think what we need to explain to the commission, but to everybody else who's listening, is there's a parallel process around developing budget recommendations that go to the governor and legislative concepts that the agency can file and introduce into the legislature for the 2023 session. And that is a process where a lot of policy work, very important issues like, updating the goals for climate and equity and other things can happen. So to the extent that policy work isn't funded or funded or resourced in the policy agenda, it has this other parallel track that we can work on. And I'm not going to say today that we have a specific strategy on how to fund those things through the development of a budget request or a legislative concept, but you made the right point. There's this other process out there, and we just need people to understand that and recognize that opportunity. So thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that's really helpful, Palmer. So, and I wasn't implying that you should have a strategy this moment on any of these. I'm just saying that I think I can speak for the commission in that we are interested in all of these topics, and there might be some, it doesn't have to be detailed, just when you come back in November, what are some ideas for proceeding, especially because if we, most likely our POPs are going to be due in the summer of 2022 to the governor to prepare for the 2023 legislative session. And as usual, and as it is with all POPs, we will need the public's input and support and advocacy for those POPs they deem important to them. And so the earlier we can get that out into the to outside folks, the earlier they could start lobbying to have those particular items included in the governor's budget, et cetera. And I'm probably getting way ahead of myself in that, but I just think, we can't underestimate the value of having our stakeholders talk about these items in the legislative process, because and they did last session, and as a result, we got some really decent funding. I think we had a wonderful lobby team as well. But because of stakeholder input, we were able to get funding for housing and some other kinds of things that are really important to us. So I just want to make sure it's not just a commission process. It's all of our stakeholders that need to be involved in this. I'm going on way too long, but I'd like other commissioners to weigh in, give perspective. What do you need to see in November to be able to make a decision about adoption?
Commissioner Piermine has her hand up.
Commissioner Piermine.
Well, I won't be here in November, but I'm excited by everything that I see. And again, want to just really commend everybody for this work. And of course, I'm so excited to see this inclusive planning work and really see this as extremely meaningful and groundbreaking for the state. So I will definitely be staying tuned and feeling like wondering about how to include other agencies along the way too, so that they too can be learning. So I'm just really excited to see all this. I'm also great timing for our new strategic plan as an agency. And like you said, Sadie, you couldn't have better leadership, but I think you're very well positioned to really transform the program. So I'm excited for everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners want to weigh in on kind of priorities, next steps? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and I'm sorry I missed the presentation. Just a question, as I still feel new to the commission. I really like the idea of developing or updating, I should say, the strategic plan. And next year is the last year of Governor Brown's term, and then the next year, of course, we'll have a new governor. How does the governor's priorities influence the work plan? As we saw this past year, Executive Order 20-04 had a very significant impact on the staff work and our work. And I'm just curious, how is that addressed in the strategic planning process as we think about completing it the year before a new governor takes office compared to the first year that he or she takes office, or they? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Director Green. I know that we have this also as a fuller agenda item number 11 tomorrow, but Deputy Director Green.
Just quickly, Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Lilac, thank you. We actually are on our internal schedules, and if I'm fancy, I'll have a graphic for you tomorrow, but please don't count on it. Please expect that in November. Not as fancy as Sadie. We are thinking of really launching the new strategic plan in July 2023, Commissioner. So that will allow us to understand governor and legislative priorities. So it'll be sort of 2023 to 2031, but really launching in just after session in 2023, so we can understand all those influences. And also celebrate the 50th year of the signing of Senate Bill 100. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. So I want to go back to the other slide in a moment, but do commissioners have any questions for clarification on any of these long-term and additional work items before we go back to the other slide? Sorry about that. Don't see anyone. Okay, so Sadie, if you would be so kind as to go back to the kind of existing work program.
Oh, I always overshoot it by one. There we go.
Great.
So this is the ongoing and agency directed. So it includes things like Rocky Habitat that has been on our policy agenda for probably 3 biennia now. Maybe it's just 2. But it's certainly been long and ongoing. And then some of the new work that we talked about, like the state agency coordination programs pilot, the study on infrastructure to support middle housing, the vulnerability assessment, the DLCD climate action plan, and then our administrative work to update public records request fees and the DOJ model rules.
Great. And then, when we started today's meeting, Director Rue raised the issue of measurement and metrics to measure the reduction in greenhouse gases that might occur with sidewalks, certain kinds of developments, certain kinds of transportation investments. I don't even know how to capture that, but that seems like a really critical piece of our work. I know it's not on here, but thoughts from staff on where we might want to place this for consideration in terms of priorities come November.
Maybe Chair MacArthur, if I may.
Yes.
Kirsten again. This is that I know Jim gave us an ambitious goal and such a great concept earlier today, but we look forward in November to briefing you on the policy option packages and legislative concept development process. And that is sort of parallel as we close down the policy agenda. We start
the POP development for 2023. So it'd probably be in that arena, Chair MacArthur, that we would come back to you with that concept from Director Rue.
Great, that would make sense to me.
And I think too, we have understood as an agency, and probably no one better than Rachel Smith, our former Chief Information Officer, the need for data to support our work, and the increasing need for data to be available to local communities to support their own planning work. And so I do think it's a very sort of reasonable goal for us to have, that we would be able to both identify the needed data and then to make it available for planning purposes. And so I really kind of echo Jim's sentiments in the importance of capturing it. I think the question is how and whom.
Right. Other commissioners? We have one I don't see anyone, I don't think. I'm not getting any special texts from Casaria, so thank you, Casaria, for being in the background and helping me out on that. So we do have one person signed up to testify, Diane Brandt from Renewables Northwest. So why don't we go to her and welcome, and then we'll have that testimony. We'll talk a little bit more, and then we will probably look forward to the input you'll get during the public information or the public outreach process to get input on the agenda. So Ms. Brandt, welcome.
Great, thank you. Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halava, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide brief comments today on the proposed DLCD 2021-23 policy agenda. For the record, my name is Diane Brandt, and I am the Oregon Policy Manager at Renewable Northwest, a regional nonprofit based in Oregon and committed to the rapid and responsible decarbonization of the electricity grid. And our members include renewable energy industry and environment and consumer groups. I'd like to comment on the proposed policy agenda in light of the recent passage of House Bill 2021, which sets Oregon on an ambitious path towards emissions-free electricity by 2040 in order to mitigate climate change impacts through the reduction of carbon emissions. This means a lot of work ahead of us to replace the current emitting power generation with non-emitting and meeting the growing energy demands as our transportation system electrifies. I raise this here as DLCD plays an important role in this clean electricity transition through setting goals around land use, onshore and off. The land use goals embody Oregon's legacy of conservation and ensuring that future generations will enjoy the same resources we have. Of course, climate change is a direct threat to these resources, underscoring the importance to our mitigation actions, such as rapid clean energy transition. The reality of building a clean electricity sector is it will take land for building not only the generation facilities, but also modernized transmission and distribution infrastructure. The question is where? Oregon has high solar and wind energy potential, and utilities and renewable energy industry recognize this. And so Oregon in-state facilities are attractive and offer communities benefits of this development. This importance was recognized in House Bill 2021 with the inclusion of the $50 million Community Renewable Grant Fund to encourage and support in-state non-emitting generation facilities. The current land use goals, some of which have not been updated since their adoption in the 1970s, do not reflect Oregon's clean energy ambitions. And with this in mind, I urge the Commission to consider how to include HB 2021 impacts on the statewide land use planning goals in its policy agenda, with an eye towards ensuring in-state renewable energy facility builds, which currently face significant difficulties in Oregon, partly because it is not recognized as a beneficial use of land. The importance of the work is to consider this pathway to clean renewable energy future so it can benefit all Oregonians cannot be overstated. And Renewable Northwest is in full support of DLCD taking a proactive look at how this new clean energy reality impacts the state's land use goals in order to set a path forward that prioritizes a responsible and equitable transition to clean electricity that will benefit all current and future Oregonians. And thank you. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. That's a really good topic. I appreciate you bringing it to our attention. Commissioners. Don't see any hands. And I'll just maybe ask, Director Rue, I was just going to ask you to comment, because it seems to me this is a really important issue that probably, well, not probably, it does require a multi-agency coordination effort, because there is rulemaking and investments to be made across the board, probably similar on the scale to the CFAC work. So I'm just wondering if you have any comments about that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Brandt, for bringing this up. Probably, I don't know, 4 years ago, we began this conversation with Renewable Northwest. In fact, in many ways, it was the wedge issue that got us to seriously thinking about rewriting the goals to include climate. And then during the last session and a little longer, to include climate and equity. So I just want to say a couple of things about both of those as they relate to renewables, particularly solar. As Ms. Brandt says, the goal 13, which addresses energy in our planning goals, has not been changed since it was written in 1973. And for the 2 or 3 of you who were alive in 1973, congratulations, you're getting as old as I am. But, and even Commissioner Lilac won't remember lines at gas stations and blackouts and oil crises. And so, not surprisingly, Goal 13 reflects that stuff instead of how we implement a carbon-free or carbon-low energy present and future. It's hugely in need of work. And this, with all things in the land use system, we're balancing public and private interests. And so often our solar interests conflict with our agricultural interests, particularly in the Willamette Valley. My own personal opinion is that there are vast swaths of this state that don't have high quality ag soils that are really good solar sites, but that's not going to make the conflict go away. And equity enters here too, because we have conversations about so-called community solar. And that is, excuse me, that gets to the issue of people who could not otherwise support solar cells on their roofs or elsewhere on their piece of property, being able to share in the benefits of solar generated electricity. It's a huge issue. We've spent considerable time on it in at least the last 2 legislative sessions. We're going to in the future. I just don't see space on our policy agenda right now to give it the attention that it's due. And that's where we're stuck. Is because of all of these other demands, and frankly, we're ranking them. And this one, while really important, and I suspect we'll probably have some legislative direction again in 23, and we'll need to do it. But for the time being, we don't see it in this biennial agenda.
Thank you, Jim. Questions from commissioners, either for Director Rue or Ms. Brandt? Seeing none, thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Yeah, it's made me think. It's just, there's so many different things. I was even thinking about the adequacy of the electric grid system in this state, as well as other states across the country. There's that bigger issue. So even if we got the land use right and we're able to produce stuff, how does that all work? But that's another whole story. So we'll go into that at some later date. But thank you so much for bringing it to our attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Great. So I just want to ask if staff it's a great presentation, good conversation. Did you get what you needed from us to tee you up for the public outreach as well as November?
I think we really did. I appreciate the conversation about the parallel tracks, and we'll try to make sure that we expose that in our conversation in November when we talk about adopting the policy agenda and kind of what happens next in terms of commission conversations about budget development. So I'll work with Palmer and with Deputy Director Green to make sure that we have those pieces of the puzzle kind of fitting in, and that commissioners are aware of what options we have moving forward and how they might best support and champion the priorities that I'm really hearing loud and clear.
Thank you. And then Deputy Director Green, did you have a question or a comment? Oh, okay. I saw your hand up there. The real hand, not the official, not the plastic one, or virtual one. Okay, well, I thank you. Great presentation. Excited about the work ahead. Daunted by it, but excited as well. And because you all were so efficient, I think we get a full hour for our lunch. So it's very exciting. So we will return at 1 for our really big, robust conversation about CFAC this afternoon. So have a good lunch.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. That was great.
Recording stopped.
From our lunch break, the time is 1 o'clock, and we have folks joining us as we approach our next agenda item, which is agenda item 6, Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rulemaking Update.
Great. Thank you, Esther. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm still making sure that we have everyone who needs to be on the panelist mode switched over. Let's see. And we do. We have our staff, Bill Holmstrom, Cody Meyer, Kevin Young, and manager Matt Kroll. Okay.
Great. Thanks, everybody, and special thanks to Kevin. We got Matt there as well. Special thanks to Kevin. He is on vacation, supposedly, but he's taking the next 2.5 hours to spend time with us, and we really appreciate that. So hopefully you're having a good time there I think you're on San Juan Island somewhere. I just want to start this. It's 3 hours sounds like, or 3 hours and 45 minutes sounds like a long time for this agenda item. I think we'll use every minute and then some. So I'm going to do a little bit of management here in terms of the presentation and follow through. We got a lot just for commissioners. I'm sure you know that there was an email that Esther sent out last evening, I think it was, with all the comments that we received. We received a lot of written comments on this. Great stuff to read. Hopefully you've had a chance to review that. We have at least 11 people signed up to testify publicly today at 3 minutes a pop. That gives, we need at least an hour or so for public comment. And so I've worked with Kirsten and the team to figure out kind of the time element. And I think we'll start by giving staff about 45 minutes or so to go over your presentation between Bill and Kevin. And then we'll be asking, commissioners can ask questions, obviously, during that to clarify. Then we'll go to public comment, make sure we get the input from the public on that. And we can also reflect on some of the written testimony that we've received, and then circle back and kind of summarize where we are and next steps. But before we do that, I just want to really reflect for a moment on how much work staff has done and our stakeholders. The RAC members have been terrific. In the past year, I think the RAC meetings started last November of 2020. And on page 2, there's a list of all those 8 meetings, and there's a 9th and 10th meeting planned. I've been able to listen in on a couple of those meetings. We have some great liaisons from the commission in the way of Commissioner Lilac and Commissioner Warren that have also followed that work. But it's just been a tremendous amount of input from all different stakeholders, and as well as the public in our community conversations. And all of that work has really helped us hone where we are today. I think it's it's going to be a great meeting because there has really, we are going to have lively conversation. We've had a lot of really good input, and it's about this time in any rulemaking process that we get that kind of input. And I think having some information out there to be able to respond to has brought a lot of people to our table today. So I want to thank everyone for being here. With that, I would like to turn it over. I don't know if, yeah, Commissioner Warren, you're here. And so maybe you could start and give a few comments about what your reflections are on the project and the RAC, and then I'll turn to Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back from lunch, everybody. Boy, so many things to talk about with this important agenda item. I think that I'll try to keep it brief and try to respect our time constraints today. It's been an interesting process in that, I feel like for the first half of our RAC meetings, there was kind of this notion to, go faster, bring in that sense of urgency that we're all feeling around climate. And I think that it was well heard at that point in time. But I think that the reason we were going slow was to kind of, hash out some of these, smaller concepts and try to really build on the building blocks for what's going to become, a pretty massive set of rules. I should say the staff has created these rules, and now we're hearing a lot of, okay, we need to slow down. There's a lot to gather here. We need more time. So that kind of, I think, sets the stage a little bit for probably a lot of the comments we'll hear today from a majority of municipalities and other organizations around that. I'm also hearing, I think, from a number of RAC members who are in support of this urgency concept, also saying that, hey, maybe it's time that we slow down a little bit and really try to get this right. And so I think that's kind of where we are now with it as far as kind of the process goes. The rules are intense and there's a lot of them. I'm not sure if any of you have had a chance to really try to read through the rules, but it's a lot of rules, and the staff has done an amazing job of really taking what can only be an incredibly difficult amount of comments and feedback and solutions and requests, and trying to put them into rules. So I really want to just emphasize how much I appreciate what our staff has done on this rulemaking. And I'm imagining they're probably feeling a little frustrated right now. And I feel that as well. So thank you again. I really think we're on to something really wonderful here, and also somewhat kind of ahead of its time. It's definitely different than I would say anything Oregon's done so far. But we're kind of butting up against, two other really important pieces of legislation here with House Bill 2001 and 2003, which gave, cities a pretty narrow window to accomplish the things we needed them to accomplish. Now, on top of that, we're saying, okay, 9 months later, after you wrap those things up, you have to have this done too. So I think that's important for us as commissioners to remember, is that many of these municipalities are pretty tight on staff as well as resources. So while I do continue to believe that there's a sense of urgency around what we're trying to accomplish with this important rulemaking, I'm starting to also see the necessity to allow us to slow down in an effort to go fast, because we want to get this right. And we don't want to have to revisit it and change things. I think we really need to be intentional around how we set the parameters for these municipalities to meet kind of these baseline necessities, if you will. So yeah, I think that's kind of all I have to say at this point. That's kind of what's been on my mind the most, and really what I'm hearing from a number of our RAC members and members who aren't, or municipalities who aren't RAC members as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And I'll follow Commissioner Warren anytime, because I'll just echo what he said. I mean, Commissioner Warren captured literally everything that I could have imagined saying and more, which I really appreciate. And I've been contacted by other stakeholders outside of our formal process, as well, expressing a lot of views about kind of where we're at, really echoing again what Commissioner Warren said and what we have in our packet, which I really appreciate. And I really appreciate everybody taking the time and submitting their written comments. As you mentioned, they're engaged, they're highly engaged, and that's exactly what they should be. I thought I had a meeting with City of Bend staff a couple of weeks ago, and one of them put this into context as I think we all know well. This is going to be one of the biggest changes to the Oregon land use planning program in the nearly 50 years that it's been in place. And so we really need to be, as Commissioner Warren said very, I think very well, we need to be very intentional, very thoughtful about the rules that we adopt. We need to make sure that the timing works for everybody in terms of adoption and implementation, and that they're all connected, and that we fully understand how they're all put together. And then I think, as some of the letters said, we also need to be thinking about how they're connected to funding sources, et cetera. So there are so many pieces. We really need to be thoughtful about how we go forward. So I look forward to the presentation from staff today. I want to echo Commissioner Warren's comments. Gosh, staff, you've been burning the candle, and I'm sure kind of where we're at. We pivoted once in the summer. Did we pivot again today? These are really big decisions. Staff, you're right in the middle of it, and you're just doing a fantastic job in all regards. And we know you'll take us to the finish line, whenever that may be, some point in 2022. So thanks, Chair MacArthur. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now I'll just tee up. I think that Bill is first. I'm sorry, Bill Holstrom.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Bill Holmstrom, the agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator. It's a pleasure to be here with you again today. I'll be speaking mostly through the first half of our presentation, and then Kevin Young, who will be joining me and giving the second part of the presentation around climate-friendly areas and direction for climate-friendly areas. Kevin and I are the staff co-managers of this program, of this rulemaking project, but certainly not doing it by ourselves. You see there's a handful of people that have joined us today here, but that's the tip of the iceberg in terms of the agency staff that have been a part of this. And you know, I probably couldn't list all the people, because you just have to start checking off people on the list of the staff who aren't involved almost. There's a lot of people across the agency working on this, and appreciate the words from the commissioners today, and look forward to answering any questions and having a great discussion with you and other folks today. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, hopefully that worked. Real quickly today, we're going to talk about three things in terms of our presentation. We're going to start real quick about the schedule, where we are, where we're going to be heading the next 6 months or so, and kind of some of the pieces there. Then we're going to talk just a summary of what we've heard so far. You clearly have more than a summary in front of you in terms of written comment of what we're hearing from folks, lots of different stakeholders, and you'll be hearing more, of course, testimony today. But I just want to kind of give a high-level summary of what we heard and some of the responses that we expect to give. I don't pretend that this is comprehensive in any way, but I wanted to hit some key pieces. And then the third one is we have some questions based on feedback that we've received, particularly after the August meeting where we presented draft rules for our climate-friendly areas. We have some questions for the commission to give us some direction. We're not asking for formal deliberation or a vote or anything like that, but I think even internally in staff we have some questions about which is the right way to go. So let's go to the commission and ask what you guys think, and I think that'll be very helpful for us moving forward. So and Kevin will be discussing that piece with you. So unless there's any questions, let's go ahead and talk about the schedule real quick. I've just got one slide here. And this is lines up. I think we also have a more complete version of this as one of the attachments to your staff report, which gives a little bit more detail about each of these things. But in October of next month, really just 3 weeks from now, we're going to have our next advisory committee meeting. That's our 9th advisory committee meeting, or RAC, where we expect it to finally have a complete set of draft rules. And just real quick, it says this in your staff report, but I want to be real clear. There are 3 different divisions of rules that we're touching with this rulemaking. And one of those is the scenario planning rules, or the metropolitan greenhouse gas reduction rules, if you want to use the full term. Division 44, we talked about that a lot earlier this year in the spring, and we've pretty much got that nailed down at the end of that process before the summer. And probably we'll be making some tweaks to that in the next couple of months, just to kind of connect with the other changes that we were making, but that's pretty much set what that looks like for the most part. Then we have Division 8, which is the agency's housing rule. We're making some pretty small changes to that in order to tie into some of our climate-friendly area rules, but the bulk of what we're talking about now in the advisory committee and kind of what people I think are interested and excited about are the transportation planning rules, which is Division 12. And so when we talk about reviewing the revised rules and having a complete set of rules, really we're just talking about the Division 12 rules that we haven't got all the way out there yet. We will have them all in October. We've been working with other agencies to make sure that the state's all on the same page to make sure that these are going to be successful. So that's what we've been working on, and looking forward to having that complete set of rules so that everyone can see kind of the big picture there. So we'll have all those, including new draft rules for transportation performance standards, which is one of the key kind of elements that was in the commission's charge, and then draft rules for street and highway planning. Those are kind of big pieces that will be coming out new on top of revisions to existing draft rules that folks have seen before, including revisions based on maybe direction that you've given us, that you'll give us today. So in later on October, we'll be having some community conversations. If you remember, in the spring, we held a set of these around the state to talk with folks. They're open to the public, just to kind of give an overview. What is it that we're doing? We're doing a lot. So, and answer questions and to maybe get a little bit of feedback. So we'll be holding another set of those in late October. In November, we'll have our 10th advisory committee meeting, where we'll have kind of, it says final rules review. We expect to do more editing of our rules after that point. So nothing's written in stone nothing's written in stone at all, but your adoption is when we have the final rules, right? So I just want to be real clear. We're going to continue to be editing and making revisions to drafts even after that last advisory committee meeting, but that'll be that's the last one we've got scheduled with the advisory committee now. As part of that, and part of what's required for legally for doing the rulemaking, there's a set of impact statements that the advisory committee will need to review, and they'll do that at that time as well. In November, shortly after that meeting, will be your next meeting, just the commission, and you'll have an opportunity to review all those draft rules and impact statements that we'll have given to the advisory committee. So there'll be the next kind of large set of draft rules, and you'll be able to see kind of the big picture there. And we may have additional questions based on testimony today, additional meetings that we hold with folks, advisory committee meetings. Based on all that, we may have some more questions for you, like we're having about the climate-friendly areas today. So we'll bring those to you at that time in November. I've got here in November and December, it says local staff level discussions. We're trying to set up more meetings. We already have a number of meetings set up with individual jurisdictions at different levels and with folks all over the state. So we've set those up, and we're continuing to do those individually and talk with people about concerns and issues and making sure that we're addressing things. But we're setting up kind of group meetings for each of the metropolitan areas, or at least kind of grouping a few of them together, but 6 large scale meetings with the staff in those areas, just to make sure that we're talking with everybody, and folks that have questions or concerns can bring those to us, and we can address those. In February, early February right now is when your January LCDC meeting is scheduled, and so that'll be the first public hearing for the rules. And then we're planning to adopt it in March of 2022. Just to put everything in context, the executive order from Governor Brown came out in March of 2020, which is 18 months ago now this month. So we've been working on this for a while, and even before that, of course, we were working on issues related to this. But it's been 18 months since that executive order came out. The executive order said, work with speed and urgency to make these things happen. It was a year ago in September of 2020 when the commission kicked off this rulemaking, gave us our charge, and let us get going with this. So it's been a year that we've been working on this. Advisory committee has been meeting since November of 2020. And March of 2022, when we're planning to adopt these rules, is 6 months from now. So we still do have time to review, make changes, drafts, updates, and to address concerns. So I just want to put that in context real quick. Any questions about the schedule before I move on?
Bill, can I ask your question?
Certainly.
Please do.
Commissioner Lilac.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. So this is the schedule as it is today, but we're going to discuss this as part of our discussions today, as I understand, correct?
Well, this is our schedule, and we will get public testimony. If you've read the written comments, there is certainly a lot of voices asking for more time. There's a lot more related to that than just more time. I feel like there's a need to focus on kind of the questions that staff has posed for us is prescriptive or outcomes based, whatever. So I think that there's probably a need for us to get input on the content and the how. And if we do think after that conversation there's a need for more time, we should entertain that conversation. But so I guess the answer is yes, everything's up for grabs, but this is the schedule that we agreed to as a commission a year ago. And I think actually at some point during the process, we've already added 3 months to the process. Initially, we were hoping to get done by December of this year. We've added 3 months to it. So we are open to that conversation should that come up at the end of the meeting.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I think there's probably one additional variable that I did not hear you mention, perhaps you did, and that is the compliance schedule. What happens in terms of coming into compliance once the rule is passed?
Yes, I mean, so that's the way I think of it. There is the state rulemaking timeline, but then there is the implementation timeline with the local jurisdictions. And we've heard comments on both. I've read comments on both. We'll hear them as well. So they're two different things. And so I think you're right that but that in my mind that goes to the process issues as well, and not just the timeline stuff. It's how we implement this thing, and so they go together, is what I'm saying.
Agreed.
So any other questions for Bill on this rulemaking schedule? At this point, we will revisit the schedule, certainly. The only thought that I might offer is, and I don't know if you had a chance or the project team had a chance to listen in on the really super presentation we had this morning from Bend, several folks from Bend, on implementation of House Bill 2001. And one takeaway among many great takeaways from that presentation is the compelling argument for the state to have a cogent narrative and talking points as we go out. Clear messaging to describe the why are we doing this, and the how is our how we expect our rules to actually accomplish that what and the why. So just wanted to offer that up if you didn't hear that. I think that's an important piece for all of us to understand in the commission as you go forth in the community conversations and do more outreach.
Chair MacArthur, thank you very much. Yeah, I wasn't able to sit in this morning. However, I know staff did, and I saw a few emails flying around about that topic. So we will be addressing that, certainly.
Great, thank you very much. And seeing no other hands, I'll turn it over to Kevin in the San Juan Islands.
Well, I think, Chair MacArthur, if I might, I have just real quick. No, that's okay. I'm going to get to the good stuff. I understand. I want to talk real quick about what we've heard. And I think, we've already touched on some of the big topics of what I'm going to talk about. And like I said, I'm just going to touch on a few basic pieces here, and obviously not going to be comprehensive. But I think one thing that I've taken away from almost everything we've seen is that everyone's supportive of the overall objectives of what we're trying to get at. I'm sure there's opponents out there, certainly, but everyone that we've heard so far is supportive of what we're trying to do. I think any concerns they have are obviously around timing issues, and then there's clearly specific substantive issues where they think things could go differently, or and we're happy to listen to those, and we're not too proud to make changes if we think we're all trying to get to the same place. And there's a better way of doing that. Let's do that. That's great. So, but overall, I wanted to start with this one because a lot of people are on board with the overall idea of what we're trying to accomplish, which is great. So, obviously, we've just talked about this a little bit, and when we're talking about the schedules, folks are concerned about the schedule and the next 6 months. They would like more time to review and provide feedback. Right now, we expect, and we're on track, continuing to target adoption in March 2022. That's the direction that we've been given right now as a staff. So that's what we're shooting for. Over the next 6 months, we want to make sure that we're open and there's no one thinks that there's imminent deadline of any sort in the next few months, at least, to get something in. Right after our last advisory committee meeting, I think people were very like, oh my gosh, we only have a week to get our comments in or something like that. And that's just not the case in the next few months, for sure. Like I said, nothing's done until you've actually adopted a rule. So we're still planning to work with folks, meet with folks, answer questions, revise drafts. And like I said, if there's a better way to accomplish what we're trying to do, we want to do that for sure. So we will support additional opportunities for discussing that with all different range of stakeholders. We've already have, I don't even know how many different meetings in the next few months have been set up on my calendar that I'm going to be going to. I have lost track, so there's just so many different ones, and we'll be doing all those happily to do that. We want to absolutely work to address specific concerns. I think we've definitely heard many specific things where that makes sense, or that we didn't really think through all the different impacts of a potential issue, and is there a better way of tackling something? Absolutely. We put out some drafts out there that came from staff, and this is what the process is for people to look those over and think about different ways of doing things, and we're happy to do that, and obviously provide additional information as needed. We're putting together some things having to do particularly with the next slide about like what the implementation looks like, and I'll talk about that here in a second, but anyway, I'll just move forward. The other one about timing is about, this came up a little bit just in your discussion a second ago with Chair MacArthur. How fast things happen once we've actually done the rules. How fast do those things have to be implemented? What has to be implemented where? There's some concern that some actions will happen too fast and there's just not an opportunity. We've also heard that some of the things that we've proposed may not be fast enough, that we were too slow. So there's some time, and sometimes it's the same thing. So we're trying to make a balance. We know that a lot of the things we're trying to do, there's urgency of action. That was in the charge, that was in the executive order there, and we know because of the science that the more emissions we can drive down earlier, the better off we're going to be. So we're trying to do a lot quickly. However, we've heard loud and clear that if we're unreasonable, that not much is going to happen at all, right? Because there's not the local capacity to do that. And what we want to do is make things that are implementable, that are doable, that are in a time frame where it's going to make sense. So we're trying to find that balance. We're going to work with local governments and other stakeholders to make sure that we're balancing that urgency of action with the ability to implement the things that we're asking them to do. And one, I'll just give an example. Folks asked for kind of a master time schedule thing to see, when are all these things going to happen for different jurisdictions, and different jurisdictions have different timelines for things under the draft rules. And we've started putting the draft together for that, and we're going to share that with our advisory committee. And it's pretty clear that just at first glance that a lot of things have piled up in 2023, for example. So we're gonna think that through, all the different pieces, and is there a way to spread that out and make things kind of fit in different places so that we're not piling a bunch of work in a certain year for certain jurisdictions. We also want to make sure that we're working with other required work outside of our rulemaking, like our housing capacity analyses that are scheduled to be updated by large jurisdictions. We've identified when those are, and there's a couple jurisdictions that come up early. We're gonna have to figure out Medford and Grants Pass, how maybe we'll do things differently for them. Other jurisdictions are further out. So that is something we're looking at. And happy to have discussions about that with specific jurisdictions. Another issue that we've heard about is there's concerns about how some of these rules, draft rules, could apply in the Portland metropolitan area. I think commissioners are probably aware that out of our 8 metropolitan areas, the Portland metropolitan area is not just the biggest, it's also substantively different in terms of how process works, and the kind of institutional setup with the regional government metro up there is different than how we would work with the local governments in other metropolitan areas. And frankly, a lot of the rules, the draft rules that we've sent out so far, are really more aimed at those 7 other metropolitan areas and how they work, and not so much thinking about Metro. So we want to make sure that we work with Metro and the local jurisdictions in the metropolitan area to make sure that we are clear about what rules apply, how they apply, and making that real clear with them, because I think that's something that we have not done a good job of so far. We recognize that a lot of work's already happened up there, and there's a lot of good work that's continuing to happen with the climate smart communities and other work at the regional and local levels. So we want to recognize that they are in a lot of ways, something for the rest of the state to look to in a lot of ways in terms of the substantive work that they're doing. So we want to recognize that as well. And so we're continuing to work with Metro and local governments up there, and we'll continue to do that over the next few months, just to be real clear about them and have it be real clear to folks up there about what's in, what's out. We've heard, and I think you'll see this in a lot of your testimony, that our rules are kind of prescriptive, or maybe they're too specific in some ways. Absolutely, I think that's well received. We're going to work to balance that with flexibility. I think a lot of this, at least the parts of the rules that I wrote, at least, or I've had a hand in. We've had the transportation planning rules for going on 30 years now, and a lot of them give a lot of flexibility to local governments for how they accomplish things, but we have had for many decades now, a direction to reduce reliance on the automobile and increase transportation choices, for example. It's in the transportation planning rule, and something that language that's very similar is in Goal 12, statewide planning Goal 12. And we look at kind of giving local jurisdictions a lot of flexibility to do that. We've had mixed results, and we know the results we've had aren't good enough to meet our climate goals. Right. So I think that's maybe where some of the specificity came in. It's like, no, you got to at least do this much. And so we've heard that maybe we've done too much in some ways. We're going to have to dial back and maybe figure out some ways of finding objectives where we're able to meet our goals, but maybe not, being quite so prescriptive about some of those requirements. So we're going to hit that balance. Real quick about climate-friendly areas and parking. These are 2 main topic areas of this rulemaking that we were able to share draft rules in August and get some feedback on those. And then in September, we were able to, in our advisory committee packet, share some memos that talked about what we heard. And so there's more detail in these 2 pieces that are available to you. There's links to those in page 4 of your staff report. So I just wanted to highlight those pieces for you. Other pieces of it that we've released so far, the pieces of rules that we've released so far, were in the September advisory committee meeting. So we'll have responses to those in upcoming advisory committee meeting packets. And then I think finally, the one last thing I'm going to talk about is, we're asking a lot of local governments potentially, and they're saying, hey, help us out. The state's going to be all these requirements on us. We want to be able to do this. How are we going to do this? So we recognize that absolutely that's critical for the agency to be doing this support. And the way I think about it is, once we've completed the rulemaking, I'm not going to get necessarily less busy because and the staff that I work with we're going to be busy helping local governments at a staff level to really implement these things over the next years, decades, rest of our career, right? First of all, and this is something that we've discussed a lot with the commission over the last year or so, is ODOT, working with them, we've been able to fund scenario planning. That's that Division 44 piece, the scenario planning part. We're able over the next 4 or so years to fund scenario planning, completing that work in the Eugene Springfield area, and then to initiate and complete that work in the Salem Kaiser area. Additionally, in the other metropolitan areas around the state, we're going to be able to initiate some assessment and monitoring activities in advance of doing some future scenario planning. So that piece of it, we've been able to identify funding for, thanks to our friends at the Department of Transportation. So that's great. The legislature provided $768,000 this biennium to support local planning work for around metropolitan areas and climate. So that's exactly our wheelhouse. We expect to use a lot of that to help help local governments implement some of the rules that we're planning to adopt around climate-friendly areas or other pieces of the rulemaking that we're talking about. We expect to develop a lot of guidance for local governments around the draft rules and what eventually will be the adopted rules and how we expect local governments to adopt those. Like I said, we're not going to get any less busy. We're going to continue to provide technical assistance to local governments at the staff level. And part of what the legislature provided for this biennium was one additional position at the agency to help work on this stuff specifically. And so we'll hopefully hire that in the next few, I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, the next few months here, and we'll have an additional person on board to help us do that work. So that is all I had. If there's any questions, Chair.
Bill, you did a really nice job of summarizing the issues that I heard anyway at the RAC meeting last week, or the week before, whenever that was. So thank you so much. I thought it was a nice summary. There's probably a couple other nuances to those things, but I think the big picture items you've captured. So thank you. Questions from commissioners for Bill before we turn it over to Kevin? Seeing none. Thank you, Bill. Kevin, take it away.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I see I'm kind of in shadow here. It's a beautiful day on San Juan Island, as you can see.
Oh,
nice. Happy to be here.
And like we're not jealous.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to try not to gloat. Already had some paddling in today, so don't worry about me. Anyway, thank you, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Young, Senior Planner with the LCD. And what I'd like to do with the remaining time for the staff presentation is really just kind of frame up some directional questions for the commission. We're looking for preliminary direction in a couple of areas. I think a number of people have already alluded to what those questions are. Basically, they're as described on this slide. So the first question has to do with deadlines for the designation for climate-friendly areas and whether might think about adjusting deadlines or phasing deadlines for climate-friendly areas. And then just as a reminder, climate-friendly areas are walkable mixed-use areas. And this is a key component of our rules where we would require local governments to designate climate-friendly areas. And I'll get into sort of what the draft rule says about that. In a nutshell, the rules that have been released in this area require cities population over 10,000 to designate climate-friendly areas by March 31st of 2023. Smaller cities would designate by March 31 of 2024. So that's the first question. I'll talk a little bit more. I'll go into a little more depth on these issues here in a minute. The second question has to do with whether we should continue with what I'll call prescriptive development standards within climate-friendly areas or more outcome-oriented, I don't know if we'd call them development standards or outcome-oriented standards for climate-friendly areas. And the question really is the degree of flexibility that we would allow local governments to exercise in terms of developing those standards. The draft rules do contain what has been broadly described as a fairly prescriptive set of development standards. The reason for that, the thinking behind it, was that what we're wanting to do is to free up development as much as we can, the kinds of development that we want to see in climate-friendly areas. And so this set of standards was designed to do that. And with that, let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, and I'll talk more about the first question. All right, so in terms of the designation of climate-friendly areas, the draft rules propose a number of associated actions that are entailed with designation of climate-friendly areas. There's community engagement to include outreach and engagement with underserved populations. Also, the local governments are required to analyze housing capacity within those CFAs or climate-friendly areas to meet that 30% requirement, so that the climate-friendly areas are sized to accommodate at least 30% of that community's housing needs. There is also a requirement to develop a plan for fair and equitable housing outcomes, including the consideration of potential displacement impacts that could occur, and consideration or identification of mitigation measures to address potential displacement that could occur with that CFA designation. Adoption of development standards is also required, so the local government would actually need to, develop and adopt zoning standards essentially for these climate-friendly areas. And then lastly, adoption of a climate-friendly element to the comprehensive plan. So those are at least what's entailed currently in the proposal to designate climate-friendly areas. Go ahead, next slide, please, Bill. All right. So we're seeking
Chair, can I ask a question? Clarification. And
yeah, please do.
Kevin, do you mind going back for just a second? Are you seeing this plan for fair and equitable housing outcomes, including consideration of displacement, like that work is sort of in a way already done through the House Bill 2003 work by the time that this comes up? So it's not an additive activity. It's sort of taking in an activity that's already occurred and embedding it into this activity.
Vice Chair Halova, that's a good question. The distinction here, I think, from the House Bill 2003 analysis, which is an ongoing and community-wide analysis of fair and equitable housing outcomes, is looking at the specific impacts from this, what might be described as an upzoning. So as we're designating climate-friendly areas and we're enacting new development standards, there is the potential for a degree of displacement that may not have been created by, say, House Bill 2001, which allows for, as duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes in areas zoned for low-density single-family development. Director Rue, looks like you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Kevin, I just wanted to draw people's attention to your bottom bullet, adoption of climate-friendly comprehensive plan element. This is a critical part of how we hope to fund implementation. In conversations with ODOT, adoption of a climate-friendly area or plan by a local government will then trigger funding from ODOT, from state sources. And they have said that they are willing to make that funding contingent upon such adoption. So it's an important date and an important trigger.
I wanted to follow up on the housing outcomes really quickly. It seems like in House Bill 2003 work, one is considering areas of exclusion and risk to gentrification. One is thinking about how to incentivize fair and equitable housing outcomes through that process. And that through thinking of that in a spatial way, which it appears that work is going to make cities think about it in a spatial way, that would then kind of be work that's already been done that needs to just be considered in this, and not, this wouldn't be an additive process, but that's just the way I'm seeing it. I don't know.
I'll just respond briefly. I think well, I can tell you that the thinking about why this particular analysis would be required in conjunction with the CFA designation is that there's a particular set of development standards that would be imposed in a particular area. And that allows a more site-specific analysis versus what might be a more conjectural analysis about impacts that may occur. And the
Thank
thinking,
you.
oh, sure. That's probably enough. Yeah.
I think you can continue, Kevin, but you just went on mute, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Where was I? Let's see. Okay, so designation. Okay, so we've talked through this slide, unless there are other questions from Commission. I'm seeing none. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, Bill. I think that's it. There we go. So yes, on this question of deadlines for designation, we're seeing two options. There may be other solutions out there that we haven't thought of, but essentially, as we're looking at designation deadlines for climate-friendly areas, one option would be just to extend the deadlines to allow completion of all of those actions together. So all that stuff that I just outlined, the development standards, the comp plan element, the analysis of fair and equitable housing outcomes, all of that would happen together. It would just simply allow more time for that whole process. The pros of that proposal, or at least some that we've identified, it would allow more time for public engagement and the equity evaluation that's built in. It would also allow for more comprehensive consideration of all of those CFA or climate-friendly area actions. The cons of this approach would be, of course, it delays implementation of the CFA requirements and resultant climate pollution reduction and equity benefits that will come with those changes. And also, I think as Jem alluded to, delay might not allow near-term state or federal funding for projects within CFAs. So there may be some potential for funding. That early designation would make it more viable for projects within those areas to be funded. The second option would be to provide for phased adoption of climate-friendly areas. So this would have the designation of the climate-friendly area, the calculations, is this a sufficient area to meet 30% of our housing needs, as well as that equity impact analysis happening at the beginning, with the development code and comprehensive plan amendments following after public engagement and designation. So if we do a phased adoption, you're not doing it all together. Pros of this approach would be a short timeline for CFA designation and equity analysis, more time for development standards, obviously. This would allow for near-term state and federal funding per designation. The downsides may create uncertainty for residents and property owners in CFAs, in those climate-friendly areas. And also the two-phase process would not allow for comprehensive consideration and adoption. So that's the first question we'll be asking you. My understanding is that we'll have, I'll go through this, we'll have an opportunity for public input, and then we'll come back to these questions for commission. But that's question one. All right. Question two relates to development standards for climate-friendly areas. So these have been described, and this is again from the draft rules for climate-friendly areas, described as fairly prescriptive set of rules. Basically, what's in that draft is a requirement that climate-friendly areas be zoned to allow a mixture of residential, office, commercial, service, and public uses. A requirement that the rules be uniformly applied throughout a climate-friendly area. Requirement that all development would be permitted through a non-discretionary decision process. Required minimum residential densities, a minimum allowed building height of 100 feet. And I want to be clear, there's been a little confusion on this point. It's not a mandate to build to 100 feet, but to allow buildings at least 100 feet tall in these areas. The rules also have few or no setbacks, establish block length standards to be applied to large redevelopment and greenfield development, and also identify prioritization for locating government facilities to serve the public, for parks, open space, and similar public amenities. So before we go beyond this slide, are there any questions about this package of development standards?
Questions from commissioners? Don't see anybody. Thank you. You can go out. You can go ahead.
Okay. All right. So basically the two approaches that we are outlining here for our second question have to do with whether we maintain those prescriptive development standards or we provide a smaller set of outcome-based requirements that would allow more flexibility for local codes. If we were to maintain, obviously, we've heard a lot of feedback about the prescriptive development standards. I think that we will likely amend those standards based on the input we've received. But if the thinking is it's good to continue with a set of prescriptive standards, we could do that. The advantages, it provides clear and consistent standards for local adoption. And also these standards would be designed to facilitate development, freeing up local markets to respond as feasible. The downside, as we've heard in testimony, is that the standards are not compatible with the scale and design of current development in many areas that would likely be designated climate-friendly areas. Another consideration is that these prescriptive standards may provide a false sense of development capacity in some CFAs due to the gap between the standards, what the standards say for how big things can get versus the market reality of what the market would actually support within certain areas. So that's the first option. The second option would be to provide a smaller set of outcome-based requirements, allowing more flexibility for local codes. And the advantages of this approach would be it would allow more flexibility for standards consistent with local context. Another advantage would be that it would focus on desired outcomes with fewer mandatory parameters. The downside, local governments might include standards that would require more time and cost for development, thereby impeding the types of development we want to see in those climate-friendly areas. Another downside is that it would require more detailed review of the standards by DLCD staff to ensure that the results will be achieved. Because there isn't one clear standard, it will just take more time for staff to evaluate. Either one of these options is workable. All right. Any questions about those two alternatives?
Commissioners, any questions? Don't see any at this point. I'm sure we will after we hear testimony, but do you have some more you wanted to provide us, Kevin, before we go to public testimony?
I believe that's the last slide, Bill. Is that? Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Well, really nice job, both of you, summarizing, again, the issues that I'm hearing and reading about to date. So at this point, I'd like to open it up to public comment. And at last checking with Esther, we had about 11 people. So we're going to give each person 3 minutes to testify. If you could put the list up there, thank you so much. So Mayor Van Gordon from the city of Springfield, welcome.
I am not showing Mayor Van Gordon. I will continue to keep an eye out for him.
Okay.
I have queued Jonathan Parker.
Great. Why don't we go with Jonathan then? And obviously we'll bring it back. If the mayor is able to join us, we will make sure he's on the agenda. Mr. Harker, thank you. We also got written testimony from Jonathan Harker as well. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. For the record, I'm Jonathan Harker. I'm a retired city planner, having worked for Gresham about 30 years. I'm on the RAC as an alternate representing the Oregon American Planning Association. However, my comments reflect only my opinions and not OAPA's. My brief comments today are really towards those two questions you've been asked in terms of direction. As mentioned, I did provide more detailed comments that I hope you've had a chance to review. Regarding the deadline question, like others, I felt it's important to prioritize getting the CFA's destinations with their land use standards in place. At the same time, I feel that local government has to have the time to engage their public in the changes and to understand that it's their planning commissioners and elected officials that will be actually making the changes. Based on Gresham's experiences, I think 18 months would work, but perhaps there are things that DLCD could do to expedite that. And I would echo what Chair MacArthur said about providing cogent talking points. Regarding the development standards question, I would lean towards option 2 in the sense that it recognizes that places chosen for CFAs will be different and that a single ubiquitous development standard as proposed may not likely work in all places. I do think there is a critical flaw in the development standards draft rules. The draft rules provide for, as you noticed, a list of uses. It's an appropriate list of uses, but what it does is it says that those uses have to be allowed in all parts of the CFA. This means that it's possible that a development might choose to do nothing but develop residential because they'd be allowed to do that, as opposed to coming up with that mix of residents, workers, and customers that need to take place. In my written testimony, I point out the example in Gresham with their centers. And in their centers, which are considered, I think, as climate-friendly areas in the rules, are an aggregation of specific sub-districts that might allow, one district might allow just residential, another might allow commercial with mixed-use buildings. In the aggregate, they allow that mix of uses that's desired for community-friendly areas, but it makes sure that there will be some residential, does make sure that there will be some commercial. So I really will encourage you to take a look at the experiences that have happened in the Portland metro area. Finally, as I conclude my comments, I hope that we don't decide that there needs to be, that the DLC staffing requirements are reasons to not do a particular approach, as put as a con on option 2 on this, just because it's so important that we get this right, and we shouldn't be making rules for decades down the road based on what staff resources might be for DLCD. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harker. And for those who haven't yet read it, Mr. Harker's written comments are exhibit number 7 that Esther sent out in the supplemental packet last evening. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Harker? I don't see any. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it very much. Do we have the mayor of Springfield yet or not? I want to make sure that we give him priority when he gets on, if he's able to.
Yes, Mayor Van Gordon. You are on.
I did make it up. Thanks, Esther, for being a little bit flexible on the fly here. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Sean Van Gordon. I'm the mayor of Springfield. And I just want to acknowledge that the city of Springfield is committed to make this rulemaking process a success. We want to see the reduction of greenhouse emissions across Oregon and increase equity throughout Oregon. What I'm concerned about is the current rulemaking process is not going to accomplish these goals because of its rushed timeline and its overall burden and prescriptive nature. I did submit written testimony that outlines some of these concerns more broadly, but I am asking that the Commission extend the rulemaking timeline by 2 to 3 months and direct the staff to establish smaller but specific work groups. This has been a consistent theme working you know, in local government from the entire from states is really getting people to sort of slow down and make sure that the jurisdictions have an actual chance to implement these changes. The rules acknowledge and they build upon local planning efforts, but such as the housing needs analysis and housing production strategies of HB 2003. But while at the state level, you've got a lot of different departments and committees working on these rules, you know, it's really only the same staff that are at the local level. I'm a top 10 population city, and the same people that will implement this work are the same people that are working at HB 2001 and the same people working on transportation rules. And to give you some perspective, the city of Springfield staff in a post-COVID world is the same staffing level that we've had at the height of the 2009 recession. Really, the statewide standards need to emphasize the why and desired outcomes while allowing cities to be flexible with how they come up with the implementation, and so that we can reflect the actual unique characteristics of our cities. More often than not, top-down approaches, when we actually apply them to cities, actually come up with different and unintended consequences. And that's a common sense of where cities constantly advocate and lobby to their state bodies, is to give them flexibility. We're with you with the why, just give me some time and running room on the how. And the state really needs to identify resources to help local jurisdictions overcome the barriers that we have to try to implement these greenhouse gases. Like I said, I'm a top 10 city, and we don't actually have the staff to do it. There's 200 cities in Oregon, and understanding and getting them the resources to be successful here would become really, really important. Like I said, I've submitted written comments that have additional detail. I support the League of Oregon Cities letter that they have submitted as well. I think it's an outstanding way to go. And I would just encourage the commission to sort of slow down to go fast here. This is big, it's complicated. 2 to 3 months is not gonna, change the outcomes, but we need to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and you were perfect in terms of your time frame. I also wanted to let you know, just Emma Newman and Paul Thompson, I heard them speak as part of the RAC meeting last week, and they were both incredibly articulate, and so they represent your city well. Questions for the mayor? Don't see any at this point. Thank you for taking the time to be here. It's really important for us to hear from you.
Okay, and Ms. Jennifer Jolie with Oregon Municipal Electric Utilities Association.
Oops. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. My name is Jennifer Jolie. I'm director of the Oregon Municipal Electric Utilities Association, and I'm here today on behalf of 11 OMEU municipal electric utilities, as well as the Eugene Water and Electric Board and the Oregon People's Utility District Association, representing PUDs. As not-for-profit consumer-owned utilities with access to the federal hydropower system, our energy mix is 95% carbon-free today. We are also deploying electric charging infrastructure that will lead to less carbon emissions from the transportation sector. As climate leaders, we very much support the goals of climate-friendly and equitable communities. I submitted written testimony highlighting some concerns with the initial draft language in this rulemaking. We want to ensure that any development standards in climate-friendly areas allow room for the safe placement of electric utility infrastructure like pad mount transformers and electric meters. Since submitting my testimony, I have had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Holmstrom, and he indicated a willingness to meet with some of our engineering and operations experts to discuss our concerns. And we certainly look forward to following up with him and his colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and Ms. Jolie. And your letter is in here, exhibit number 11 for commissioners, if you want to take a look at that. I was really pleasantly surprised and happy to see your letter in there yesterday. We very rarely get comments from your interest area. And so it's really important for us to understand how your work intersects with ours. So thank you very much for the written comments. And the zero setback requirement was something that you had a big concern about as others. So thank you very much.
Great.
Questions for Ms. Jolie? And thanks to Bill for reaching out. I think it really is important for us to get very specific on how the regulations might affect negatively and positively what you do. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Okay, next we have Ms. Ariel Nelson with the League of Oregon Cities, and following her will be Ms. Karen Elizabeth Knudsen with Better Housing Together.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Ariel Nelson here on behalf of the League of Oregon Cities. I'm just arranging my window so I can check the time. Pardon me. The screen switches when they move you to a panelist. Okay. So here on behalf of the LOC and member cities on the RAC are strongly committed to this rulemaking effort, which includes taking swift and effective action at the local level, but also helping to shape strong statewide climate policy. We applaud the commission and the department for prioritizing this work, for recognizing the urgency and the importance. As your local government partners doing this work on the ground, cities are particularly focused, and you've heard testimony already that I will echo and on the record, we want to ensure that these rules are both equitable and implementable. So I want to thank Commissioner Warren and Commissioner Lilac for recognizing the need to do this right, as well as the capacity constraints at the local government level. And the mayor from Springfield really articulated that well. Big thanks to department staff for all the work so far. I was really encouraged to hear Bill talk about creating that timeline that we've been asking for at the RAC to really understand the impact, the implementation impacted jurisdictions that goes along with existing work, as well as the acknowledgement that these rules are very prescriptive in nature. Again, you have our letters on the record. And I just want to echo our strong request to improve the current rulemaking RAC process into a more manageable timeline. While this RAC has been meeting for a year, we really have only just begun to get into the technical details, and we just need more time, more review time between RAC meetings and focused technical meetings to actually really get into the specific topics. Some clarifications would help as well. I think there's still a lot of uncertainty about which rules apply where, whether that's within a climate friendly area, within an MPO or statewide. We really want to provide that constructive, productive, specific feedback that staff is asking from RAC members, and the current process simply is not enabling that. So we're just really hoping to extend this by a few months and build in some additional processes within that time period so we can really get these details correct. I just wanted to give a couple notes about the prescriptive requirements in the rules just to kind of illustrate what we're talking about, that one prescriptive development standard really doesn't work statewide or from city to city. And it actually doesn't even work within an existing city. Tigard gave me a really good example the other day that they have two very distinct areas that are contiguous. They're downtown Tigard and the Tigard Triangle, but they have very different rules to incentivize and to bring about the same outcomes. And so that's just one example. The 100-foot building height is not really a realistic development height that we're seeing outside of downtown Portland, certainly aspirational for the future. But what you're seeing getting built in most of the impacted cities is 2 to 6 stories. And what Tigard learned, they shared this example with me, is that when you set the building height that tall, even though it's not a requirement, it's just a maximum, it actually ends up in overvaluing the land, such that those developments that you are seeing in the near term, 2, 4, 5, 6 story developments no longer pencil with the land value and their investments. So Tigard actually had in their latest downtown plans, redevelopment plans, had I think 100 or 200 foot building height that they're actually downsizing now, because the impact of that is that they weren't seeing the development that they wanted. They were seeing lands lie vacant. So the point of this is that the rules really need to reflect local reality, and that is why we are asking for some more outcomes, performance-based standards to allow local governments to bring that local expertise of what works and what rules are going to encourage the type of development that we all want to see in these climate-friendly areas in the way that's going to work in their local communities. I know I'm out of time, so I will try to keep this brief. Just want to echo the request that's been made. We think it makes sense to move forward with requiring the CFA designation with some kind of broad definitional understandings of what that means to designate a climate-friendly area, and then let the local governments bring local regional action plans on how we're going to meet these bold outcomes and performance standards. We're by no means asking for a reduction in accountability. Certainly would expect DLCD, the department, LCDC, to hold local governments accountable, ensure that any local plans are meeting what need to be aggressive, bold standards. But again, work with the local experts on what plans make sense. And finally, what plans build on the existing work that so many communities have spent considerable time and made considerable investments in towards these goals. Certainly not everyone is as far ahead as Metro's 2040 growth concept necessarily, but we have recent bike network analysis in Bend and Eugene. Beaverton just completed a brand new downtown design district code that has many of these goals embedded in it. And the city of Salem is in the final stages of a multi-year update to their comprehensive plan. And they've also stood up an Our Salem project to really deepen their engagement with broader sections of the community, including communities who have been historically underrepresented. So all of these important pieces of building climate-friendly and equitable communities, that work is happening in communities. And so we really just are encouraging the department to work with cities to acknowledge what work has been done, where the gaps exist, and where we can focus rulemaking and, importantly, the funding to achieve our shared goals. So thank you for the extra time. Thank you for your consideration. Please do consider giving us some more time within the RAC meetings to get into these really important details. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and your comments are super. And I'm glad you provided us with very specific examples, the Tigard example and some of the other ones. And then your letter in the file, exhibit number 6, is a really useful tool for us to look at. So thank you. Questions for Ms. Nelson from League of Oregon Cities? I don't see any. Thank you very much for everything you're doing within the RAC as well as.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Looks like Commissioner Holliva was just trying to get off mute.
Sorry, I hadn't plugged my headphone in. I had it on speaker. I was wondering if you could give some examples of outcome-based, we're talking about prescriptive versus outcome-based measures. Did you have any examples from any of the ones you were talking about, various cities, that could just give some clarity what a city might do outcome-wise?
I wish that I had a specific one prepared for you. I think what we're talking about, thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I think what we're talking about is, a city saying, this is what we've done so far, or these are our current rules. We're now going to take the next step and, drill and update these rules, designate, more multimodal areas, more bike pedestrian infrastructure. This is where we're going to have it go, and really work with the department in that rulemaking to say. And I think there's going to be, I think it's going to be really similar potentially to a lot of the work that you influenced with House Bill 2003 and the housing production strategy of, here are the list of things that everyone should be incorporating into their climate-friendly areas. What have you done already? What do you need to do? Where are you going to really deepen those efforts? And they have to be locally informed, because there's a variety of progress at different levels of the built environment. It looks different in these communities. Is it new development? Is it redevelopment? So I don't have a specific one, but I think we have a great model with the housing production strategy of, I think the RAC can identify and the department can identify, these are the explicit things that we want to be seeing in these climate friendly areas. You need to be doing them. And you may, depending, and, here are the goals that we want to see, the outcomes. And so you may need to do more of this type of strategy than this city over here, but this is what we're expecting to see. hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
You know, I have a follow-up question on that, and so thank you, Vice Chair, for asking that question. So there's at least two parts of this. One is the doing and making sure there's the right zoning and everything in place, but and other kinds of incentives, financial and otherwise. But then there's the metrics. So I understand from staff's perspective, in the past, we haven't, I guess communities haven't really measured their progress toward various things like walkability, number of people walking today versus 20 years ago or 20 years from now, more equity, more healthy communities, those kinds of things. So it seems to me that if we go into the more performance outcome approach, we'll have to beef up the performance metrics. And then I'm wondering how do jurisdictions have the tools to measure and report on whether or not they are meeting those outcomes?
Thanks, Chair. I think that's a really great question. I would love to see the RAC focus on developing measurable outcomes metrics. I think we probably have. I'm not a planner or one of the local experts, but I'm sure that they have some ideas. And I think that we would really welcome the opportunity to develop those metrics with the department and everyone on the RAC. And I think that's a big part of the work, because I think we have some different, there may be different opinions on what policies will reduce vehicle miles traveled, will reduce emissions. And it's a combination, of course, of policy and actual funding to actually implement the plans and build the infrastructure. So, but I think that's the conversation we want to have, is let's build those metrics. Let's figure out what makes sense in each community to get there, and then hold ourselves accountable and measure progress.
And it might be that there's different there probably are going to be different actions in different communities. And so, yeah, so that's helpful. Thank you. Any follow-up questions on that, or other questions for Ms. Nelson? Seeing none, thank you very much. So the next person, Esther, to testify, I think you told me and I failed to write it down, sorry.
Well, so Ms. Knudsen with Better Housing Together, I am unable to locate her. So next that I have queued is Ms. Mary Kyle McCurdy with 1000 Friends of Oregon, followed by Eleanor with the City of Talent Council President.
Thank you, Mary Kyle, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the Commission. Mary Kyle McCurdy, representing 1000 Friends of Oregon. We joined a letter that you've received with the League of Cities and Association of Oregon Counties, and we also submitted our own letter. That joint letter addressed several high-level principles, and I'm going to talk about 3 of those in a little bit more detail. So first, adopt the rules to designate climate-friendly areas by May of 2022 and phase in additional requirements at later dates, some sooner than others. And that's a wee bit of a delay from your March timeline, but the most important part of that is how we use that delay. And I think we really need to use it to break the topics into manageable chunks. You've seen a lot just in the slides you saw from staff today. We got that kind of all in 1 and 2 meetings. Whether we end up with prescriptive or outcome-based rules, and I think we'll have a little bit of both, just like we do in the House Bill 2001 rulemaking, it is too hard to digest all of this. And so we need to have more time on these manageable chunks. But starting with CFAs, these are the building blocks for most of what the other actions are that must be taken to achieve greenhouse gas reductions. And so we have to start with the CFAs. By May of 2022, that adoption should include, as I think you've heard, that all local governments designate CFAs by June of 2023, and I did say all local governments, or the first major planning activity of a metropolitan jurisdiction, like adoption of a TSP, an HNA, scenario planning, et cetera, whichever comes first. That's really the critical building block. And that designation should include what it means to be a CFA, consistent with the state transportation strategy. allocating 30% of total residential and employment development to the CFAs, and focusing transit, bike, and pedestrian plans and investments to shift mode share significantly. Secondly, align implementation of the still under development rules, those more detailed rules, for CFAs and other topics with existing planning schedules for housing needs analysis, scenario planning, transportation planning. For any key steps that are not on a regular schedule, either incorporate them into an existing schedule or put them on a regular schedule. The focus of this entire effort is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the state's #1 source, transportation, most of which is coming from cars and light trucks and the impervious surfaces that support them. Therefore, incorporating these rules into local transportation plans on a regular schedule and starting soon is critical to achieving the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals. And yet, transportation planning by metropolitan area local governments, whether it's a TSP or a specific mode plan like a bicycle plan, are not now on any regular schedule, nor do they currently require achieving the mode shift and vehicle miles traveled reductions required to meet our climate goals. Therefore, we recommend that TSPs, Transportation System Plan, updates be put on a regular schedule. The rules incorporated into those, whether it's a TSP or an individual mode plan, and that those plans and the funding for them be contingent on achieving that 20 to 30% VMT reduction, as is consistent with STS and your own GHG reduction targets. And finally, accountability. Whether you go with prescriptive or outcome-based standards, and I think it'll be a bit of both, the key element to success in either is accountability. And that accountability can take a variety of forms: time extensions, technical assistance, additional funding, contingent funding, withholding of funds. But accountability requires deadlines, regular reporting, monitoring, and timely actions to address shortfalls. And adequate funding for local governments is certainly a key part of the successful implementation of these rules. And therefore, the state should fund this planning and tie transportation funding to local government compliance. Local plans should demonstrate an overall jurisdiction-wide reduction in VMT and achievement of the greenhouse gas reduction targets. That is why the current TPR and the Goal 12 rule has largely failed to meet the VMT reduction requirements that are in the TPR. There hasn't been accountability. That has to be incorporated into this, given our ongoing and exponentially worsening climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kyle. And I know that you submitted, well, you sent a letter to commissioners on the 22nd, so I guess yesterday. And I'm not certain if that is officially part of our record, but I'm just giving attention to Esther to make sure that that's part of the record.
I sent, with the two letters have gone in, one that we jointly submitted,
yeah.
And then the other one went to Esther with copies to the two co-chairs of the RAC and yourself as the chair.
Okay.
And so to Director Rue. I'm pretty sure I submitted it to Esther.
Okay, super. We'll just make sure.
I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Let me know if you haven't received it, Esther.
No, I have received it, and probably Esther has too, but we'll just make sure. I just want to make sure it's officially part of the record.
Thank you.
It's really good testimony. Thank you very much. Questions for Mary Kyle?
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I wanted to see can I summarize what I heard from you?
Great.
I heard that all of these things need to be on a schedule, but not just a schedule, but on a similar schedule to other activities to streamline it for both staff and our staff and the staff that has to do it. I heard that.
Commissioner Halava, yes, I think there's some critical things that need to be phased in early, like CFAs and TSPs and other transportation planning needs to be put on a schedule. But right now we have this big bulk of rules, literally over 100 pages of rules we've gotten all at once, and it's hard to parse out all of that and all the deadlines. And we have a lot of forest we need to pull out. We have a lot of trees, we need to pull out the forest. So starting with those critical parts, and then tie the other ones in as much as possible into regularly scheduled planning processes that local governments are doing.
Yeah.
And if there's something critical that isn't part of a regular schedule, make it part of a regular schedule then. Accompany with funding to accomplish it.
Yeah, so that was the second point I was going to say, accompany with funding. So align schedules together for everybody to follow easily, align money. And then the question I had was on the third thing that I wanted to understand, which was are you saying that you're in support of designating the climate-friendly areas and then giving more time to figuring out what happens in those areas?
I think as Chair MacArthur described earlier, there's a little bit of more time to actually figure out what the rules should be. So our RAC time, basically, giving us a little bit more time to recommend to you what we think those rules should be. We need to really digest these into chunks of whether it's parking or housing or employment, et cetera. So giving us just a little bit more time. And then I would anticipate that the various elements of the rules that are recommended to you and you ultimately adopt they'll each have different timelines. I don't know that there's going to be a uniform timeline for compliance with everything that's in those rules.
Okay, sorry, let me ask another. So is the idea that to give more time to the RAC now to do all of the things together at once, which is different than establish the community-friendly areas now, but give more time for the implementation of those areas? I'm not quite understanding which one you're.
Can I just offer what I think? I think the clarification is I think, Mary Kyle, you're making a distinction between designation of the areas or the boundaries, so to speak, kind of in a conceptual way, of the CFAs, like within a year of adoption of this rule. And then give more time after that for the other rules to get implemented in those areas. Is that what you were saying?
Right. We recommended, which is consistent with your staff, that designation of CFAs in 2022, and that as part of that designation, and this is also consistent with your staff's recommendation, is there's an allocation of that 30% of housing or there's an allocation of housing and employment to ensure that the CFAs can accommodate 30% of all housing and development, and focusing transit, bike, and pedestrian plans and investments to achieve a large part of that mode shift share. Then there's other more detailed development standards, the ones that you've been hearing a lot of anxiety about at local governments. And we need more time as a RAC to figure out what those should be, prescriptive, outcome-based, et cetera. And then those are likely to be phased in over a longer time frame than the designation of the CFAs, or at least some of them will be. It's too early for me to say exactly more on those, because I think where we're in agreement with local governments is that we need to spend more time thinking through all of those. And some may be able to be put in place at the same time that a CFA is designated, and others may take more time. And if they do, they should be aligned with the timing of other planning processes. Is that clarifying or muddying the waters, Commissioner?
So Vice Chair, do you have follow-up on that?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Great, thank you for asking the question.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Director.
So Mary Kyle, I just thank you very much. But I guess I need just a little bit more thinking on delaying some of the measures. And specifically what I'm worried about is we've begun conversations with Department of Housing and Community Services. They have $500 million for affordable housing that needs to move out and be placed in the next 22 months. And likewise, I think we're expecting that there will be some money from the federal government in some form of an infrastructure funding plan. And I'm concerned about timing, being ready to accept that money. We already can't do it with Margaret's 500 million, but we're trying to think about some locational and size criteria that will fit with climate-friendly areas now in anticipation of something coming later. I'm just looking for timing and conjunction.
So Director Root, let me be clear. When we ask for the RAC for a little bit more time, there's, the CFAs should be adopted. If you can do it earlier than May, if you can do it by March, great. And we need a bit more time as a rec to figure out all of the rest that much of all the rest that goes along with it, because it's a kind of an overwhelming amount of material right now. But I am not saying delay all of what might go on and accompany the designation of a RAC. I'm saying let us have a little bit more time to think about that. You have highlighted some very good reasons for things to be implemented along with the designation of a CFA. And 1000 Friends feels that all cities in the MPO should be designating CFAs next year, not a 2-year staggered time frame, because frankly, most of those areas already exist in local plans with some other name, some mixed use center designation. We think that can be done in 2022, but I want to be clear that for things that should accompany that designation for the kind of reasons that you've mentioned, we're not suggesting a wholesale delay of everything that might go along with a CFA at all. I can't speak for anyone else.
No, thank you.
Well, and Director Rue, thanks for bringing that up, because and we can talk about this more when we convene sort of as a commission to talk about to respond to public comment. But one thought I had, you raised a really good point, and we know what the attributes are of mixed use, of climate friendly areas. I mean, we know what the attributes are supposed to be. We have a description of that. So it seems to me that we could work with Housing Now to have some of those attributes translated into criteria or preferential criteria or something, guidelines, whatever, for the spending of those dollars. We don't have to wait. We don't have to wait, and we shouldn't wait if there's money available to an official designation, because if the money goes in areas that is value add relative to mixed use and other kinds of things, we're one step ahead than we would be if we didn't put those criteria in there in the first place.
And the transportation planning rule already describes these mixed use areas, and therefore these cities should have these functionally designated already. Yeah. And that housing money can be an incentive.
Yeah, and it should be. Thank you. Any other, we took a lot of your time, Mary Kyle. Any other questions for Mary Kyle? Commissioner Warren.
Just a quick comment. Mary Kyle, I just want to say how much I appreciate what you do and what you do for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Great. Thank you, Mary Kyle. Very much appreciated.
Commissioner Jacobson has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Jacobson. Hello.
Talking while muted. I also just wanted to say thank you, but also I really appreciate when different kinds of stakeholder groups can come together and support each other's testimony, because I think it helps as a commissioner sort out what's kind of become an issue for one particular group or a viewpoint versus what's happening that everybody can point to and say this is a problem, or we see how this could work. I think it just further elevates things instead of things kind of, I think as Commissioner Paramine said earlier, things are super divisive right now in general, and it just really helps, I think, when different groups that represent different things can kind of come together and say, we agree. So just thank you for working with AOC and LOC and supporting each other.
Thank you. And all compliments should go to Ariel, who invited me out to coffee, and that's where this all started. So
well, that's wonderful. Thank you, right. Ariel.
It was the advantage of seeing one other in person for the first time in a long time.
Oh yeah, that has a lot of advantages.
Right. No, it was, and we need more of those conversations in smaller chunks on this rule.
Agreed. Thank you. Okay, next person to testify is Miss Ponomareff. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name well. Sorry.
That's pretty good. Eleanor Ponomareff.
Great, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, hi. So my name is Eleanor Ponomareff. I am the council president for Talent City Council. I am here speaking on behalf of myself and my constituents. And I am here in strong support of state-led parking reforms and other climate measures. And I want to applaud the RAC and the commission and staff for doing this important and timely work. Here in Talent, we know firsthand the danger of climate change. The Alameda fire took 800 homes and 60 businesses, roughly a third of our small town. And as we work to rebuild, we're also seeing how the inequities of our past and current practices with regard to housing are playing out in the aftermath of the fire. The deficit of affordable housing means that hundreds of our neighbors, climate refugees, are not able to bounce back from this crisis. And even before the fire, here in Talent, we had a deficit of affordable housing options for hundreds of our residents, with close to half of our renter population cost burdened. And we know the cost of parking. The numbers in 2016 were that parking adds $142 to monthly rent, about 17% of the price of a housing unit. And clearly it makes no sense for us to continue to both prioritize and subsidize auto dependency and expect our climate and housing issues to go away. So one thing that helps us here at the local level are policies like the ones you're considering here. Implementation at the state level means fewer battles we at the local level have to fight. So here in Talent, we are learning what resilience means. For us, resiliency is ambitious and it is creative. And as we rebuild, my constituents are asking for new development that is climate friendly, less auto dependent, more affordable and equitable, and in short, a city that is hospitable for everyone. This proposal will support our work, help replicate it elsewhere, giving folks in Oregon the option to figure out how to live with less parking. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. It's sobering but very rich perspective that you brought to our commission today. Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jacobson had her hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Permine.
I'm not getting my little text.
It's my Hollywood Squares days. It just works.
Sorry.
No worries. I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to say that and living in a county that also went through a wildfire last year and still not being recovered from that, my heart just goes out to you. It's not easy. It's, we still have several hundred people living in hotels and living in RVs and all of that. And it's just a really long, grueling marathon to try to recover. And I think about as we, head into more climate change impacts and see, more fire and more severity of fire and fire in places like the coast that we don't normally get fire. I just think, how on earth can we, do more of these? Because I've done one and I'm done, emotionally exhausted from this. So just wanted to say that I'm just sorry for your community's loss and just, I'm thinking about you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I really appreciate that. We're seeing it as an opportunity to do some very creative, very ambitious things, hoping to be a model for other cities. I always say we're a small town. Our motto is small town, big heart, but we're perfect for any pilot projects anybody has in mind. And I just wanted to echo what was said by Mary Kyle previously. Good things happen over coffee. So just want to put that out there as well.
Well, yeah, we should connect sometime, not around LCDC, but just some recovery buddies, as we are doing some kind of innovative things and trying to get people home in Lincoln County with paying for septic permits and that kind of stuff, which is helping a lot. So happy to connect with you, over coffee or virtual coffee sometime.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next person to testify is Karen Knutson from Better Housing Together.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and offer this testimony. My name is Karen Knutson, and I am an architect and urban designer, and also an instructor in planning and architecture at the University of Oregon. And I'm here today speaking as the founding director of Better Housing Together, which is an advocacy organization, an independent 501c3, and also the backbone of a collaborative and community-led effort in Lane County to increase housing affordability, diversity, and supply for our community. My testimony today is in strong support of the recommendation to eliminate or make conditional parking minimums in metropolitan areas throughout the state. And this testimony is consistent with previous testimony that I've offered to address parking minimums through the implementation of House Bill 2001, as well as testimony related recently to Senate Bill 8 and other efforts to find land, right, and be creative as we're thinking about our urban lands for critical needs like affordable housing. So looking ahead, and one of the reasons why I wanted to offer this testimony today is that I cannot nearly address the level of detail such as Mary Kyle addressed in Thousand Friends of Oregon's testimony, but I am very much thinking about the big picture for our communities and for our state. And so much of the work that we have ahead in our communities and indeed in our world is challenging. It is going to require hard choices and difficult trade-offs and difficult transitions. But many of the choices that we have in front of us right now are easy. They are simple choices. They are not hard. They're not difficult to negotiate. They simply require us making a shift in our habits and in our regulatory structures so that we focus all of our efforts not on making the change and the progress that we need more difficult to accomplish. We need to stop working cross-purpose in our efforts related to transportation, climate change, providing adequate housing for everyone within our communities, and really building the foundation for rich opportunity for all Oregonians. We know that cities have enough parking, too much space dedicated to parking already. We know that transportation options and preferences are changing swiftly, and we also need to prioritize our urban land uses for things other than the storage of cars, of course, things like needed housing and affordable housing. So again, my request and strong recommendation is that we eliminate parking minimums to help move our state and all of our communities in new and productive directions. We also do support requests by some cities to really be focused on the equitable implementation of this work and the request for a little bit more time to be able to make sure that cities and local jurisdictions can do what's needed to make sure that this work lands and helps move all of us in a direction forward. So thank you for your time today, and thank you for digging into this work.
And thank you for joining us. Really good perspective to have here. Commissioners, questions from Ms. Knutson? I'm going to take my time. So Commissioner Jacobson, would you like to? I want to make sure. I know you didn't have your hand up. I was kidding.
I like that you're preemptive, but I don't have a comment. Thank you, though.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Knutson. Where are we, Esther, in the sequence of things? Okay, Ms. I don't think I'll pronounce this very well. Ami Akoti Ayeken, but I'm sorry if I bastardized your name, but please correct me and welcome.
Yeah, thanks for trying. Let me turn on my video. Okay. No, I appreciate you trying. Dear Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Helova, and members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. For the record, my name is Ame Okotie Oyekon. I represent the NAACP Eugene Springfield on DLCD's Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rulemaking Advisory Committee. My comments today reflect my own views. Today, I'd like to share how much I appreciate the efforts of your staff and commission to take on climate and equity with so much fervor and intention through not only this rulemaking effort, but exploring other avenues facilitated by policy option packages and agency coordination. The rulemaking is a lengthy and arduous process, and personally, between wading through long meeting packets, dealing with post-graduation anxiety, and watching the climate crisis compound inequities in communities across Oregon, I'm burning out, and I'm feeling the zeal with which I began this process slowly waning, and I imagine I'm not the only one feeling this way. But this morning I revisited my statement of interest and read the words that I submitted when I applied for this RAC almost a year ago. And I said what motivated me to serve was the opportunity to rewrite, reframe, and reshape environmental narratives in a way that recognizes and reconciles for the discrimination and disinvestment marginalized communities have been forced to endure. And in this way, use environmentalism as an avenue to address social injustice and support climate-ready communities in the wake of global socio-ecological destabilization. So I had to remind myself why I'm here, and based on Director Rue's comments this morning, that's why you're here too, and I'm honored and excited to share this space with you. And I especially want to highlight the support of staff member Cody Meyer for helping me answer my questions and walk me through the long and arduous technical rule language throughout this process. So I'll leave the commission with a few notes. First, I urge you to continue seeking avenues to support local governments in implementing the proposed rules. We've heard a lot about that today. Secondly, I implore you not to lose sight of how violent the process of gentrification and displacement truly is. When I concluded my master's thesis research on green gentrification in Atlanta, my takeaway was that cities need to be considering not only the climate migrants from climate-related pressures elsewhere, but the climate migrants created as a result of local climate mitigation and adaptation projects. So take care that the benefits coming out of this rulemaking will be distributed equitably by mitigating displacement of priority populations and working with OHCS to provide affordable housing for all Oregonians. Finally, I encourage the Commission to finish the work that was started with the proposal of House Bill 2488 and see through the amendments to Goal 1 to secure equitable outcomes for impacted communities across the state of Oregon. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. I'm really honored that you took the time to be here today, and you're giving voice to the importance of having a lot of different perspectives on these RACs, but also on these rules advisory committees. But also, you shared with us how difficult it must be for a layperson in terms of planning jargon and plannerese to participate. So thanks again for your willingness to participate. I'm glad that Cody and hopefully others are reaching out to you and other folks on the RAC who may also be kind of considered lay people in this way, so you can really understand what we're trying to accomplish, so that you can focus your input that way. So again, I really appreciate your being here today to offer that really great perspective. Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Pearmine has her hand raised.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Yeah, I also just want to thank you for your service through the committee and also joining us today and bringing us to your statement of purpose in this work, and say that we too, many of us have a similar purpose, but it's profound to hear from you. And if you need more from us as commissioners or staff, let us know along the way. And again, I love hearing how walking through the technical pieces, I too am not a planner, so I need help along the way too, and staff is remarkable. So thanks for bringing that to our attention as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your being here, your service to the RAC, and all of your contributions. My question is, based on some of the comments we've heard just in the last half an hour or so about there would be more RAC meetings potentially, but more focused on particular topics. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts, if that would be a good approach, if you think that would be a better approach that would help support you and in your participation and contributions to the process.
And thank you for the question, Commissioner Lilac. I think that would help me a lot. I'm here to learn. So deeper dives into specific topic areas I think would support me, and it sounds like it would support a lot of the other folks that are on the RAC as well. So I'm in support of more meetings and deeper dives into specific areas.
Good question, Commissioner. Any other commissioners?
Chair?
Yes, okay, yes, anyway, sorry.
I also wanted to thank you for your testimony and really highlighting the personal toll it takes to come to these meetings and the investment that it takes on the personal side. So I wanted to thank you for that. And I also wanted, and I'm hoping part of our, the way we're bringing people into this new rulemaking that we're doing is to ensure that there are people with experiences, lived experiences, and values of different communities. And I'm just hoping, and it's a question I'll ask behind the scenes, and maybe you have thoughts on that. I'm hoping that there's other people on that rack that share these same points that you've pointed out. So it doesn't have all the personal toll on you, but you actually, there's various voices saying these same things. And I think we talk a lot about the impacts of climate change on marginalized communities. We talk a lot about that, but we don't really talk about what you just said, which was the impacts of doing the things that are good, where we think climate, we're doing these climate mitigation strategies, how those could have negative impacts. So I just wanted to really highlight that you're pointing out something that happens in planning a lot, which is we all have good intentions and we go about it, but it actually, the good intentions and the bad intentions, both of them end up hurting communities of color sometimes. So I don't know if you don't have to speak to it now, but I'm just saying in general, I'm hoping that there are other people that have the same viewpoints as you that can be supportive when you're not there, or when you feel when it's tough to be at all the meetings.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't know if you want to respond to that question. Or
There has been a coalescing around the idea of supporting affordable housing and working alongside OHCS. So I'm not the only one that's brought up that point. So I think there are other folks who lead that charge when I'm not in the space. And I guess to also respond to your comment about the unintended consequences of greening, I think that's rooted in this long history of exclusion from green space, that started with the build out of, national park areas, and that went hand in hand with indigenous displacement. So that's kind of existing along this continuum of displacement of local populations for sustainability agendas. So for us to just be critical and keep an eye out for that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Seeing no other hands up for this, let's move on then to Corey, Harlan from Central Oregon Land Watch.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, commissioners, and staff. I just want to thank all of you for your work, for your service, and also for the opportunity to comment today. I really enjoyed hearing from so many different voices that really care about this issue. And I'm Corey Harlan. I'm the Cities and Towns Program Manager with Central Oregon Land Watch, and we've been around for over 35 years here based in Bend. And our mission is to defend and plan for Central Oregon's livable future. And I'm here today to just, let you know Land Watch is strongly supportive of the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking process that is currently being undertaken. We've reviewed the draft rules, and we're really encouraged to see the direction that the rules are headed and the vital issues that they are addressing. I think folks know Deschutes County is one of the fastest growing county in Oregon, and we had a really tough summer grappling with wildfire and smoke. And I think, as we've heard, this may very well be the coolest summer of the rest of our lives. So climate change is here now. The impacts from climate change are here now, and our communities are grappling with them now. And so for many of the proposed measures that are critical to effectively tackling climate change, we see that in these rules, and they're things that Land Watch has supported and advocated for a long time. We do support some level of specific planning requirements and development standards. We do think House Bill 2001, which you all heard about earlier today in your session, could be a good model for thinking this through, where there is clear direction coming from the state, and then you have well-defined paths and timelines that also really provide some reasonable options and flexibility for jurisdictions to come into compliance, and that there are clear sideboards there. As others have commented today, we agree that there may be ways to streamline the implementation of these new rules with existing planning processes or timelines, including House Bill 2003, and we really encourage the exploration of those opportunities. And we also really appreciate that there are significant resources available to help address some of the capacity issues that have been flagged by cities and jurisdictions, and to work directly with those jurisdictions to implement these rules. We are looking forward to providing additional input, more detailed input, as this process continues to unfold, but did want to thank you for prioritizing this work. We really do need bold action now if we are going to meet this moment and really build a climate smart future for our cities, state, planet, and future generations. So please keep moving forward. As we heard in Governor Brown's order, there is, speed and urgency that is needed here. And so finding that right balance of, making sure that we're actually able to implement these rules, but making sure we are recognizing there is urgency here as the effects of climate change are here now. So thank you so much for the opportunity today, and thank you again for all your work in this really important area.
Thank you for being here, commissioners. Questions for Ms. Harlan? I don't see any hands up. I actually can see the hands now for some reason. So that's a good thing. It's only taken me 15 meetings. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
So then the next person to speak is Mac Cunningham from Catholic Charities of Oregon.
Hello there, and good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mac Cunningham, and I'm testifying on behalf of Catholic Charities of Oregon. Catholic Charities provides over 800 units of regulated affordable housing, over 20 properties throughout the state for more than 1,900 Oregonians. We applaud you all for moving this policy forward, as the climate crisis is an existential threat to all communities throughout the state, but we urge some further refinement. At Catholic Charities, my role is as a community development and housing project manager. Despite the chief task of my job being an affordable housing developer, too many of my day-to-day conversations revolve around parking. As such, we are very supportive of eliminating parking minimums. Parking minimums severely interfere with our projects in two ways. For every parking space we provide, we have less space to provide desperately needed affordable units for vulnerable Oregonians. And every parking space we build is a cost that competes with the limited funding to build safe, stable homes for people in need of this housing. Eliminating parking minimums also ensures that we have the flexibility to consider each site's individual context and provide the amount of parking anticipated that will actually be needed by the populations we serve, who are disproportionately less likely to own a car compared to middle and upper income households. However, we urge further refinement for the requirements for electric vehicle parking. The current proposed requirement, at least for affordable housing developments, might be right-sized for the future, but does little to assist the residents we serve today. The requirements as proposed would add costs that are not supported in terms of electric vehicle use or the ability of low-income households to afford and use electric vehicles for their primary transportation, with the average cost of an electric vehicle being roughly equal to or exceeding an entire year's salary for our residents. We urge you to back off this requirement for now, at least for affordable housing developments. But if an across-the-board solution is necessary, we urge you to consider an electric vehicle ready requirement instead of full EV infrastructure. In closing, we urge you all to move forward with this policy with further refinement, so we can continue delivering desperately needed affordable housing for vulnerable Oregonians and not parking spaces, which help to worsen the climate crisis and add potentially unnecessary costs to affordable housing developments. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much for your interest and for being here today. It's really important, and I appreciate you being very specific with your comments. Questions from commissioners? For Mr. Cunningham? Don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, I guess we just have a couple more. Marlene Roberts, Mallory, excuse me, Roberts from AOC.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Hilova, and members of the Commission. My name is Mallory Roberts. I'm here on behalf of the Association of Oregon Counties, which represents all 36 counties. I'm also here as a member of the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities RAC. So while the draft rules largely apply only to the 11 counties included in the 8 MPOs, we do have concerns just generally with the rule and the process. So I really appreciate the opportunity to provide some brief comments today. As detailed in the written testimony that's been referred to and submitted to the Commission, counties have concerns about both the aggressive local government implementation deadlines and the shared goals of this effort. The final rules must build on and allow for coordination with efforts currently underway at the local level. For an example, I would point you to the written testimony submitted by Clackamas County that talks about their ongoing work around a climate action plan there. We think it's also essential to successful implementation that the deadlines contained in these rules align with existing planning schedules. Counties are also concerned with the overly prescriptive or sort of one-size-fits-all nature of the draft rules. We respectfully request that the Commission direct the department to shift to a more outcomes-based approach. We think this would allow local governments the flexibility to align with their existing efforts and to create a more locally driven process with actions that are tailored to unique community needs and circumstances. A few more things, counties just really seek clarity on the impacts on incorporated areas, some clarity around proposed enforcement and compliance measures and tools, and then how the city planning requirements will impact counties and then those areas outside of urban growth boundaries. So we think that an extended and less siloed rulemaking process that has an opportunity for close analysis and input from local government technical experts would allow us to achieve that clarity and ensure that these rules are implementable and effective on the ground. Finally, I also just want to note that we appreciate DLCD and the Commission's recognition that the state must accompany any new requirements with adequate funding. AOC encourages the Commission to continue prioritizing local government partners, having the resources and capacity to successfully implement these rules and to achieve our shared climate goals. Thank you for your leadership on this rulemaking process and for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I was kind of channeling Vice Chair Hilova. She had asked Ms. Nelson for an example of an outcomes-based regulation. So what can you give us some examples that you might have to help us understand what you're talking about?
Unfortunately, similar to Ms. Nelson's response, I'm not a planner. I don't have that specific answer for you, but I know we've got a lot of experts that would really love to weigh in on that and to share some ideas.
Great, thank you. So just an heads up to staff, I'll be asking you the same question when we come back to staff, because I want to make sure we fully understand with an example in front of us the difference in approach. But questions, other questions for, Mr. Warren, Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Mallory. This is kind of probably an off-the-wall question, but since you've had the chance to have conversations with many of these municipalities, I'm wondering if you've heard any ideas as to how we could incorporate the climate action plans that y'all are talking about. So do you have any concept of how we could do that through the rulemaking process, especially as a RAC member yourself?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I wish I did. I think that it's really about recognizing that action and allowing that to be part of what can get communities to that outcome that we share, right? So allowing what's currently happening on the ground, rather than shifting away from the work that's happening, allowing that to be part of the process that gets communities to that compliance and to the goals, if that's helpful at all.
Any follow-up question, Commissioner Warren? Okay, seeing no other hands raised. I think our final speaker is Ellen Miller from the Home Builders. Hi, Ellen. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Chair MacArthur and members of the commission, Ellen Miller here, speaking on behalf of the Oregon Home Builders Association. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and provide comments, and also for the opportunity for the home builders to participate in the RAC. There's great advantage of being the last on your list to testify today, in that I'm going to echo many of the comments, but then of course the disadvantages, you've heard them all before. So I'll be brief. We've been working to try to really take this all in. As you know, this is very dense material, and we need to understand really what this will look like on the ground before we can provide much technical feedback from the builder and development perspective. And of course, we recognize there's going to be future opportunities for feedback. So I'm going to be very brief in just covering 3 observations and concerns from our member. The first is connecting the CFA needed housing metric, the 30% of housing need, to the UGB expansion. This could be problematic from a housing supply perspective. It's hard to know what the market is going to do, and there's likely going to be recessions in our future. For us to achieve 30% of the HNA required housing in a CFA, many parcels are going to require redevelopment. So we just ask that you consider to ensure that any prescribed methodology behind the likelihood of redevelopment is rigorous. Because if these CFA lands don't convert to high density housing, we're going to be counting housing in lands that are supposed to convert, and cities might be unprepared to meet or service the housing need elsewhere, where it might pencil out to build. So second, we worry about interference with recent housing policy implementation. It was just a year ago that we were saying with House Bill 2001, we need to get this implementation right. So yes, I agree, we need to get this implementation right of the CFAs and the CFEC rulemaking, but it's also important that we get the middle housing implementation right. Already cities are struggling with their staff resources, both at the planning desk and at the permit desk. Please make sure that the timeline complements the other housing work that cities are doing under the state directive. And we appreciate staff's commitment to putting that kind of master timeline together so that you're able to better understand how it will all work together. And then last but not least, it's really the feasibility of building and meeting the density of these housing goals remains unclear. We are reaching out to the multifamily development community. It's great to hear some of the affordable housing providers here today. We need to know really what is the possibility of building these types of housing products in these areas, and are they able to be built in an affordable way? Under existing conditions, multifamily and mixed-use developers find many established areas already full of infrastructure to not pencil out based on site feasibility, including to attract anchor tenants, max density allowance caps, and redevelopment site remediation. This means that the hope for commercial, multifamily, and mixed-use developers should really need to weigh in on both the density and the likelihood of redevelopment in these CFAs. And where I see this really fitting in is maybe some of the smaller work groups or the technical advisory committees that we might be able to form as a subcommittee of this rulemaking. So I'm going to stop there. I know there's going to be future opportunities to share thoughts on how to reach similar outcomes. We don't have the answer yet, but we're working on some ideas based on members' experience. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Any commissioners have questions? Vice Chair Halova.
Yeah, I was curious, Ms. Miller, about whether any of the things that you're going to be exploring have to do with unlocking vacant land. Because I know there's always thoughts swirling in the development community about some sort of vacant land tax or something to that effect, basically compelling people to, not just let their land sit. That doesn't fall within, I don't think, the department and what we do, and so it always seems to get left out of every circle's conversation.
Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, thank you for the question. That is a great perspective that we need to evaluate and think about those vacant lands. I think from our perspective, we're thinking more of what are carrots versus sticks, and what incentives there might be. I think there were several comments today that made us question about those kind of properties and redevelopment, and what will incentivize those property owners from either selling to the development community, whether affordable or market-based. We haven't specifically talked about that with our members, but I will put that on the list of things to talk about. Thank you.
Yeah, and just for the clarity for the rest of the commission, I'm not talking about greenfield land or land on the edges of the UGB. I'm talking about, you know, land that had a previous development on it probably and is laying fallow this moment. So with, you know, with infrastructure, with potentially transportation options already there, but no incentive, I guess, to unlock that value.
Got it. Thank you. And that relates on some level to the land survey we'll talk a little bit about tomorrow that was required by the legislature. So surplus land inventory. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Thanks, Ellen, for being here. I've also heard from others about the concern about the 30% housing requirement being located in CFAs. And I think probably the conventional wisdom is that CFAs are downtowns, underutilized corridors, places in cities that it very well could be more expensive to redevelop for all the reasons that you mentioned. I'm curious if you have any thoughts if a CFA were to be approved in a UGB expansion, and specifically I think about the city of Bend's Stevens Road tract that was just approved by the legislature. So where that is a green field, although there's very little that's green over here, but it's the term being it's undeveloped land. Would that make a difference, do you think? I'm curious, because in that case, you're not dealing with the same constraints. And if we're going to expand the UGB, perhaps the CFA would allow for these types of developments as well. Thank you.
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, thank you so much for making that point. I do think that although it may not be unanimous among our membership, I definitely have heard from members that if this were in greenfields and UGB expansion places, this could definitely be a feasible type of development that they would embrace doing. So I can't speak for all of our members, but I have heard that as long as the CFAs are not absolutely isolated to redevelopment in central kind of city locations, this density and these opportunities to develop at this level would be very welcomed.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Seeing none, thank you everybody who testified verbally, as well as those folks who submitted written testimony. Extremely useful on many, many fronts. Appreciate it. Let's go back. Let's close public testimony for today on this item, and then circle back to staff. You've heard a lot. I think Kevin in particular, I think two of your questions you framed for us rather nicely in our staff report, as well as on the screen. If you could tee those up. I think those two are important, but I suspect there's some additional questions you think you might want input on relative to next steps on the process. But let's start with the two that you teed up earlier.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I will remain off camera. My internet crashed on me about an hour ago, so I'm going to try and retain as much bandwidth as I can. Thanks, Bill, for putting those questions up. So actually, could you go to the next slide? And we can discuss this issue again. Actually, I think the next one after that probably frames the two options on CFA, climate-friendly area designation deadlines. So as we've talked about this, we've heard a lot of input on this question. A couple of options that we've identified would be firstly, extending deadlines to allow completion of all actions together. And there was a package of actions, and I can go back through those if people would like a reminder there. that are associated with the designation of climate-friendly areas. So that would be option 1, or option 2, to provide for phased adoption of climate-friendly areas with the development code and comprehensive plan amendments following the initial public engagement and designation of climate-friendly areas.
So I was wondering, well, I think the phased approach is probably a good one, but I was also wondering about if jurisdictions still push back on sort of the phased approach, is there a way to adopt in a year after adoption of this rule, have a requirement for locals to have a conceptual designation for a CFA with the idea that the other regs come later? I'm just wondering if there's any value in that step.
That's a good question, and we've talked a little bit about that as staff. It is a little bit unusual to basically designate an area, but not really fully develop the rules that will apply within that area. However, I think as it's been noted, I think local governments have a pretty good idea of the areas that might be good candidates to be climate-friendly areas. And that initial designation, we might call it a conceptual designation, could be done on a shorter timeline. And that would, allow for funding. Potentially, it would also allow for, more rapid progress. We do feel that associated with that designation, there should be analysis of the potential for displacement, and then, consideration of mitigation measures if there may be displacement that might occur with the climate-friendly area designation, because we're seeing that as kind of a binding decision. Now, it's possible maybe it's a contingent decision, but then it kind of begs the question of, if we're trying to secure funding within certain areas, how much certainty are we providing within those areas?
Thank you, commissioners. Do you want to weigh in on this? We're not deliberating. We're just we're signaling staff where we think we would like to go relative to our own thinking, as well as the public testimony we heard.
Chair?
Yes, please.
This is hard. This is hard work to comment on this, just to point it out, the obvious. From the development perspective, if we're talking about things that are going to change your underlying value, I want to call it value of land, but not necessarily that I'm saying it translates to your land costing more, but kind of things that affect what you can do on your property or your potential for development. That waiting causes some confusion, because if you're a developer, you kind of want to know what's happening to know if you want to get your proposal in before the thing happens or if you want to get your proposal after the thing happens. And so by extending that and just not knowing, you've essentially, in a way, sort of frozen development in those areas during that time, because which way do you go as a developer in that thought process? You're not going to do a bunch of drawings for a building that you find out later you can do a bigger building, right? Or do a bigger building and find out later you have to do a smaller one. So I think, a lot of the testimony that was given talked about like putting in sidewalks or pedestrian things and all these transportation related concepts. But I think a lot of the things we're talking about today, I thought had more to do with density and zoning and block links and prioritizing funding. And so I feel like those are kind of two different things. And so if it was like, here we're making the CFA in order to prioritize funding to go to these areas to do public infrastructure projects, that's one thing, which is very different than here we're making a CFA that's going to change the underlying zoning. That's like a different conversation. And so just to back up, I don't know, there's a larger thing I wanted to make is, I feel like the thing we're not saying through all of this is really what we're trying to do in these CFA areas is increase density. That's my thought. And any conversations that talk about we need to be in keeping with and all that kind of stuff makes me think of status quo, which is not what we're trying to do here. And so the two points that I keep on thinking about are within these CFAs, unlocking development of land, which is not talking about the density, it's just saying it's encouraging development to happen, right? This vacant land idea. And then encouraging density at its, even if you didn't change the zoning, encouraging density at its full capacity even now would be a thing that doesn't necessarily happen right now. So there's lots of land in what I would call climate friendly areas that already have density on them, and through various mechanisms and reasons, the development potential is limited. So I'm not really giving an answer to this, but I think we have to separate out for this question. Are we talking about things that are about public infrastructure and public investment and public facilities, or we're talking about changing the zoning and that kind of stuff? And if you decouple those, that can be confusing to the development world.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do any comment from staff, or should we go ahead and have Commissioner Lilac and Warren weigh in?
I can step in and maybe clarify a little, and if Bill would like to add to this, that's completely fine. So, you know, as written, the CFA, the aspects of the climate-friendly areas we've been talking about are development standards, but associated with the CFA designation are a host of public improvement requirements for improved transportation options, sidewalk, you know, pedestrian infrastructure, bicycle infrastructure, transit infrastructure. That is part and parcel of what we expect to occur within climate-friendly areas. It is not in the development standards themselves. It's in a separate section of rules that we will be looking at actually at our next RAC meeting.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, Bill Holmstrom again, DLCT staff. Kevin's absolutely right. There's those two pieces that are in the rule or in the draft rules about how we're going to support development of these areas. But I think we're fully aware there's a lot of things that need to happen that are just completely outside the scope of our rulemaking or the commission's, authority, or, it's outside of our scope. And that need to happen to make these things happen. Some of those things are the things that Director Rue talked about earlier during the public comment, which is making investments in these areas, other than just based on the plans, but that we're focusing investments in these areas, that the state resources, and that's not part of the rulemaking. That's just other things that are going to be useful. And it would be nice to have these lines drawn on the map in order to make those know where we're supposed to do those targeting. So I think there's the pieces of the rule, but then there's also the kind of the other things that we're trying to work across the state to make sure that it's a success. Thank you.
Chair, can I follow on?
Yes, please.
So another thing on the timing, if it goes the prescriptive route, right, with the things that have the development standards that are shown now, and if it goes like a route like that, not those exact ones, but like that, I feel like that can happen faster, because it's just like, okay, do we agree on these, or how would we change these? If it goes the outcome route, then every city, then what's the parameters? What's the joint outcomes that everybody has to make? How do you compare across jurisdictions? How do you make sure each jurisdiction's meeting their goals through their own made up outcomes, right? That will take longer. So I feel like this deadline about keeping things together or splitting them apart, the first question before that is, are we going an outcomes way, or are we going a prescriptive way? Because that influences how fast this can go.
Yeah, you're right, Vice Chair. All these things are interrelated, and so I wonder. I know we have Commissioner Lilac and Warren have their hands up, but perhaps staff, could you give us an example of what an outcomes-based regulation might be versus a prescriptive one? I totally get the prescriptive one, and I was in the RAC last week, and somebody made the point about 100 feet in Grants Pass, 100 foot, is way different than downtown Portland, and that's a really stark example and really clear to me. But what's an outcomes-based regulation in your mind?
It's a great question, Chair MacArthur. There, big picture, what we're really trying to accomplish in these climate-friendly areas is the reduction of vehicle miles traveled per capita. So we're trying to get more people not using single occupant vehicles to get around or to meet most of their basic daily needs. That's a pretty abstract concept and hard for local governments to implement. That's a big part of what we're trying to achieve. But as we think through, sort of a more minimal menu of, outcome-oriented standards, I think we might be looking at, a certain mixture of uses. We might be looking at setting residential densities at a certain limit or a certain minimum residential densities. We might establish target employment densities. Those are tools that have been used within the metro region for local governments to sort of develop standards to meet those targets. I will say with either option, whether it's a prescriptive standards or with this more flexible option or more outcomes-oriented option, I would envision that we would be establishing adoption deadlines. But there is no question that the more outcomes-oriented approach will require more back and forth between department staff and local governments.
That's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. My thinking has evolved rapidly over the last couple of days with so much input, which is really, really terrific. And so for those of you that have taken the time to write and contact us, et cetera, it really matters. So thank you very much. And I think you just mentioned a moment ago, or so I think Chair MacArthur, I think you did, how interconnected everything is. And so it's hard to just talk about one thing without talking about others. So let me just get to the slide at hand. I almost am thinking about the hybrid of 1 and 2 and extending some deadlines and providing for the phased adoption of the CFAs, because I do think about the schedule. I think about extending it to May of next year and then determining what the phased approach does look like for establishing the CFAs. And I heard Mary Kyle discuss extending the timelines for a year until June of 2023. Well, from the local government perspective, most local governments adopt their budgets in April or May. So it may or may not be in their budget for that next fiscal year. So I would rather have the RAC think about what is the right time frame. Is it the next May, or is it next June, or is it December of 2023? I don't know what that time frame is, but let's think about what that timeline looks like. So those are a lot of issues. I really appreciate people recognizing the staffing challenges that local governments have. Yes, number one, the volume of work is significant with House Bill 2001 and 2003, the climate action. There's so many different things. And at the same time, a lot of local governments are losing staff for a variety of reasons. I just lost one yesterday to the city of Bend. It's great for both of them, but it really has an impact on us. And I'm sure other local governments are, so that there are all of these competing challenges. I really respect what Director Rue said earlier as well. We have these pots of money that are so critical to the success, and so the longer we delay it, we may not be able to utilize those to help us achieve the very outcomes we're in. So maybe that's the incentive for some local governments to move faster. If they see that if they move more quickly on their own, then that's an incentive. So those are my initial thoughts as my thinking continues to evolve rapidly as I listen to everyone. Thank you.
So Nick, if I may, my concerns actually are more that we end up taking advantage of the money and putting things in the wrong places that will last for 50 years than missing out on a chance. And that's my real concern, is that our current inclination is to put affordable housing on the fringe, and that's exactly where we don't want it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Warren.
I'm definitely leaning towards kind of number one in this option, with kind of what Commissioner Lilac mentioned too. I do think it makes sense to be sensitive to the staffing at many of these municipalities, but I also think it's important that we have some prescriptive rules that we hold them to on this deadline. And that's, I think, why I'd be much more interested in really just extending the deadline versus doing a phased approach. Now, I can totally get behind doing kind of a combination of the two, because, I mean, a lot of these cities aren't going to have the ability to say, wait, our prescriptive rule is that they have to update their transportation system plans and then carry out that work. Are they going to then have the same amount of staff time and availability to go back and say, okay, well, here's where our affordable housing units are going to go. Here's the infrastructure that we're going to have to upgrade in order to do that. So I could totally see finding some phased approach, in combination with this kind of harder deadline and prescriptive. And I think that would be a great question for the RAC to answer is, okay, if we're going to do that, what do we need to have happen first? Like, we don't want to put the cart before the horse. Do we need to do the transportation updates first, or do we need to kind of plan out where these more affordable housing units and higher density mixed use developments are actually going to happen before we can update the transportation? So, like Vice Chair Halova said, like, this is hard. This is a big question, and it's really important. And I think it's got us all like bogged down a little bit. And that's why I would really, defer to staff in a lot of ways on this. I certainly appreciate, this looming federal funding that could be coming, hopefully soon. And I don't want to miss out on that. And so I guess my last point here is that, if we were to set a hard deadline, that's like the last possible point that someone could have this prepared and ready to go, right? That doesn't mean that if a city's ready to do it and update it now, they can't do it, with the idea that this federal funding might come down the pipe and they could be ready to use it and take full advantage of it. So I just want to remind people that, like, a hard deadline doesn't mean that's when the day it's going to be done. If cities are ready to do it now, they can do it now, and they can be ready for when that funding comes across. But we have to be able to provide them what we're expecting. And so that's why I'm more leaning towards kind of a prescriptive set of rules coming out of this, with kind of a combination of certain outcomes too. But I think we all know that we're going to have to set some kind of hard prescribed rules here to actually have the effect we want to have. And I understand it's not going to be the best way for local organizations or governments to create their own space, but I don't think it's going to be that different than what they're already doing. I don't think what we'll find, the city of Bend doing is going to be that much different than what the city of Eugene is going to do. I don't think it's going to be a complete community changing exercise for them. I think what we're all aware of is things like, improving our transportation system and updating our TSPs to reduce, VMT. I mean, this isn't like we're going to change the culture of the town by any means. And so I'm going to push back a little bit on that as well. But I do think we have to remain sensitive to these folks and the amount of staff they have available to produce the outcomes we're looking for. But I'm going to push us to still maintain, kind of a hard line in a certain ways. So yeah, sorry, I babbled on for too long there, but that's kind of where I've come to.
So yes, please do.
I just wanted to add to what you said. And, it also has to factor in market realities. So folks think that with these things that suddenly, like using the grants pass, right? Suddenly an 100 foot building will appear. There's a market financing constraints, right? There's vacancy rate issues. There's a lot of things that play into what actually ends up happening in a community, and the ideas for the potential in the future when the market is working, or the market has this potential work now because people are thinking of the place differently, for an example. And so, yeah, I have comments about the actual things, the actual specific things, but I'll wait till we want to talk about that. Yeah.
Great, and that might be November, but so I heard, just to try to summarize, Commissioner Warren, you are leaning toward on this screen, number one, which is to extend the deadlines. So in fact, CFAs wouldn't be adopted for maybe 2 years out after adoption of this rule. But you do it at once, have all the actions happen at once. Is that correct? I mean, you said a lot of things, and I want to make sure I didn't oversimplify your words, but you are favoring number one because you believe all the regulations should go into effect at one time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think to simplify what I said, yes, definitely. But I can also see myself supporting kind of a phased implementation for certain measures of the rulemaking. I think that there are definitely parts of this rulemaking that we should get going on, and we should provide the direction for municipalities from what we want to see happen. It's important. And I think that a lot of cities have been dragging their feet on a lot of these things, and they know what the things are already, right? They're all aware of their cities and what infrastructure needs to be updated and improved. And they're all pretty well aware, you know, like Commissioner Lilac said, of where these CFAs are probably going to land. So it's not like we're dumping some unknown thing into their laps. Most of these planners are very intelligent. They're very well in tune with their cities. It's just a matter of, do they have the ability to produce what we're asking to produce? And so that's why I'm leaning towards just extending the deadline, having some very certain prescriptive measures in place for that deadline. And then, you know, like Commissioner Lilac said, I would be totally interested in having some of this more phased approach for the rest of maybe the desired outcomes we're going to come up with, if that's the way that the commission chooses to go. But I do feel firmly that there are certain aspects of this rulemaking that probably won't change. You know, like Mary Kyle McCurdy said, you know, it's probably going to be a combination of the two, right? We're going to have things that have to happen. They're no brainer. There's no room for wiggle on them. But then there are other things I think that make sense to have a little more grace with, and allow for the communities to kind of create their own path to the outcomes that we're looking for. I don't know what those things are necessarily, and from what we've heard today, not many other people do either. But if that's what we're being asked for, I'm totally interested in hearing that. But yeah, to go back to the original question, Chair, sorry. I'm definitely in favor of going number one, and talking about, you know, this kind of maybe phased approach for some other things. So sorry to be long-winded.
No, thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time to go over that. So other commissioners, I heard, Nick, you were more in favor of the phased approach. I heard that Commissioner Warren is in favor of not a phased approach necessarily, although you might be open to it for some things. But extending the deadline would be what you'd focus on first. Other commissioners want to weigh in. I think what I'm trying to do is not make a decision, but I want to make sure that we have direction going to staff that is relatively clear. And at this point, I don't feel like I can articulate that. So other commissioners, jump in and let us know what your preference are, because we have 3 other questions to go through. So we need to kind of nail this down, give direction, and move on to the other ones.
Vice Chair Halova and Commissioner Jacobson, they have their hands raised.
Vice Chair Halova, thank you.
I wanted to say it before I forgot. Maybe I just forgot already. I think the folks that are in the details know better, partly because of this whole, if we go the outcome approach versus the prescriptive approach, it changes how you might answer this question. So I think that's the hard point that I'm having right now. I'm sort of leaning toward doing all of the actions together. I don't know if this question encompasses giving more time to the RAC, but it seemed like everybody who testified on the RAC side could use a couple months, and it didn't seem like the end of the world, and to get to real solutions that experts and technical groups could answer. That sounded like a good thing to me. On this side, I'm sort of leaning toward I'm leaning toward keeping it all together, but understanding that there might need to be something done, I don't know what the something is, to allow funding to come to areas now.
And so you would be, if in fact it took, the RAC came back and said, well, it's going to take us 2 years to do everything at once, not just 1 year, that you would be fine with?
No, not that kind of extension, no.
Okay, so, yeah. Okay.
Within reason, 6 months or less.
Okay, other commissioners?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jacobson, Commissioner Jacobson, sorry, yes.
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think like everybody, I'm kind of struggling with this a little bit, but I think Commissioner Lilac summed up a lot of the ways I'm kind of similarly feeling, especially in the context of working for local government. I think a phased approach has some pretty good pros there. And I guess the other thing I wanted to say about that is I think we have to realize that we can't just look at this one thing in terms of the burden it places on local governments and local planning. It's like a cumulative impact. It's not just this one thing. It's a housing boom and rebuilding from fire. And like we just did a Goal 18 exception, which takes a lot of work. I mean, it's the cumulative impact of everything. And so, I guess part of it is we need to also be thinking about within these timelines we create, what else do we know of is coming through this agency or others that's going to create them, potentially make them more strapped. In addition, it's not just the capacity of the people that work in that office, but it's often very challenging. I've said this before, very challenging to find people to do those jobs that have the background and that want to live in rural communities or smaller communities. It's just hard. So, when we're down one planner, we're not just at down one planner capacity, we're down, like 50% or more in what we can do. So, like I said, just kind of want to make the point that it's a cumulative resource impact on those communities, not just this one thing that we're looking at today. But, and that's kind of why I lean toward a phased approach, because I think it would allow governments to kind of weather some of those ups and downs that they face a little bit better.
Yeah, I really appreciate what you said, Commissioner. I'm thinking about the cumulative impact, as you say, on local jurisdictions dealing with a lot of things. I'm intrigued by the phased approach. We had several people different perspectives testifying on that. So, but I would want to have the RAC and staff articulate what does that mean? Because right now we're a little in the dark. We have a general idea. We have our own ideas of what a phased approach might look like, or clear deadlines. But it'd be useful for the RAC and staff to articulate if we did take a phased approach, what would the requirement be for adoption, the timeline, and what would be adopted first versus second versus third, whatever. And so I don't think I can make a decision about that without having more information about what the phased approach really looks like. So staff, do you have, I don't feel like we've given you great direction on this. These are really tough. They're good questions. Thank you for framing them. But do you have any thoughts on how you can summarize what we've just all talked about or way forward?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, commissioners. I appreciate the discussion. You're absolutely right. These are very complex issues. And I think, I don't mean to kick the can down the road, but I'm also inclined to hear the conversation on our next question, because I do see a relationship, as many have noted, between the two. If the desire is for more prescriptive, that may make it easier for us to get to a different result than for a more outcomes-oriented approach to development standards and CFAs. There are pros and cons to each, and we're going to definitely chew on all of this and try to come up with a solution that will optimize, the pros of our approach. But I can't tell you what that magical, I can't tell you what we're going to arrive at this point. I'm sorry, somebody else wanted to speak.
Thank you. I think that's probably as far as we can get on this one. Apologize for not being able to have more clarity from commission, but I think we need more information on that. But why don't we go to the next one, because you said there are connections between these two approaches?
Commissioner Warren has his hand raised.
Oh, Commissioner Warren.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to make a suggestion that maybe we, move on to the next question, and then if that helps provide some clarity, we can circle back to this one.
Great. Yes, good idea. Let's do that.
All right. So, essentially, this is the question of, do we think a prescriptive list of prescriptive development standards is a better approach versus an outcome-based approach that allows more flexibility for local governments to develop specific standards that fit better within those communities? We've talked about the pros and cons. And obviously, if we maintain a list of prescriptive standards, it will be different from what the initial draft showed. I think we've gotten a lot of good input on those development standards, and we would plan to amend them accordingly.
Commissioners? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that. And that certainly is consistent with what we've heard in the public testimony. And so if we're just kind of weighing in on each of these, my preference is option 2, to provide a smaller set of requirements focused on required outcomes. So I can just keep my comments brief, but that's certainly my preference going forward.
Other
could you say that again? Sorry, it was muffled. I don't know what you said it again.
Oh, thank you. I share. I just said my preference is for option number 2, to provide the smaller set of requirements focused on required outcomes. And it sounds like that might be the direction that staff may be going based on some of the outcomes, but the question probably is just how far. And maybe that's where our preference on option 1 and 2 will provide clarity to staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Pearmine.
Yeah, I was also going to just be short and sweet that I too agree that the outcomes-based approach seems to be right-sized for communities. So I think that is really helpful. So I would also agree with that.
Yeah, there's obviously a sweet spot between outcomes-based and performance standards that are really clear and objective. So I think there is some place, we're not at the sweet spot yet, if you think of it as a continuum. But I would definitely like to see our rule recognize the differences in communities and allow communities to come to their own solutions based on their geography, their other kinds of things happening in their jurisdiction. Commissioner Halova.
The funny thing is, I was like, for all of you who know me well, I love metrics and outcomes. And this is the one time I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, which is kind of funny. Partly because no one's been able to articulate really even one development outcome out of all the people, even the staff that have described it is not really a development land use based outcome. And so I'm a little concerned that if you have outcomes where the system's not set up to measure those, and it's not a in the transportation world, people very clearly said what some outcomes could be, and there are things that we measure, and we have these tools, and that was more of a discussion of which ones are you going to measure, right, and that kind of thing, and then what impacts would influence those measurement tools. In our world, I'm not hearing really any, and so I'm a little concerned about the definition of the outcome, and then I'm very worried about the ability for cities to monitor those and keep up with those, and then really worried about the state being able to evaluate those. So until someone has something that is really concrete, I'd say we have to go prescriptive. Maybe sprinkle in 1 or 2 measurements that are going to be like pilot measurements. I don't see it. I think the outcomes of prescriptive development standards are different. So just because we make prescriptive development standards doesn't mean that they happen the same in all environments. because of market forces, because of geography, local taste, desires, wants, needs. So you can say all you want. We want large condo buildings in whatever city. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. And so, yeah, that's my thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
I definitely agree with Vice Chair, Holova on this one. I guess I wouldn't understand. I don't understand what that looks like. What, and of course, we've been asking this question, like, what does that look like? And for me, it's more of a process issue at this point. Because up until now, we really kind of have a prescribed set of outcomes, basically. And so now we're going to kind of shift the process to figure out what outcomes could be, which isn't bad. I think it would just, it's going to set us back a little bit in time, I would imagine, because we're going to have this conversation with the RAC and figure out, what the RAC is thinking, and then come back to the commission and figure out what the commission wants to do. And I'm having a hard time even thinking about what they would be. Because if we're going to ask that, these communities become, higher density, maybe that's an outcome, right? So maybe we're just looking at it differently, saying that, okay, we're going to increase the density. So it's perceived as prescribed, but we're not telling them exactly how they're going to achieve that density necessarily. If we were to say, I think that you're required to have X amount of mixed use development buildings within, your CFA, I could see how that could be problematic for certain communities, but I haven't read any of those statistics yet. I haven't seen a rule that says you have to have X number of mixed use developments. So I'm definitely not afraid of having a prescribed list for these communities and helping them to get to where we need to go. So yeah, I'm still leaning towards number one myself too.
And you've articulated an outcome that no one else has articulated, which is for this area, average density requirements. And then how you get there, you have your own choices how to get there, but that's the end goal, because that's really what we're talking about, right? Is density to support transit, and then transit supports density.
Mm-hmm. Deputy Director Green, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Without respect, Chair, Vice Chair, Kevin did mention those outcomes, including overall density standards and a few others, and maybe he could restate those, but he talked about mixed use areas, and when we're being more outcomes driven, some of those more generalized approaches, there's been a lot of information today. I could see where that got lost, but Kevin did mention a few in terms of outcome based sort of measurements, if you will, or outcomes.
I heard his, but
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I may, I'm really also struggling with this outcome thing. And, density in some way is a surrogate. We think it might reduce VMT, which to me is probably the most critical outcome that we're looking for. We've got to get people out of their cars and driving fewer miles. And so I'm still struggling with how we demonstrate reductions in VMT by some of these other measures.
I think your point's really well taken, but density without the infrastructure of sidewalks and transit will not most likely reduce VMT.
Correct.
It's a really huge parking problem, on-street parking problem, most likely. So I don't think we can parse these out. I think it's a bundle of outcomes. There's no one outcome we're reaching for. It's a bundle of outcomes, and it goes back to those descriptions that we had in July. I think it was. There's really nice descriptions that staff provided us with. What do we want this CFA to look and feel and act like? And I think going back to that, and then defining what those characteristics are, which I think staff has done, as well as the RAC. And then based on those characteristics, what has to be on the ground to induce those characteristics, to foster those characteristics in those areas. And that to me is an outcomes-based approach. So I guess I favor, I want to, even if we do prescriptive, I'd want to know what the prescription and the public wants to know and our practitioners want to know. If we have something prescriptive, I think we want to know, is that prescriptive requirement getting us to our outcomes? So either way, we're doing an outcomes-based approach. It could very well be that there's a combination of things. Some are prescriptive, some are more general. And I guess I would encourage staff and the RAC to mull over those and be very clear in November what the outcomes are, what the characteristics of a CFA are, what outcomes we need to have to make sure those characteristics come into play, and then what are the things that have to happen to make that come true. That's kind of the way I'd think about it. Downstream, what are we trying to accomplish? Then upstream, what are the regulations or outcomes-based performance standards, whatever, to get us there. And again, I was thinking about the Metro process. It's not as if Metro went for their climate-friendly work and their Region 2040 work. They didn't go into each and every city like Gresham and Beaverton and everything. They didn't say they go off and do these specific things. They said designate your corridors and your main streets. These are the things we want to have. As this area builds, we like it to look and feel like that because it'll connect with transit. You go forth and make that happen. There was a lot of trust there, I guess, and I think that the jurisdictions in the metro area have done a pretty good job of that. So that's kind of where I am. I think it's a combination of both.
So if I may ask a question then, without consulting with staff, it sounds to me like this analysis is going to add to the workload. And so there's been a conversation about the possibility, let me just state where I've been. We've been driving to get this done in March. And my fear is that in pursuit of this better outcome-based approach, we might need to extend by a couple of months. I haven't heard anyone argue against that, but I just want to be clear that you as a commission are giving us permission to think in those terms.
Thank you for posing the question so clearly. Yes, Vice Chair.
I was going to say, I agree with everything you said, and I agree actually with what you said too, also, Director. And I would say if there was an extension, that it should be more of the RAC, the TAC, the technical nature, getting, technical folks in development, technical folks in planning, and not so much, I'm not saying the technical folks probably exist within the RAC, but I like the idea that somebody suggested that there's these smaller groups that are like diving in from a technical viewpoint and exploring these concepts, rather than an overarching policy approach to it.
Yeah. Other commissioners want to weigh in on timeline? Well, first of all, do you disagree with anything that Director Rue summarized? I'll say it that way. Seeing heads shake no, they don't disagree, and trying to get to everybody here. I think we'd like to, I think we should make the decision to extend the deadline till May, drop dead in May. We've already extended it before, but May is the drop dead. But I really was thinking through what Mary Kyle said. Don't just extend the deadline, make that extra time worthwhile. So that does mean that we will look to staff to come to us in November with revised process architecture for this to respond to some of the things we heard from the testimony, and try to make sense of what the commission said today, because I'm having a hard time with that. I apologize. I'm usually better at summarizing, but not today. I think we're looking to staff to demonstrate to us in November that will be value add time for our partners in making this thing happen in May.
Chair MacArthur, Bill Holmstrom, staff. Absolutely, yes, we can. now that we have those extra 2 months, we'll rethink the entire next 8 months and think about the best way of getting to the overall objectives of the rulemaking at the end, so that we've got a rule we're all happy and proud of, that you'll be proud to adopt. I did want to mention, just on the nature of, kind of digging into topics and topic specific things, we have identified that as an issue that we need to do. And so even when we were, still talking about 6 months, we had planned to do some of those topic specific meetings. In fact, Evan Manville on our staff had already started on the parking piece of it and the next generation of that. And so he's scheduling a thing with that. I think there's mixed issues with that approach, that, I think we're going to do that. But, part of the problem is, we've assembled an advisory committee that reflects a wide range of voices, and we don't always get all those voices at the other those other meetings. And I do want to say I really appreciate all the people that came and testified today, especially the people in the advisory committee, because we've already asked a lot of time of them. For them to come spend some time with you today to give their input was great for the staff, for sure. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Kevin, do you have any parting shots for us?
No, I mean, well, yes, of course. First of all, thank you for a very rich conversation and a lot of very helpful, constructive comments. I see a way forward here. I know, there's been a diversity of opinion expressed, but I think we can chart a course forward for you and bring you revised process architecture, as you said, in November.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate your optimism about that. And I think we all feel your pain even more now, as well as the RAC members' pain, as well as all the community's pain. I think we're definitely ensconced in this process on all levels, which is a good thing, because we needed to get there to really understand a way to give direction to move forward. So thanks to everybody, to staff, fellow commissioners, everyone who testified today, all RAC members, et cetera, et cetera. I think it was a really good meeting. So I appreciate everyone's input. So let's take, I don't want to cut too much into our commission business, because part of that is celebrating Commissioner Pearmine at the end of her 4-year time frame. So why don't we just take a 10-minute break? Is that going to be acceptable to folks? I know people have kids at home probably at this point, but a 10-minute break, and then we come back. Did I lose everybody?
We hear you. We hear you.
I'm sorry, my screen went blank for some reason. I'll have to fix that in my break. So let's take 10 minutes and come back at 10 after 4.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back. I think that was a very deserved afternoon break. The time is 4:10, and we will conclude our day today, Thursday, with item 7, commission business.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that very much. And I think this is not exactly the order of things. I think we'll start with Carol. I think Carol is the final bullet as well as the first one. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I just want to point out, Chair, I think we have a guest star with us in terms of Jerry Lids. So I think he came for a party.
He did come for a party. So do you want, I know that Jerry's there. And
No, I'm not suggesting. I think that, frankly, in my opinion, this KPM business is a bureaucratic formality. And I think if we can step through it quickly and get to the party.
Yeah, thank you. And you probably didn't realize that we've bifurcated this agenda item. So we're doing the KPMs tomorrow, as well as a couple of other items. And the only things we're doing today is the budget presentation, because Carol can't be here tomorrow. And then we can even do the schedule of commission schedule for 2022, I think tomorrow as well. So let's just do Carol and then get on and party. How would we do it that way? Carol, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Carol Bovet. I'm the Administrative Services Manager for DLCD. And I wanted to come to you today actually with a follow-up item. And first, if I may ask if I could share a slide for the commission to look over. Okay. I hope everybody can see the graphic that I put up there. I would tell you that it's my understanding, and I'm kind of presenting this to you today. I wasn't at the prior commission meeting that we held in July, but I understand from our budget officer that we received some really thoughtful follow-up questions about the budget, specifically what we have, especially interest in the grants and the money that we have available for local governments in our appropriation year 21-23 budget. And so I wanted to come back with this particular graphic and really kind of walk through it just briefly with you all. And I believe you have a copy of it in your packets, and maybe this is something that you can kind of keep as a high-level view of what the budget looks like for the agency for the next 2 years. And I do also have to say, I really love this display, and just feel, in all fairness, I have to daylight the fact that this was produced by our wonderful budget officer, Rochelle Corbo. But what you're looking at here is a display that shows on several different levels what we received from the legislature during the 2021 budget session. In the display, you can see the center or the hub of the circle. It shows our total funds budget for this biennium is $33,719,201. And then as you go into the rings that come outward from there, you can see that very same amount, but it's split out into different levels of detail. So in the next circle, you can see the division of that 33 million as it relates to how much supports the operations of DLCD for the biennium, and then how much is going to be available for grants to local governments in some form. And then at the most exterior circle in the view, you can see even further breakout that shows how much, you can see in the green there, how much we have for different projects or different grant opportunities. And then in the blue area, you see the breakout of our budget based on the different, the 4 different divisions and how we're structured. So on the left, further detail is available showing how much in total of that 33 million represents either the state's general fund or other funds, which come typically from the federal government, but through other agencies that we share project funding with. And then we also have federal funds, which is for the most part, representing the work that is done through our coastal division and the funding that we get from NOAA. In the pale blue outlying legend there, you see total fund operations as broken out by the 4 different divisions. And then, and I think this was the focus of the questions as I understood them, really wanting, the commission was wanting to see a breakout of our grant funding and how much is available for different purposes to local governments. And so you can see again the very high level breakout of the funding that we receive for different initiatives. And then lastly, in the upper right hand corner, we have budgeted positions. This is very important, you know, for an agency that's as hardworking as the one we are lucky enough to work with. But I would just say, if we compare this to our historic staff levels, I don't think that we've seen levels of staffing at this high level since perhaps, well, Director Rue actually would probably know the history, but I want to say with maybe Measure 56 or Measure 49.
Measure 49.
Yeah, we had.
And we sent all those people home in 11.
Yeah. So, so I think it's pretty exciting, but that is the display that hopefully gives everyone a little bit more information about the budget without bowling you over with long and detailed spreadsheets. But on that, I wanted to open it up and see if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Carol. I really appreciate this one-page graphic. It's at a glance, you can really get a sense of what the department has available to it. I really like the breakout of grants. That's really helpful. I'm going to kind of keep that and put it in all of my packets as I go forward. So thanks to you and Rochelle for that. And just an acknowledgement and to kind of build on what you said earlier about the department's budget. It really had been decreasing for quite some time. And it's really exciting to see not only more people, but really talented staff coming to the department. I think you've been able to hire a lot of new people, and that has been just super. And then the existing staff complement that with all their history. So I'm pretty excited about where the department is at this point in time. And it's thanks to the budget folks, thanks to the lobby folks, thanks to Director Rue and all of our stakeholders who promoted our budget in the legislative process, because that's kind of where the rubber meets the road in that one. So thanks. Questions for Commissioner Levesque.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. This is fantastic. What a great slide. I haven't thought about a lot about all the different divisions and the whole department since my orientation in summer 2020. So this really helps just put it all into perspective. Which is so helpful. I guess my only question is, this is your highest staffing levels, gosh, in almost a dozen years, or a decade at least. Do you have space for everybody come January 1st, or do you need to now begin to think about new offices and equipment and all the good stuff that comes with people?
May I answer that?
Please, please.
Commissioner, right now there are 3 of us in this part of the building. We have probably, 45 empty workspaces, something like that. One thing that you all don't know and that I failed to mention this morning is that we've pretty much settled as an enterprise on reopening to the public on January 1. And we'll probably never have everybody in the office again at the same time the way we did pre-COVID. So Carol has been working and she's come up with a great plan so that we're rearranging space so that when people do come in, they have a place to sit and work. But my own opinion on this is that we're overbuilt in terms of office space as an enterprise.
Interesting. Other commissioners have questions for Carol? Don't see any. Want to make sure I get to look at everybody. I don't see any other hands from commissioners. Thank you, Carol. Thanks for being here today for this. Really, really appreciate this at a glance. And my homework assignment from you is in the mail.
Very good. Thank you so much, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we get to celebrate. I so wished we had been able to do this in person. That was going to be the goal, and that was the goal, and then it's no longer the goal because we couldn't. But anyway, I just want you to know that here at my kitchen table, I am celebrating you big time. So hopefully everyone else, I'm going to do that as well. And maybe to kick off the roast, toast, whatever this is going to be, there's many things we're doing today, but Jerry Litz, our former chair of this commission, you were chair when Katie came on, so maybe we start with you.
Well, it was my privilege. Welcome everybody, or welcome to me, or whatever you say here when we're all on Zoom. So it was really a privilege for me to work with Katie for a little over 2 years on the commission. And Katie is different as a commissioner. Unlike most of us, you didn't join us with a background as a city councilor or a county commissioner or a professional planner or a lawyer or any of those more technical backgrounds. And I think actually that was a big plus for us as a commission, and for at least me personally as a commissioner. You brought a fresh perspective on a wide range of issues, and I think it was very, very constructive. You were probably the first commissioner to bring a consistent focus on equity in all that we do. And those of us who were more used to working with administrative rules and statutes and working inside organizations that were deeply involved in planning, we tended to focus on those technical aspects and exactly what do the rules say. And you helped us see what are the implications of the things that we're doing when we acted as a commission. And frankly, that was it was a big contribution. I was really grateful for the chance to work with you, not just for that, but because you're Katie. You brought such a positive approach to everything that we did. It was just a pleasure to be in meetings with you and get to know you. And I'm just really grateful for that time. So thank you so much on personally, and to the extent I can speak for the prior group of commissioners, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I wish you all the best in everything you do from here on out. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Virtual Zoom hug coming across, and your leadership was extraordinary. So I feel very lucky that our paths crossed.
Thanks, Jerry, for being here. This is great. Jerry and I have been commiserating behind the scenes, so it was really nice that you were able to make it. Appreciate that. I want to just kind of open it up to anyone who wants to say anything. We have a gift that Katie will open in a little bit, but that's sort of the crescendo at the end. But Vice Chair Halova.
I want to say thank you for hear everybody else say stuff, and then I get all emotional. So I was like, let me say first. It was hard enough following you, Jerry, on that on what you said. I want to thank Katie in a commissioner role, but also in a personal role. Both of us essentially came in at the same-ish time. You were like a couple months before me, and coming in as a person of color, probably the first Black commissioner in the state of Oregon. A lot of those first few meetings, I'm trying to figure out like what's happening here at the state level and understanding a little bit about the history of Oregon and land use specifically. And what was great was that Katie, like was said before, she is on the forefront of thinking about equity in her work, in her personal life, and all of those areas. And that really, on a personal note, freed me up not to be the person to come into the commission and basically be like, equity, what are you doing on equity? Which is huge, and I was kind of referring to the woman that spoke earlier that's on the RAC, where I said, do you have support within, the RAC for the ideas that you're bringing to the table? Because a lot of time these ideas are being borne by people of color, which takes a great personal toll. Because as you speak about these ideas, they're not just theoretical, like planning ideas that you're passionate about, they're actual personal, and it hurts to talk about those things. And so having Katie there to be the person to talk about them and not me was huge. And then also being a person in the background who would come to me on a personal level and ask me, how are you doing? How did you respond to that? How do you feel? Was huge. So trying not to get emotional. Her bringing, the land acknowledgement to the table meant something, given her family history in Oregon. That really meant something. I'm going to pause there.
Well, I might just add, while you're composing yourself, I reached out to Gerard, excuse me, and because he couldn't be here, I asked him if he wanted to say anything, and he was grateful for the chance. And he texted me something that he wanted me to convey to you, Katie. He said, Katie is a powerful ally to helping to empower communities of color. She is kind, open-minded, and brave. So I wanted to make sure that you had his input, even though he couldn't be here today. Other commissioners, or Kirsten or Jim, or this is just kind of an open mic sort of thing? Esther, anybody?
I'm going to just also, because I can't help myself, respond with Anule, and to be a first in any setting is groundbreaking. And so the fact that we've seen so many firsts here recently, it's just, you have shown us what it means to be allies. And so it's a reciprocal relationship. And same with Gerard too, to think of, what it feels like to be in rooms where you feel differently in these spaces. So please keep everyone in these spaces doing all you can to keep trying, because part of this is, as we were trained in these kind of perfectionist environments that are not humanistic. And I think, as we know, legal and government, these can be very dehumanizing spaces. So as much as we can, bring our hearts into the work. And that's what I've been seeing in this agency over the years. So it's wonderful. And I will say my mom was a county commissioner in Marion County for 8 years. Some of you know that. And she was known to cry in meetings and would say crying means that you're feeling. And I would just really encourage people to let that be a sign of your emotion, that's good. We don't need to stop that. Let it flow. Sorry to interrupt, but it's
a superpower. It's not a negative. Commissioner Jacobson.
I don't like when it starts, it doesn't stop. I don't mind it starting if I can turn it off.
Well, I first was going to say, Commissioner Halova, we have a saying and a belief, more than a saying, a belief in my family, that nobody cries alone. Mm-hmm. So if someone's crying, you have to join. So as soon as you started tearing up, I did too, because I have to keep the family words. But I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Permine. It's really interesting that my entire relationship with you has been online. I've never actually met you in person, but I feel like I know you, even though we've never met in person. But I hope that someday we can actually meet in person. I'd love to do that. And just thank you for your service and I think helping all of us think about things in a different way. And I think that's why having people of different backgrounds is so important to these, government processes, that we don't all have the same people saying the same things. And I've just appreciated your kind of gentle but powerful approach in a lot of these issues. So thank you.
Really nice way to say that. Commissioner Warren. You're on mute, I think. There you
go. Yeah, Katie, thank you so much for everything you've done. Like most of us, actually, I've only known you online. And I don't feel like I know you. I feel like what I've gotten to see and learn from you throughout this short window is really intense, which tells me that there's so much more to you than I've gotten to experience. But the one thing that really stands out to me is your communication style. Since day one, I've noticed how much grace you bring to the table and how much empathy you bring to the table. And I think that allows us to create that humanistic approach that is welcoming and allows all of us to have a conversation that is meaningful. And that's definitely one thing I'll take away from your presence on this commission. And I hope that I can replicate it, but I'm highly doubtful. So I've got a lot of work to do there, but you've helped show me the way. So thank you.
Nice. Nick, I guess we should forget with the commission thing, just Nick.
Thank you. Gosh, for me, it's like when people move to Oregon and they move to a new community, they don't want anything to change. They want it to stay exactly as it was when they arrived. And that's what I immediately feel like with your departure. And it feels like it's such a significant departure for me and for us for all the reasons that we've already mentioned. Before I started my term, I was speaking with Jim Johnson, and Jim, of course, knows the commission well, and he said, "Oh, you're just not going to believe the impact that Katie Piermine has on the commission and what she brings to it." And oh my gosh, he's just so right. From the very first meeting to our orientation right after, your welcoming, your presence, your inclusivity, some of the things you said that just put me at ease and made me feel like I've been on the commission for a lot longer than I had. It just really had a profound impact on me, and does to this day. And I work with a lot of boards and commissions, and ever since I've started serving on this commission, I think, where's the Katie? We need the Katie that is inclusive and is thinking about these things that I'm not thinking about, because I often come with this technical approach or this political approach, and you bring the humanistic approach that is more important than anything else.
Nice.
I really can't believe I haven't met Nick, Stuart, and Katie. It's unbelievable to me, and it only makes me say, what is wrong with me that I haven't come to your kitchen table and had coffee with you? And I think, as Anjali said, my family history here is long for colonizing families, and I watching this agency and hearing about this agency since my childhood, and the power of an agency and an idea of collective good, come to watch it change as much as it has within this 4 years makes me feel like it gives me all the hope in the world. And so hearing, repeated back to me what I hope I can be in a space, I'm not going to be your technical expert because it's not my profession, but making the space available for everyone to feel welcome is the most important thing that we can do when we're of service to people. And I think Zoom has changed everything. You think about what it feels like to be in your home and then to be welcomed into a Zoom space that is you're not coming up to a table and having to drive in, go into a basement. No offense, ODA and LCD or DLCD, but the accessibility that this has provided us, I think is really amazing. So, and I really want to acknowledge the staff for how quickly you pivoted to this space and your dedication to this space. And it's all about how we are with the public. And we think that, how we are with everyone in this room, but that you're hearing it from new members that are reaching out to the agency and working with the agency, how much they feel appreciated. And yeah, so I'm so excited to watch the work ahead.
Great.
Sorry for taking up so much space.
No, this is your party, my dear.
Who apologizes for talking?
We need a key to the stage. What is it? The Katie Day or whatever.
So, Katie, if you remember 4.5 years ago, I felt profoundly that the commission was lacking a voice for agriculture. And so I went looking for a young woman who was involved in agriculture. And we got you. And boy, did we get something I didn't expect. And it's all wonderful. And everybody's already said it, and I don't want to go over it again. But I do want to, for a moment, just go back to what Anjali said at the outset. For 42 years, I've been married to someone who was the first and the only. And I know vicariously what that is like. And for Anjali to say to you what she did, I think is the most powerful testament to who you are. So thank you.
Nice. I don't want to limit it just to commissioners, anybody, and directors. So anybody else, I see that Ethan's on there. You're welcome to speak. Gordon, Casaria, anybody that wants to say something. Just jump in.
Chair, I always want to yield to Ethan Stuckmeyer and Casaria. So if Ethan has anything to say, it'll be better delivered than what I'm about to do. But so Jim knows that I cry a lot. And so when about 7:30 every morning, we usually have, if I'm on the phone with him, it usually involves me getting beklemmed about something or the other. But so when Vice Chair Halova, is moved to emotion, that to me it's a celebration, and to me, I that's why I put my hand in fast. I was like, I'm there too, and but I really also get emotional when things are right, and it's rare. Mm-hmm. And so, former Vice Chair and Commissioner here might thank you for bringing such an inclusive space to LCDC and DLCD and allowing us to be our best selves too. If we are able to pull off an equity-based strategic plan or strategic framework, it's because of you. And I know you won't be there tomorrow, so I wanted to just say it today. So thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Really good stuff. Anyone else? I don't want to cut anyone off before we give her the gift.
Yeah.
I'll jump in real quick.
Yes.
Go ahead, Cassandra. Go ahead.
Katie, it has been really wonderful being able to work with you. I appreciate everything that you have brought to the commission and to the department, because what you brought to the commission as far as inclusion and holding space, a lot of us were able to carry over into the day-to-day business that we had within the agency. So I appreciate you being so confident and just being who you are and holding that space for everybody. And we've learned a lot. So thank you.
Great. And Esther sent me a text. She wanted to go next because she has a slide to share, apparently. Is this Katie?
I do.
Okay. I had an image set up to send to Esther to share, but
well,
you can.
But Commissioner Pearmine, a big thank you for believing in Oregon's land use program and supporting the mission for the past 4 years.
That's very sweet. Thank you. Confident with my produce, right? Produce and people.
Produce and people. I love it. Love the carrot. That is great. And then Esther, I think you've collected signatures on an e-card from a lot of folks as well, and you'll send that sometime the next day or so, I'm assuming. Anyone else on the screen?
No, we have to see this, Vice Chair. Aw.
That's pretty cute.
It's adorable.
Jim, I believe that's you're at your place, your creature I'm holding.
Yes, I remember the first time you came out and there were baby goats. You just went all goo-gaw and there was no way of getting you back into the rest of the party.
Goo-gaw, that's a word, but very descriptive. Steve, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just, I'm sorry I'm not on video. My internet seems wonky this afternoon, but I just wanted to be, perhaps I want to gloat a little bit to Commissioners Lilac and Warren and Jacobson that I did get to serve with Katie in the before times, and I did get to enjoy evenings out in Reedsport and places around adventures and whatnot, and it was really wonderful. And you were just as wonderful there as you were being an aunt at a middle school cross country meet or wherever else our paths have crossed. So just wanted to thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Steve. You've done so much for our state through all of your agency work, and it's been an honor. And the agency's so lucky to have you, and obviously Jerry before you. And Reedsport was maybe one of the top moments, which we can talk about at the next happy hour where we all can actually be in person. But
it stays in Reedsport, right?
What happens in Reedsport stays in Reedsport.
Jerry will be happy about that.
Don't worry, it was all above board.
It was, yeah. So I don't see anyone else, so I might go toward the gift. And the special honor I had, I was the one that was picking up the gift on behalf of the commission, and I felt very honored to do that. And Katie, it was delivered, I dropped it off a couple days ago.
Wow.
Katie has it, and I will just describe where the gift came from but as she's opening it. It's from a company called 8th Generation. It's a Seattle-based, the way their website reads, a Seattle-based art and lifestyle brand owned by the Snoqualmie tribe. They partner with community-based Native artists around the country and to develop, manufacture, and market blankets and gifts. In doing so, they are boldly reclaiming control over the market for products featuring Native art and the stories that go with them, all while building business capacity for artist partners. It just seemed like Katie. So whatever they had there, I bought it. So on behalf of the commission. So there we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful blanket. Sorry for my blurry screen. This is perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I don't know why in my mind you were going to be holding the gift, Robin. So I was like,
well,
wow, how did it get to her? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, well, we just through the internet, I'm going to take a moment though and have my own remarks, and it's related to the pattern. These blankets have different patterns and they have different meanings. And I picked out a blanket with the pattern called Reflection. And there's a little description that I think Katie has in her box, but the reflection blanket represents the prayer for rain. During monsoon season, the cisterns at Acoma become full again. It is then the people visit the cisterns to gather water for drinking. When you look down to see the cisterns full and you are met with your reflection, you can't help but smile with gratitude. So I'm going to cry now.
It's not good unless everyone cries, Chair MacArthur. Even Jim Rue's been known to shed a tear.
Oh, I'd like to see that one. So the pattern, so in my mind, the pattern speaks to who Katie is and what she's brought to the commission. Katie is all about reflection. She brings warmth, grace, and perspective to our meetings. She is all about gratitude, which she offers in numerous ways to staff, public, and colleagues. And I believe she lives the term water is life.
Beautiful.'t you so much. That was so profound. And right back at you, Chair. You have been such a exemplary chair, and you've led this team and this organization into this place where we are able to live into these values. So you set the stage, you ask us the questions, you give us the space. And so it's reflected back at you as well.
Thank you. I feel really emotional about that. I really appreciate it. So with that, let's break the champagne out. We're definitely going to miss you. I think you are here tomorrow, though. Is that correct?
I am here tomorrow, Kirsten. I didn't want to.
Yay! I can cry again. No, I'll keep. Bring your tissues, everybody. It's going to be very emotional. We are going to be celebrating an equity-based strategic framework, which is the other term that Katie taught me. Katie, you'll notice that You only have to say things once to me. I mean, when she says things, her suggestions are so clear and right. It's like a bell. So thank you. I'm so glad you'll be there tomorrow. Yay, that's great news.
Yeah, great. More tears.
Jim just doesn't like to be moved. Come on, Jim. Bring the Kleenex. Bring the
Get
Kleenex.
you, Jim. How do we do this? Well, I think that one thing I'll say is that, you know, we do this, we stand with our ancestors in this work, and that, you know, all of us are Indigenous somewhere. And so thinking about our past and reflecting on my ancestors and where they stood well and where they stood to improve has been one of the best things I've done, so that I can live into a place where I'm feeling like I'm standing well. But with that, I mean, I think that I don't know if people have been listening to the podcast Timber Wars. Have anyone heard that? As far as what Oregon's environmental history related to specifically the timber community, but it's excellently reported if you haven't listened to it. But I recently, the reason I'm bringing this up is when my mom was county commissioner, it was during that time. And so she was in Marion County, so Mill City, Detroit, all up the Detroit Canyon, not all the way to Detroit, but in the Detroit Canyon. And it reminds me, listening to the conversation, how important it is to hold all the stories. Right now, you're hearing just so much polarization and so much sort of bifurcation in the thinking. And my mom, you know, I went door to door for her in Mill City and Gates and got to tell people to vote for her as a little girl. And she was the first female commissioner for Marion County. And many people said they would not vote for her because she was a woman to me. And I'd say, give it a try. And I just, you know, it's the listening to the legacy that people have in a place and how impactful it is. That's what I get to see with the work that you all have done in your careers and your lives. And this is the work that matters, that no one really knows about. I mean, we all know about it, but yeah, I just wanted to reflect on that, the way that our ancestors kind of lived through us. And that's been really profound to me. So this reflection blanket, Robin, is really special.
Glad to hear it. Anjali, did you want to finish up what you were saying before, or do you feel like it's been said? I didn't want to cut you off.
I said it all.
Said it all, cried it all.
I didn't. Actually, I probably didn't sign that card because I was in denial. I was like, it's not happening. She's not leaving. She's staying. Even when I usually
reconsider, Katie. You can stay.
Yeah. So that's how much she means to me as a person and in this role. So, yeah.
Well, Katie, I just wanted to say that I always have this mom guilt about making my kids campaign for me. So you've just cleared that up for me. So thank you as a last gift.
Oh, yes. Are you kidding?
That's great.
Taught me so much. It was amazing.
I don't doubt that. Well, luckily, we get to see you tomorrow. That's all I got to say. So.
And in many times, in many ways in the future as well. This is a special group of people doing special and very important work for our state. And I'm excited for what's ahead. So.
Thank you, Katie, for everything. Appreciate it. Personally as well. I've had the really wonderful advantage of having had drinks with Katie and dinners, and we talked the other day when I dropped off the gift that we'll continue that. So it's really a powerful thing. So thank you. Well, I hate to say goodbye, but I think we're probably done. Special thanks to you, Jerry. Thank you for being part of this.
I know, Jerry.
Thank you. I appreciated the chance to be with you today.
Yeah, it was really nice. Appreciate it.
And 8th generation is the perfect place for a blanket.
Great. Well, I think we'll wind down, but we get to see you tomorrow, which is a good thing, and see everybody at, some of you won't be here. I think Anjali will be on a plane going to Ghana, right? We will see those that can be here tomorrow at 8:30. Thanks, everybody. It was a really great day. It really was. So thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Recording stopped.